Welcome to RotoWire Fantasy Football Live. We have a full day of fantasy football talk. We will have 50 industry analysts on the show today. We're going to get you ready for the regular season to start. Anybody with late fantasy drafts, we're going to get you set up for those if people are still drafting. But even if you're not, there's going to be a lot of insight and wisdom from all these great minds in the fantasy football industry. Obviously, starting it a little earlier than our usual show, which is normally 11 a.m. Eastern. We're starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. We're going till 5 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be a loaded show today. First hour coming up in a few minutes. You can get ready to hear from Joe Bond, Justin Fensterman, Connor Allen, Sam Wegman, Gab Gowdy, and a host of others. And then second hour, we've got your guests just throughout: Lauren Carpenter, Brian Drake, Bob Harris. We've got an all-star team coming through today. Remember, this show, RotoWire Fantasy Football Live, will be on 5 days a week throughout the regular season. It will begin at the usual 11 a.m. Eastern time. I'm sorry, about 11 a.m. Eastern time, and that'll be 5 days a week. Sunday, we'll have a sit stream where I give you the why, not just the what, who to start, so you can make your best decision on draft day. And then also, we will get you set up for Saturdays. We'll have a gambling show. Friday, we're going to cover some DFS. Earlier in the week, we're going to cover player trends, everything to get you ready for your fantasy football drafts. That said, we're going to be starting out in a couple minutes here. We're going to have Joe Bond coming on in a couple months, and Justin Fensterman, who's already in the on-deck circle waiting to go. We'll get him on at 10:05 Eastern. He's probably drinking a Monster Energy right now, but he doesn't need it. Justin Fensterman does not need it. And that said, we got Joe Bond in the house, so I think we're going to get rolling. Joe Bond, good morning. Welcome to the Fantasy Football Marathon. First of all, before we get rolling here, I want everybody to know that you are the founder of the Fantasy Six Pack. It's a great show. I was on that show recently. I was very honored to be there. You're with Fantasy Pros. Joe, how's it going today?
Hey, good. How are you? How you doing, man? Thanks for having me.
Yes. So at 5-minute segments, we're going to get rolling right here.
Yeah.
So when we're going into fantasy football drafts, what do you want fantasy players to know as they're getting ready for their drafts?
Yeah. So the big thing, and this has been a discussion on our members Discord that we have over there, Fantasy Six Pack as well. Do not go into a draft with thinking that you have to have a set plan. Oh, I got to get a running back first, a receiver second, and a running back third, whatever it is, right? I have questions constantly. It's, oh, well, who should I be targeting in the second round? I have no idea because I don't know who's going to be there. We can predict as much as we want with ADP and rankings and whatever it is. But look, we build a cheat sheet over Fantasy Six Pack. I know you all have something similar. There's tons of sites out there that have tools to help guide you through drafts, but it doesn't mean that is also who you have to pick. I mean, look, perfect example, right? Me and Keith Lott at Kings Classic at the Expo, 14-team league. We were expecting Tyreek Hill to sit there for us at, I think it was 6, and ended up being Eckler. I was like, all right, because Hill got taken first. So fine, we pivoted. Boom, come back around. We took a receiver, came back around. We're thinking, all right, we're thinking in our head, running back or receiver, probably receiver, because receivers flying off the board. Mark Andrews sitting there almost in the very middle of the third round. I mean, we're talking pick like 35-ish in a 14-team league. Mark Andrews at 35 in a 14-team league, bargain. So we took him, and we just have to constantly adjust and adapt to the draft. You've got to be able to be flexible in drafts, in my opinion.
Now, as Joe continues on here, remember, you're following Joe on Twitter or the X at F6P_Joe. Make sure you're doing that. We're going to continue talking with Joe. So, Joe, what are some other ideas about what fantasy managers need to do about flexibility within the course of a draft? Maybe in terms of when to fill certain positions or when to say, how do you read the board? Like, how do people read the board and understand in the middle rounds what to do?
Yeah. So, to me, it's value-based drafting. Our tool, as I mentioned before, kind of helps you see those, so you can go through and it's an Excel spreadsheet. You remove people as you get drafted. And even if you don't want to use ours, use your own, right? Have your own set of tiers. And what it helps you determine really quickly is, okay, so if you're down between, most rounds you're drafting running back or receiver. So let's just use that as an example. If you're drafting running back or receiver, you're looking at a group of like 5 running backs, 5 receivers. There could be a receiver who is just a huge value over the next set of receivers, but all the running backs are sort of in the same group. So if you get the top one, it's not as much of a difference between that and 5 or 6, to where the receiver might be up here and the rest of the receivers might be down here. Grab that receiver, take the best available player, and then if it comes back around, you'll probably get the 6th running back if you wanted to pivot back to that. And you didn't lose as much as if you had taken the top running back and then you take the, 3rd or 4th receiver out of that group. So it's, that's where, just knowing the groupings and then also paying attention to your board. I did something over the weekend where I noticed in a 14-team league, quarterbacks were flying off the board and I was like, oh, I got to get one. But then I realized all the players behind me on the turn already had their quarterback one. I didn't need to take one. So I got another position, came back around and got Joe Burrow later and was like, I'm good.
That is huge advice, because just looking at the board, like you said, and if you see that the quarterbacks are taken and you don't need one, right, read the board. Don't forget to do. Joe, outstanding advice. Tell people where they can find you and where they can get your products.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, you already mentioned me on Twitter at F6P_Joe. You can also follow Fantasy Six Pack, the fantasy6pack.net. We're still offering 15% off for the season. Promo code F6P NFL. For all of our, we still got cheat sheets. I know people are still drafting. We've got our award-winning rankings. We've got our membership Discord. We've got DFS advice from Chris Robin, aka Detroit Beastie, and Dave Eddy over there. We got some great names over here, and good luck to everybody this season. And I had a blast, man.
Joe, thanks for having me, everybody. Make sure you're following Joe and his work. Joe, we will see you soon. Justin Fensterman, Fensty, as we know and love and call him. Justin Fensterman, draft season is at the end, but people are still drafting. Tell us what you want people to know about their drafts as we get to the end.
Well, Jim, it's great being with you. Thank you so much for having me, one of the best people in the industries. And I'm not just saying that some check is not in the mail, Jim, but I'm going to say this. The big thing during the draft is, and you talk about getting to the draft early to fill your queue, for me, something that's helped me out, because oftentimes during the drafts, you have about 3 or 4 players in your mind that you're thinking would fit the piece, be the next piece to your puzzle. But then all of a sudden they all go. Now you're panicking. You maybe have a 1-minute clock and all of a sudden you don't know what to do. Do you try to check a box and maybe just go with a player at a position that you really don't want, but you feel like you have to have? That's why, Jim, and not only in fantasy football, but in life as well, having this kind of desk easel right here and having the players in front of you and tiered in front of you, just seeing that while you're looking at your draft board, it should give you comfort and it should help keep you organized, and especially organized mentally as well. Write out who you want in different tiers with where they're going, and then make sure something like this, or even just the piece of paper in general, is right next to you so you don't go away from those players you want. And when it comes to average draft position, something that Bob Harris from Football Diehard said in an interview with me a few days ago, which makes absolutely sense, a lot of sense. Average draft position is not where you should be drafting players. It's where players are being drafted. Having your tiered cheat sheet right here that you write for yourself. Jim, for me in high school, how was I able to retain the information studying for a test? I'd write my own review sheet. The teacher would give their review sheet. I'd write my own review sheet. It would help my mental process retain the information. So I have this desk easel right here, this little one, and I have pieces of paper. I have a bunch of scratch pads, and having those tiers that I write out myself of players that I want to target in drafts in front of me helps me out during those stressful times where all of a sudden those early draft targets are flying off the board right before your picks.
Now, Fensty, when you've done a number of drafts and you use that sheet, do you make adjustments to your tiers after you've been in drafts and you kind of are like, don't like this the same way? Do you ever make adjustments? How does that happen?
I do, but I make sure to not write a new piece of paper. That way I remember the lessons I learned from the previous drafts, because a lot of us, and even the casual fantasy players as well, play in multiple leagues, whether it's 2 leagues or whether it's probably like you, Jim, 25 leagues. So, and you learn a lot of lessons every single year when in drafts. And one of the big lessons I learned, Jim, a few years ago when I was doing a draft with a bunch of the Sirius XM hosts, were that a bunch of running backs were flying off the board. I had one, I believe it was in the end of the 4th round. I had the first overall pick, so it's now back to me. And I forced myself to take Devin Singletary, and I felt awful. I felt sick to my stomach afterwards because I didn't want Devin Singletary, but I felt like, oh man, all these running backs are going. I'm going to be left out of this. And that's why I started to make sure that I had this desk easel, that I had my own cheat sheet and my scratch pad right in plain sight. So now I'm able to be more organized and know, hey, look, if I miss out on a certain tier, it's okay, because here are a few names that I like that I can maybe even overdraft around and get a little bit later.
You know, Fensty and I are good friends for many reasons, but one is we both love people, and we both cannot get enough of being around good people. And Fensty, you're following him at Fensty Sports. You have some exciting stuff going on, and include the Sunday show. You're going to be on XM, because I know we're back to back. Tell people where they can find you and what to know about you.
Absolutely. You can find me now at fantasyguru.com, and make sure you follow us on Twitter at Fantasy Guru Site, and me personally at Fensty Sports. And you'll be able to hear me right before Jim Coventry on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, SiriusXM 87, and we'll be simulcasting Fantasy Football Game Day morning. It'll be me and Michael Fabiano every Sunday morning, 7 to 9 a.m. Eastern, not only on SiriusXM 87, but also on SiriusXM NFL Radio as well, being simulcasted there. Very excited, man. And hey, we're just the opening act for you, Jim Coventry.
That is an amazing start to the day on the SiriusXM channel. Fancy, is there real quick any one player that you like this year? Now you don't have to go into why, but is there a player that you're kind of looking at and saying, I like this player, I'd like to get shares of him?
Tyler Lockett. He's my most invested player, and everybody, and even before the Jackson Smith-Njigba injury, I didn't understand, Jim, why for most of July, and maybe even all of July and part of August, I didn't understand why JSN was going before him in drafts. It made no sense. Tyler Lockett's been able to stay healthy. I know that there are times that he lacked that consistency, where half the year you were loving him and then the other half he was underachieving. But after what we saw last year, and even maybe he's not the most prioritized receiving weapon, we know that's DK Metcalf in Seattle. The guy throwing him the football completed nearly 70% of his passes last season. Even with minor regression, Lockett's still going at fair value, and now JSN is injured. And that just shows, Jim, the shiny new toy isn't always the right direction to go.
You heard it from Fensty, Justin Fensman. Follow his stuff. Fensty, thank you for coming on. I appreciate you, my friend, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you so much, Jim.
Goodbye. Connor Allen is now in the house. Fortunately, I get to meet him in person at the Scott Fish Bowl just about a month and a half ago. Connor, you follow him at Connor Allen NFL, works for 4for4 and BetSperts. Connor, start us out by talking about what you're learning, or you have learned from drafts, and what you want people to know in their final drafts as we wrap up the fantasy preseason.
Jim, it was awesome meeting you in person. I had a great time at the Scott Fish Bowl, and I appreciate you having me on here. But if I'm looking at my fantasy football drafts, one thing that I've noticed over the last few years, especially, and something that I've learned, is that you should not be afraid to get your guys, especially in the middle rounds, because the first few rounds, you don't want to reach too much. But in the middle rounds, if you like a guy, maybe 6, 12, maybe even 15 picks out of ADP, because you don't think he's going to be there on your next turn, do not be afraid to get him, because there is nothing worse than having conviction on a player, liking said player, and then not ending up with him, only for him to go out and end up crushing the season and for you not to have him on your team. So I think that in the middle rounds, we're talking about 5th round, 6th round, 7th round. Don't be afraid to reach a little bit to get a guy that you have a ton of conviction on.
So, Connor, we just had Fensty mentioning briefly that ADP thing, that people feel like they're totally caught up in that. They're like, oh my gosh, I got to take this player now because he's the next one on the board. You're explaining to us what we should be knowing all along. ADP is a guideline of where players might go. If you have players on your board you rate highly, get those players. I mean, don't take Tyler Lockett in the first round, but certainly if you really want him and it's the 7th or 6th round and he's the next on your board, forget ADP. If you think that's the player he is, take him. Connor, are there specific players that you're on this year?
Yeah, I think a great example of this would be a guy like Jordan Addison of the Vikings, right now looking to be the number 2 receiver, replacing Adam Thielen, who ran some of the most routes in the NFL. The Vikings defense projects to be terrible, lost a ton of different starters. So we're going to see a lot of passing from this Vikings offense, going to be a ton of, massive shootouts, I think. And the way that he is able to play, he doesn't have to play against number 1 cornerbacks. Justin Jefferson will take care of that. TJ Hawkinson can open up over the middle. But Jordan Addison was a great separator, won the Blitnikoff Award in 2021 at Pitt, and then transferred to USC, where he wasn't quite used the same way that we expected. Now, as in more of an ancillary role, I would not be surprised if he approaches 1,000 yards as a second guy to Justin Jefferson. And you're able to get him in the 6th, 7th round pretty easily, and even later in some drafts, depending on the ADP there. So that's one of my guys that I really, really like this season.
I mean, you're so right. Not just Jefferson, but even TJ Hawkinson's a factor. People are going to draw coverage, and Addison is in a fantastic spot. And like you're saying, Kirk Cousins has shown he can lift up a passing game. Might have a couple bad weeks, but for the most part, he's putting numbers up. And the other players that you're targeting this year.
Yeah, one other guy that I like later would be a guy, Khalil Herbert, I think is really interesting. Has played super well. His metrics were off the charts, last year when he got the chance. Now people are scared because he didn't see much work with David Montgomery there. Now we're looking at all the reports out of camp for Ben that Khalil Herbert is basically the clear starter. Sure, Roshan might eat into some third down work here and there, but this offense is going to be super run heavy, and they draw an awesome matchup in week 1 against Green Bay. Green Bay was one of the worst run defenses in the league last year, and he figures to get off to a hot start. We look at last year, the Bears against the Packers, they ran the ball more than they passed the ball by a lot against the Packers in both games, despite losing both games by a lot. So we're probably going to see 15 plus carries from a guy like Khalil Herbert here in a great start to the season. And from there, as long as he's playing well, I can't imagine he loses the job.
This is some great advice from Connor Allen. Remember, you follow him at Connor Allen NFL. Connor, tell everybody what you got going on so they can keep up with your work.
Yeah, Jim, again, appreciate you having me on. You guys can all find me on Twitter at Connor Allen NFL and find all of my work, fantasy, high stakes, betting work over at 4for4.com in the betting subscription.
Thank you for joining us today. We will talk soon, Connor.
Absolutely. Talk soon, Jim.
Bye. So if you're enjoying the show, please consider hitting that like and subscribe button. If you're on RotoWire YouTube, this is the Fantasy Football Marathon. We've got 50 experts on today, and our next expert, Sam Wagman, a friend of mine who I met at one of the Fantasy Football Expos. I think it was a year or so ago. I've known him, but got to meet him. Awesome thing. You find him at Swagman95. I love that Twitter handle. So, Sam, and you'll pitch yourself at the end. Who is a specific player who you're targeting in your drafts this year?
It's the age-old story. It feels like we've been doing this dance, this song game for a few years now, but it's Tyler Lockett once again. Like, the guy is perennially underrated, just goes off the board in the mid wide receiver 30s, and he's just feels destined to finish as a wide receiver 2 again, especially with the fact, Jackson Smith-Njigba with his wrist injury, and everyone's projecting, the Seahawks to take another step forward. So I think all wheels are up for Tyler Lockett, and I think we're going to be doing this song and dance for him well into the next couple seasons as well.
So, Sam, Tyler Lockett's going as wide receiver 28, pick 64. There's always fantasy mojo. It'd be last 2 days. So in a 12-team league, that puts him right in the beginning of the 6th round. Will you go into the 5th round to grab Lockett?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he's a perfect guy to grab as your wide receiver 2. And if you're built the way I've been building my teams, like, he always is there as like a wide receiver 3 for me. Based on the wide receiver heavy builds that I've liked to target this year. And it feels like such a safe pick to me. And it carries some upside because, Lockett can be a down the field weapon. And as Gino showed us last year, he's not afraid to launch the ball down the field.
It's going to be a fun offense. And Tyler Lockett, he's not getting moved anywhere. Pete Carroll loves his veteran players. Now, Sam, in drafts, how are you handling the quarterback position this year?
It's elite. It's elite quarterback or bust for me, Jim. I felt like the value that you get targeting the top of the board at the quarterback position in an area where quarterbacks have kind of started to separate themselves, and we've moved kind of back into like how we were as an industry, 20 years ago, where everyone loved to target elite quarterbacks because of just, you have such a separation between those top 5-6 guys that it makes it worth it to target them in your first 3 to 4 rounds of your draft. And it really never felt like that. I won as many titles as anybody else doing, JJ Zacharyason's late round quarterback strategy. But, all things, it's the circle of life in this industry. And I feel like we're starting to circle back around, guys like Lamar, guys like Jalen Hurts, guys like Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen. They give you that ceiling that you just don't get from an Aaron Rodgers, that you just don't get from, a Jared Goff. As much as I like them as streamers, I would rather have those guys and try to build a team around that, valuable upside that you have over the rest of your league.
So, Sam, to get one of those top quarterbacks in most 12-team leagues, you usually got to get 5th round or sooner on them. So knowing you're going to take a quarterback in that range, how are you handling tight end?
Again, in that scenario, a lot of times I have to punt tight end to the late rounds, and I'm not too opposed to that. There's a few tight end guys I like in that background. It's mostly rookies, not really surprising. I think that's a position a lot of the industry holds. Salem Porta, Dalton Kincaid, Gerald Everett. You're looking for guys with high projectable upside on a game-to-game basis. You're not looking for floor at the tight end position anymore when you go that deep. You want guys that can, feasibly get you tight end one production on the cheap there. So you're looking for guys, who are in a, high flying offense, who might be a top 2 or top 3 target in their offense. So, guys like that can be really valuable. And I think a lot of those guys kind of go undervalued, as target hogs in their offenses.
Absolutely correct. I do think that's a very sound strategy, because I think sometimes if you have a high-end quarterback and a high-end tight end, I think it's too much of a knock on the rest of your fantasy roster. So it's very important to understand and weigh out the risk and think what your roster will look like. Now, Sam, and if you're drafting near the end of the first round, are there any particular players you're hoping to get at the end of the first round? Are you looking at a running back, a receiver, either? Is there someone you like at the end of the first round?
Yeah, I don't think there's a bigger pick at the end of the first round for me than Amon-Ra St. Brown this year. And I know everyone's on this guy, but it feels like he's ready to take that step into superstardom. There's a legitimate chance he leads the NFL in targets and receptions this year. I already took him to lead the NFL in receptions at 25-1 earlier this month. He feels like such a complete player, and we kind of saw this coming out of USC for him. And, we saw what he can be, as a route runner, and he's in a great offense for it. I feel like him and Jared Goff had this really good synergy together. And I think once Jameson Williams comes back and gets integrated into the offense, I feel like he can really start to pop, because Williams will help really stretch the field out, and Amon-Ra will be able to just control the middle of the field and, right around, and he'll be used as a chain mover, because he's just a very, very good short to intermediate route runner. So I really think that him and Goff will have a great year for that. If we can get him a little bit more usage in the red zone and maybe some downfield shots as well, he could take that next leap into the top 5 or 6 guys next season.
You heard it from Sam Wagman. Sam, tell people where they can find you and how to keep up with your stuff.
Yeah, all of my content this season over at the Game Day. Weekly rankings over at Fantasy Pros and Football Guys as well. And then, like I said, everything is over at the Game Day. Matchups to exploit piece, Twitter Spaces, podcasts, everything will be over at the Game Day. You'll see some content from me about 6 days a week. And as always, you can find everything on my Twitter at Swagman95. And thank you for having me on again, Jim.
Great to have you, Sam, and we'll talk soon.
Absolutely,
All
sir.
right,
Talk
bye.
soon. Bye.
All right, everybody, if you're enjoying the show so far, please consider hitting that like and subscribe button. If you're on RotoWire YouTube, don't forget the RotoWire live show I host at 5 days a week. That show will be every day at 11 a.m. Eastern time. That will be every day except for Thursdays and Fridays. On Sundays, we have what I think is one of the better stream shows in the business, because we give you the why for each player. We don't just tell you who to start, give you a rationale behind that. Saturday, we have a gambling show, but make sure you're joining us. Gab Gowdy's in the house. Gab Gowdy of FanDuel. How are you today, Gab?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing really well. Excited to have you here. Like I said earlier, you're with FanDuel. You'll talk about your stuff at the end. But if you're looking for a tight end in your drafts this year, who are you targeting?
I'm being a homer. I'm going with the home team. I'm going with David Njoku. I can't help myself. I'm rooting for him. I want to see it. I think we're going to have fun with him this season. I mean, I hope so. That's all I got to say is I hope so.
And you know what? He really showed a lot last year. He broke out. He had a similar season, I believe, to his 2018 season, but he missed games last year and he put up similar numbers. So it was the best year of his career. And I think that Watson is going to reclaim the speed of the game. I think that offense is going to get rolling. What else do you like about the Browns offense this year? Like, are there players on the offense besides Njoku you'd like to get from Cleveland?
I mean, how could you go against Nick Chubb? Right. Like, how could you say no to Nick Chubb?
Right. Because his whole career, he's faced defenses that load up a whole bunch of bodies to stop him. This year, they're supposed to use 3 receivers. And with Watson, defenses have to respect that.
Yep.
So Chubb is going to have a little
more than usual, I feel like.
Right? And
Mhm.
imagine when he gets to the second level and there's less people, how he'll run over, through, and around them. It's going to be a classic thing to watch, Gab, right?
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I'm hoping for the best, from them, but like, it's the Browns are the Browns, so who knows what we'll see. But I'm feeling optimistic about Dave Njoku, Nick Chubb, even Elijah Moore also.
And 4.35 speed, 90th percentile agility. They're using him all over the formation. He is going to be weaponized. And I think you're on the one there because you could get him after 90 picks in a draft, and he's falling deeper sometimes than that. And so he is a player you do not want to sleep on him. He was the 34th pick in the NFL draft 2 years ago, and he is an outstanding player. Now, Gab, I actually have 2 bets on the Browns. One is at plus 4,000 odds to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, the Super Bowl.
Yes.
We're going to Vegas.
Yes. Their defense, they added 3 legitimate pass rushers. They're all good against the run. That's going to help their cornerbacks don't cover as long. They bring in their defensive coordinator, Jim Schwartz. It may take them a little time. I won't bet them to win the division, crazy enough.
Right.
But
Division AFC North, you never know what's going to happen. They beat each other up all year.
Right? But if they get in the playoffs, talk about a team that's going to be really hard to deal with. Pass rush, running game, passing game. They're going to be a terror for somebody. And the other bet, Gab, my best one is just them making the playoffs. Again, not winning the North.
Just them making the playoffs.
And it's plus 105. It may have changed recently, but you're getting plus money on them making the playoffs. And to me, I think it's a no-brainer. What do you think about that?
Well, I think if they don't make the playoffs, you're going to have to blow up the whole thing. So they have to make the playoffs.
Exactly. Oh, you're right. It's gonna be a big problem there. There's a lot of pressure on that organization.
Yeah, like with what's going on, all the players that you have, like that's a team that should be in the playoffs. And if you don't make the playoffs, a lot of questions.
Now, outside of Cleveland, are there any quarterbacks you like this year?
I mean, this is how I have Justin Herbert and Josh Allen, both of them some MVP, a little bit for MVP. My thing with Josh Allen, he needs to win this year or I'm out. That's it. Like, I'm out. I've tried 2 years in a row. Giving you one more try, man. And then I'm out.
Gab, tell everybody where they can find you and find yourself.
Okay, you guys can find me on literally every social media platform that there is at Gab Goudy, GABBGOUDY.
So nice to have you, Gab. Have a wonderful season. Let's make sure we talk soon.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye, Gab. All right, everyone, as we're coming back, Joe Bartle will be in next, hopefully in the next minute or so. But remember, if you're enjoying the show, please consider hitting the like and subscribe button if you're on RotoWire or YouTube. And as I keep saying, my show with RotoWire Live is on 5 days a week throughout the regular season. It'll be at 11 a.m. Eastern, right where you're watching it. Early in the week, we'll go through player trends. Later in the week, we'll go through start, sit, and everything else you need to know. Joe Bartle is in the house. You can find him at JB Fantasy Sports. He's my RotoWire teammate. I'll do some Sirius XM shows with him on occasion. Joe, as we get into the end of fantasy draft season, tell people what they need to be thinking about as they approach these final drafts.
Yeah, I had to think long and hard about this question because you can do the start and sit and you can do the recommendations, but everyone hopefully is drafted. Or if you haven't, great, you can capitalize on the Kelsey news, unlike literally every other person out there. But when it comes to a strategy, I think playing around the margins on your roster, it gets discussed all the time, especially in these high stakes leagues that you and I play in often, where you're streaming defenses. You have 2 defenses on your roster. You get 2 kickers. That's great. But I think even in friends and family leagues, or if you're listening to this and you're really getting set and learning about fantasy football for the first time, it is okay to have 2 defenses. It's okay to have 2 kickers if you think it's more valuable to you. I personally don't, but I think that's the same concept, playing around the margins. Everyone gets this when we're drafting backup running backs, right? It's Gus Edwards for J.K. Dobbins. You draft Chase Brown, or maybe you don't, right? You can talk about that later, Jim, if you have Joe Mixon. But we could do the same for wide receivers. Josh Palmer was a 700-plus yard receiver for the Chargers last season when both Keenan Allen and Mike Williams missed time. Well, guess what? Both those guys missed time a lot. Quentin Johnston could be the same thing. That's a bit of a higher price tag for those 7th or 8th round receivers, but the same concept applies. Don't be afraid to play around the margins with your roster, whether that be the backup receiver, extra defenses, kickers. I think this year, when it feels like to me, maybe you could speak on other parts of this, Jim, the fantasy landscape feels more tumultuous than ever. Playing around the margins and having that advantage in your back pocket to either be flexible and move off it or capitalize on whatever margin might be is going to be incredibly important this season.
Now, Joe, I want to back you up a minute because you talked about the Chargers, and Daniel Popper recently reported that Joshua Palmer will start the season as the number 3, Quentin Johnston behind him. Can you talk, because people are drafting, and Quentin Johnston has an ADP, which is right around the 100 mark, maybe in the 90s. What do people do?
Yeah, there was a point earlier in the season, earlier in draft season, that's our season, I should say, where he was going right around Zay Flowers, not quite the Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jordan Addison range, but it was like a round away. And I'm like, what are we doing here? That does not make sense to me whatsoever. And there was an uneven camp, I think is probably the best way of describing it for Quentin Johnston. He had big plays. There was a catch maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago down the sideline where it was a beautiful throw by Herbert, but everyone goes, hey, see, this is why you draft a big, tall guy who's fast, because he can do this. And my thought was, does that really work in the Chargers offense? Mike Williams has been big and has been the deep play threat because he's been big, but they haven't really utilized his speed. There does need to be a speed element, especially in Kellen Moore's offense. I'm just not convinced it's Quentin Johnston that gets it right away. To me, Quentin Johnston's either the perfect best ball guy, which you probably are drafting a lot of best balls at this point, or the guy that you were drafting like Dobbins last year, where, hey, around week 9, if this guy gets together, he could be a league winner. We've heard that saying all the time, right, Jim? Like, oh, that week 10 guy is a league winner. Well, what happened to the first 9 weeks of the season? Did he help you get to the point where you can win a league? No, is most likely the answer. So that's where I get a little bit concerned. I would consider Quentin Johnston if I am playing in a high-stakes league where the right roll of the dice gets you to being the best outcome, and that feels like the ceiling play is Quentin Johnston. But if there's like a friends and family league, or if you have already 4 wide receivers and don't need a 5th, I don't think there's a point. It would need Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, I think both, to get injured, because again, Josh Palmer is the guy that steps up if Keenan Allen's out. And then you still have to have a chemistry rapport with Herbert, which again has been uneven by all accounts at training camp to date.
Now, Joe, last thing, and quickly, if you can, this one, Austin Eckler still like a mid-first round pick. How do you see him this year compared to last year's production?
Yeah, I've been out on Eckler now for the past 2 years. I've been burned the past 2 years, but I do get concerned, and you and I've talked about on air before, is that Eckler wants to share the ball with other running backs. They just haven't had another guy. So if they force feed Joshua Kelly to be that player, fine enough. There's going to be a point where that workload becomes an issue for Austin Eckler, and I'm just going to assume it's this year. I've been drafting Nick Chubb over him. I'll take Bijan Robinson over Eckler too in full point PPR.
You heard it from Joe Bartle. Joe, tell everybody where they can find you and your work.
Hey, you can find me on JB Fantasy Sports on Twitter. I have SiriusXM every Friday from 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern with Mario Puig. And anywhere you listen to your podcast, we go over the week's waiver wire pickups, RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast.
Make sure you're following Joe. Joe, thanks for joining me. Have a great start to the season.
All right. You too, man, Jim.
Thanks. Bye. Brady Hours in the house of the BA Sports Podcast, which I was very honored to be on very recently. You did some really nice job taking clips and putting those out on socials. Brady, we're excited to have you here today. We're going to pitch your stuff in the end, and then you'll kind of gauge people at that point. But right now, I want to ask you about a certain Detroit backfield situation. How do you see that backfield shaking out, and who do you recommend for fantasy?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Jim, for having me on. We are officially Jahmyr Gibbs days away from football season. So I think this backfield is going to play out similar to how we saw the 2017 New Orleans Saints. Dan Campbell was the assistant head coach on the New Orleans Saints that year that they had Alvin Kamara that rookie season, and he was the RB3 in fantasy. They had a number 1 wide receiver in Michael Thomas. That is similar to Amon-Ra St. Brown. They had a number 1 running back in Mark Ingram. I expect David Montgomery to take that Mark Ingram role. Mark Ingram that year saw around 230 carries, about 71 targets. David Montgomery has only seen maximum 68 targets in a season. So I believe Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be that running back that is going to be targeted out of the backfield. You saw that with Swift the past 2 years. Swift led the team, or was second on the team in targets. He had 70 targets last year. He was 3rd on the team in targets in 2021. I believe Gibbs is going to be 2nd on this team in targets. I also believe Sam Laporta is going to be up there in targets. Now, they have 227 targets vacated in that Detroit Lions offense. So fire up Jahmyr Gibbs. Fire up Sam Laporta. I really love Jahmyr Gibbs this year. This is a guy I'm looking to target early round 4, late round 3. So he has 4.36 speed. He's 21 years old. He ranked 15th among running backs in rush yards after contact in college last year. And Ben Johnson said they're going to utilize him in ways that people would not imagine. And now people can think, oh, are they going to utilize him as a receiver? I believe they're going to utilize him on first down through the tackles. So last year, the Lions were 9th in yards per carry on 1st and 10 at 4.9 yards per carry. DeAndre Swift in those situations, the type of back that Jahmyr Gibbs is, he averaged 5.7 yards per carry on 1st and 10. I believe Jahmyr Gibbs brings this explosiveness to this Lions offense, and I think he's going to be utilized on more rushing downs than people are expecting. So I really love Jahmyr Gibbs this year. I'm all over him. I've got him in 2 out of my 4 main leagues. And this is another thing I want people to know, Jim. Top 12 running backs drafted in the NFL draft have finished top 10 in fantasy or higher since 2015. Those running backs: Todd Gurley, RB9 in 2015, Ezekiel Elliott, RB2 in 2016, Leonard Fournette, RB9 in 2017, CMC, RB10 in 2017, Saquon Barkley, RB1 in 2018. Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson are guys I'm targeting early and often in drafts, and I really love them. I also expect Jahmyr Gibbs to get off to a hot start on Thursday night. The Kansas City Chiefs are going to be without Chris Jones, and I think they're going to just feed Jahmyr Gibbs the ball. And, yeah, he's going to play a really good receiver role for this Detroit offense. I think Ben Johnson is going to spread out the offense a little bit with Gibbs, and I really love Jahmyr Gibbs this year.
So quick final question. Recently, his Gibbs ADP is shooting through the moon. FFPC data from Fantasy Mojo the last 2 days, he's going as running back 9, pick 27. That puts him at really the 2-3 turn. Are you still going after Gibbs at the 2-3 turn?
Yep. I'm going after him because I think he's going to be a top 10 running back. I actually think he's going to be a top 8 running back this year. So fire away on Jahmyr Gibbs. He has that top 5, top 3 running back upside that 2017 Kamara showed us. That can happen. Now he's going to have to super efficient if he's going to finish RB3 like Kamara did in 2017. But I still like him at that 2-3 turn.
Brady, tell everybody where they can find you and your work.
Yep. So you can find me on Twitter or the X at BA Sports Podcast. I am also putting out podcasts weekly. You can find me on any platform you get your podcasts. You can also find my website on my Twitter at BA Sports Podcast. So my website is going to have my newsletter, my rankings, and my stardom, situm every week. So you know who to start, who to sit each week in your lineup.
Brady, thanks for coming on. Have a great start to your season.
Thank you so much, Jim. Have a great day.
All right, you too. Bye. Keith is there. He's in the house. Keith, I've been blessed to be on your show a few times. So happy you're joining mine here. Keith, before we pitch you at the end, and you're following Keith at Keith Irizarry. It's Keith, Irizarry. In drafts, right? Current ADP, we're seeing George Pickens go about wide receiver 29, pick 65. Tell us why George Pickens is a player who's going to outplay that ADP.
Yeah, first and foremost, thank you for having me today. I also noticed that the bald factor has, look at that. We are glorious. It is fantastic. Love that now. We're number 1. All right, so as for George Pickens, I have fallen in love with Pickens. Now, obviously, we loved him in college. And when you looked at him last year, you wondered what he'd be as a youngster. Well, I think he's going to be even better this year. I think he's going to find the target share rise. It was about 16% target share last year. We don't think that he's like, you look at the relationship he has with Kenny Pickett, and it looks like it's kind of moving in the right direction, which is something I do pay attention to. When you got a young quarterback and a young wide receiver, do they look like they like each other? And I know that seems weird, but it appears that they like each other, which would mean that Pickett would probably look towards Pickens. All right, go a little further with Pickens. We know that he has all the abilities in the highlight reel catches, right? But how about this? I was looking up some numbers about his ADOT, the average depth of target. He had the 3rd best ADOT last year as a rookie, almost 16 yards, almost 15.6 average depth of target. That's a big thing. So even if the targets don't go up the way I want them to with the depth of target, All right. So if you look at betting from a standpoint, right, his number has been around 820, 830 yards receiving. I think he tops that. I think there's reason to believe that he can near in on 1,000 yards receiving this year. Obviously, he has to stay healthy. That's always the thing. Let's talk about this. 20 or more yards in 17 of his 52 catches last year. Again, he is the long-range threat. I'm all in on Pickens, and I love the fact that you can get him in the 6th round and probably plug him in and start him, and he could be the guy. Like, you look for guys that are going to win you your league, right? I think he could win you your league at the end of the season.
One quick thing I'll add, Kenny Pickett got way more comfortable realizing Pickett's not going to get a lot of separation, but he's going to win every ball you throw to him. And once he learned that, you're onto it because he gets it. Now, if you're drafting quarterbacks, a lot of people are spending up on those top 3 high freight, which is fine. Who are you looking at quarterback?
All right, so did a pretty high stakes auction draft, ended up getting Jalen Hurts, was very happy with that. Now, in your prototypical snake drafts, I'm not getting Mahomes, I'm not getting Allen, I'm not getting Hurts because I'm not using that draft capital on any of those guys. I kind of view this year as 7, maybe 8 quarterbacks that you feel extremely comfortable starting. I gave you those 3. We know about Burrow, we know about Lamar Jackson, we know about Justin Herbert. After that, you're getting into the Fields, Trevor Lawrence range, and that's kind of my sweet spot. I'm loving those guys anywhere, depending on listen, the boards get shaken up a lot. Anywhere between the 5th and the 8th round, I'm finding, depending on the caliber of your league, you're able to get one of those guys. I'd be perfectly fine with any of it. I actually think that Trevor Lawrence may end up as a top 5 quarterback this year. You look at the who they're going to play. Their division stinks, and he's got a real 1,000-yard wide receiver who could start a little bit slow this year in Ridley, but Christian Kirk was a PPR monster last year. Evan Ingram is a touchdown guy. I think they've got an improved offensive line. Travis Etienne should take a step forward. In general, I love the Jaguars. I'm also taking them over on their win total.
Keith, awesome stuff. Tell everybody where they can find you and your work because I love listening to it and watching it.
Thank you, man. So social media, Instagram, it's Keith.Irizarry. On the X or Twitter, it's Keith Irizarry. You can watch me on MLB Network, NHL Network, Better Sports Network, and I have one new job that's coming out very shortly. I'm not going to tell you where yet. I'm signing some paperwork.
Yes. Good. Oh, I can't wait to hear. Keith, thanks for hanging out and have a great start to your season.
You're the man, Jim. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. Brandon Kravitz is in the house. Brandon's with RotoWire. You'll hear a little bit more about him at the end of him talking to you, but you find him at Brandon Kravitz. Brandon, when we're looking at fantasy this year, what is something that you're learning from your drafts that you want the audience to know about as they get into their final days of drafting?
I had my last draft of the fantasy season last night, so I definitely have a full accumulation of all of the players that repeatedly end up on my roster. But I would say that what I always do is I enter into draft season with 3 golden rules. There are more rules than that, but 3 of them are golden, Jim. One is don't marry yourself to a draft strategy. All of these draft day phrases that have become so popular from people like us, these sort of cliches over the year, they're not bad strategies. They're bad strategies when you marry yourself to them before seeing how the board falls. I'm talking about 0 RB, hero RB, tight ends, great or late. I hear a lot of people say, I'm going to start my draft to receiver. You pigeonhole yourself if you adopt a strict strategy ahead of the draft. Flexibility is going to win you more leagues than a rigid draft strategy. Even if it's a good one, you want to have flexibility on draft day. Number 2 is don't sweat the bye weeks. I don't know if this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but I've won many fantasy championships in my day. I have never once worried about bye weeks while drafting. I will never leave value on the table because a player shares a bye week with somebody else that's already on my roster, especially if you're in a league that is active with trades. If you're active on the waiver wire, the first bye week, Jim, isn't until week 5. Why do we care about bye weeks? Your roster might look completely different by then, ravaged with injuries. You've picked guys up. You've traded away your quarterback. You have no idea. So don't worry about that on draft day. And number 3 is know your league. Know the specifics of the rules. Know the bench spots that are available. How are waivers working? Is it a fab budget? Is it reverse order of standings? And who are you drafting with? a recent strategy that I've picked up is looking at previous draft results. I want to get into the psychology and the mind of the people that I'm drafting with. So if that's available to you, look at previous years. Go back to 2022. Go back to 2021. People tend to do next that which they did last. And so get an idea of who you're drafting with.
So real quick, is there a player who you like above value this year? So you've had a number of players that are ending up on your team over and over. Who's one of those players, and why do you like that player?
You know, it's surprising. Sometimes you learn about yourself through this process. I've realized how much I absolutely adore Christian Watson of the Green Bay Packers. I want guys in those middle rounds that I feel like can win us leagues. You're going to hear that a lot throughout the course of this show that you're doing today. I heard the previous guests talking about George Pickens, love him. Jahmyr Gibbs before that, love him. So I check those boxes. But Christian Watson, I think, might be on my roster as much as anybody else because of the speed, the long touchdowns, and all of that he brings to the table. You assume that he's going to be the number one target in terms of target share for Jordan Love. They have a great relationship with one another. So he keeps landing on my roster because I think he is a boom pick right there in the middle rounds as my second or third wide receiver.
And then in like a minute, you talked about being flexible in a draft. How does someone go about being flexible in a draft?
Always look at the board. I actually made this mistake last night, so I can hand out advice that I didn't even take myself. I was really frustrated. We all end up with that pick. You look back and go, what was I thinking? I was in a super flex draft last night where I was so rigid in thinking I need another wide receiver. I need my second wide receiver, and I'm staring at DK Metcalf. He's on the board. I hit the draft button. I think it was around round 5. And then after the pick, I go look and see, well, who's available at tight end when it comes back to me? Mark Andrews is still sitting there. That should have been the pick. He was taken before it came back to me. So that was a flub on my part. That's what I mean. I became rigid in the moment. I wasn't flexible. I made a mistake. Hopefully it doesn't hurt me in the end. But those are the type of things that I think can really help you out.
It's great when you can tell a true situation that people can actually understand. That makes great sense. Brandon, tell people where they can find you and your work.
At Brandon Kravitz across all social platforms, very active on Twitter. And you can find the Fantasy Bites podcast at that link that you're staring at right now, rotowire.com/pod, posted 7 days a week. I keep you updated on all the need to know info. Got good stuff on Travis Kelce's injury and some word from his brother that helps shed some more light on how we should feel about him moving forward. So you can check that out every single day. Fantasy Bites at rotowire.com.
And Brandon will be with me on this show every Tuesday during the regular season, 11 a.m. Eastern. So you'll look forward to that as well. Brandon, thanks for joining me. Have a great start to your season.
Thanks so much, Jim.
Thanks. The Coop. Andrew Cooper's here. You can find him at Coop Fiasco. Coop, how are things?
What's up, my dude? I mean, usually I only do minimum 10-minute segments. I'm telling you, Jim, but my agent, when he came to me, said it was for Jim Coventry. I was like, you know what? For Jim, we can do 5, dude. What's up, buddy? How are we doing, man?
Doing great. What's something that you've learned from your drafts, or still people drafting or just collecting their thoughts on the drafts they had? What's one piece of advice that you could start out with that you're picking up that you want to provide everybody with?
Yeah, man, outside of going over to Fantasy Alarm to get all your info, the number one advice for drafters out there, and this is something that's evergreen. You can think about it every single year. It's lean into your own skill set. Lean into what you do best. And I learned this myself because of all the tight end research I do, contractually obligated to do it, right? And if I go out and I take Travis Kelce, and I'm not even talking about this year where he's got the knee. If I take Travis Kelce, I'm not using my own skill set. I'm filling that spot, and now I'm not using my, the research I do to go find late round tight ends. If you personally are somebody who loves adding wide receivers off waivers, if you think that you're the 0 RB Zen master, if you can find the breakout QB, like lean into that a little bit. I'm not saying go into your draft saying I'm going to do 0 RB 100%. I would never say that, but lean into your skill set, man. Don't draft a ton of wide receivers early if you're like the wide receiver master. So make sure you're leaning into what you do best, because I've seen guys time and time again, they start their draft taking 9 wide receivers and running backs, and then once the season goes on, all they do is add wide receivers and running backs on waivers, because it's secretly, I'll admit, as a tight end guy, it is more fun to add wide. They are fun, aren't they? But how many guys out there never add a quarterback off waivers? They never add a tight end off waivers. And that's like, it's a rocket ship right to third place, Jim. So that's my advice. Don't be afraid to use your bench at the positions you're weak, and also lean into what you're good at. Lean into what you like to do.
Now, Coop, you do a ton of tight end research. You're amazing at what you do. Can you give somebody some nuggets at tight end when they're doing their drafts?
Yeah. So the cheat code, if you go to my Twitter at Coupe Fiasco, there's a article that I have pinned there that's all the secrets. But the top cheat code is this. Early on, you want to draft certainty. You want to use your picks on guys that you trust. Later on, lean into uncertainty. Create a picture in your head. How can my tight end be a top 2 target on his team? He doesn't need to be 1. He just needs to be top 2. If you can create that narrative somehow, maybe you think Hayden Hurst on the Panthers, that every weapon on the team is brand new. The quarterback, the running back, all 3 wide receivers and tight end. Maybe you paint that picture, right? Maybe you look at the Patriots and you ask yourself, Albert Breer says Juju Smith-Schuster's knee is going to explode. Who's going to catch the ball if that's the case, right? So you got to create that narrative. That's the secret. If I had to put, a sheet this size, with one thing on it, I would say top 2 target on the team. That's it right there, man.
Now, Coop, if you're near the end of the first round, who's a player or two who you like at the end of the first round? Be a running back, receiver, whatever position.
I actually, my first rounds this year have been so easy because not only do I have 5 or 6 running backs that I love, but I don't even care which one I get. Like, give me, CMC. If it's my turn to take the first running back, I'll take CMC. But CMC, Bijan, Eckler, Chubb, Barkley, hell, once Zeke signed with the Patriots, I kind of threw Tony Pollard in there too. As long as I grab one of those guys, I'm super cool with whatever, either taking 2 of them or whatever wide receiver comes back to me. So first rounds for me this year have been pretty easy.
And then is there a player who you think you have rostered more than any other?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's Dalton Kincaid, no question. And I'll tell you why, because there's a misconception floating around that rookie tight ends cannot break out, even though just a year ago, Kyle Pitts had 1,000 yards, and the only tight ends in the league right now with 1,000 yards are, Kelsey, Ertz, Waller, Kittle, and technically Jimmy Graham because he's in the league. Those are the only guys that have ever had 1,000-yard season. So they can break out. And when conditions are perfect for them to play wide receiver, which Dalton Kincaid is going to in the slot, in that Cole Beasley role, where he had back-to-back 100 target seasons at 30 years old. But there's going to be inline tight end in Dawson Knox. When conditions are just right, I'm in on the rookies. Most times they're not, but this year they are. So Dalton Kincaid, I got him everywhere. And with all the tight end injuries, he can't possibly be on waivers anywhere, him or Sam Laporta. But do not let those guys sit on waivers, especially right now, because all the people with Andrews and Kittle and Kelsey, they're going to start grabbing those guys, and they're going to get the breakouts that you deserve.
Great stuff as always from my friend Andrew Cooper. Andrew Cooper, tell everybody where they can find your stuff and what work you're doing.
You can find me at Coupe Fiasco, but I'll tell you right now, if you're tuning into this and you're not following Jim Coventry, you're doing yourself a big disservice. And that goes for any of my followers that jumped in the stream. Make sure you're following Jim, because if you like my stuff, he goes the same way I do, Jim. You and I, when we get together, we talk about real football and how that affects fantasy football. And that's my favorite stuff. So Jim, I appreciate you, man. And I love this thing you're doing. This is super cool.
Appreciate you, Coop. Have a great start to the season. We'll talk soon, man.
You too, buddy. Take it easy, man.
Kevin Tompkins is in the house. Good to see you as always. Got to see you last month at the Expo. Beautiful times. We are excited to have you, and you follow him at K Tompkins II. The 2 Roman numeral I's. Perfect there. We're going to pitch your stuff at the end. Kevin, I'm happy that you're here. What have you learned from drafts this year? There are people still drafting. What advice can you give them?
Yeah, look, Jim, thank you so much for having me be a part of this. As far as drafts go, don't be afraid of rookies. Rookies provide some of the greatest ROI that you can get where they're being drafted. And look, let's look to the last couple of years. Garrett Wilson, Ken Walker, guys who were drafted in the 8th, 9th, even 10th round. Chris Olave, in the 8th round the year before. Jamar Chase, just a couple years ago in the 5th round. Justin Jefferson before that, the 10th round. So you're looking at the rookies now, and I know it's a kind of a special case this year because you have Bijan Robinson going in the middle of the 1st round, but the Falcons are telling you what they want to do. They drafted Bijan 8th overall, then they go and draft Matthew Bergeron out of Syracuse as an offensive lineman. So look, The Falcons are giving you the blueprint of here. This is what we're going to do. Last year, they were the second most run-heavy team in the league. Don't see that changing too much, even though Desmond Ridder should pass a little more. They're still going to be among the most run-heavy teams. And then you look at Jameer Gibbs, Jackson Smith and Jigba, still going in like the Gibbs is going in like the 2-3 turn, sometimes in the third. JSN, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers, Quentin Johnson, Dalton Kincaid. All these guys are going at very palatable price points that take a shot on these rookies in optimal conditions, because these are the guys that can provide massive ROI versus a lot of veterans that could be sliding down. You want the guys to be sliding up where you can get them at a value, and these can be league winning guys.
I love that advice. Now, how are you approaching the tight end position in your drafts this year, Kevin?
It's really getting the elite guy, and obviously the Kelsey stuff kind of maybe muddies that a little bit. But I do love Mark Andrews as a guy where he can be Kelsey. I mean, he's finished as a tight end 1 in the same season that Kelsey played, 16, 17 games. So getting to draft him in the 3rd round, knowing that Todd Monken offense in Baltimore is going to still go through him. We have a lot of questions about the wide receivers there, Zay Flowers, Odell Beckham, Rashad Bateman, but this offense is going to still flow through Mark Andrews. So I can't see why, I'm taking Mark Andrews in the 2-3 turn, just making sure that I get a guy that I know I can lock in at tight end and not have to think about the position except for, a bye week or, hopefully cross your fingers on any injury stuff. But I think Mark Andrews is as locked in as Travis Kelce. Just get him at a round and a half later.
Yeah, his floor is pretty much 800 yards. He had a year with like a 750, but he missed a game or two in that one. But it's pretty much 800 yards, and that's to get 800 yards of tight end. You are not complaining about that. What's your strategy on quarterbacks this year, Kevin?
I'm waiting for, I drafted enough Hurts, I've drafted enough Mahomes and Allen, but I like that sub-elite group of like the Justin Herberts, the Justin Fields, Joe Burrows. I want to be able to get those guys maybe at a nice discount where I don't have to use the opportunity cost of drafting those Allen, Mahomes, Hurts teams where I'm maybe missing out on elite wide receiver. I'm missing out on a Ramondre Stevenson or Breece Hall or Tony Pollard or guys like that. So if I can get those guys and maybe the end of the 4th into the 5th round where maybe wide receiver is getting a little murky. Maybe the running backs have gone a lot earlier and you're starting to stare at Alexander Madison and Miles Sanders and Cam Akers and guys like that, where I can get those guys, not have to worry about any of that because I have running back or I have wide receiver taken care of. Getting a guy like Justin Herbert, who now, Kellen Moore's offense, this is a guy that can throw for 5,000 yards, 35 touchdowns. Burrow, we know that offense is going to be passing, heavy and in all situations too, with the highest pass rate over expected in the NFL last year. So, and then Justin Fields, if we're hoping the Jalen Hurts blueprint of adding an elite wide receiver in DJ Moore is going to up his stock too. So we know Justin Fields could do it on the ground, ran for 1,000 yards last season. What if he brings the passing game along with him too and gets maybe up to 3,500, 4,000 yards and 20 plus touchdowns? Then you're looking at a top 3 guy. So getting those sub-elite guys who you think can finish still as QB1 while still adding the running back, tight end, wide receiver firepower, the cheat code.
Love it. Kevin, tell everybody where they can find you and your stuff.
Yeah, you can find me at KTompkins II on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Lightning Round podcast with the previous Andrew Cooper and Britt Flinn as well. And then at Fantasy Alarm during the season, you can find my target report with over 30 wide receiver metrics telling you what you can do for your fantasy team this season.
He's Kevin Tompkins. Make sure you're following him and keeping up with his work. Kevin, thanks for joining me. Good luck to the start of the season.
You too, Jim. Thank you so much.
Dom Cintorino's in the house, a great young man. I get to draft with the Kings Classic every year. I always enjoy competing with you. You had 2 amazing teams last year, bad playoff luck, but you had the best teams. You did the best job of everyone. Dom, you can follow him at DomCinto_11. Dom, we'll talk about your work at the end, but when you've done all these drafts this year, what is something that you've learned that you want to pass on to everyone?
Sorry about that. You got me?
Yep, gotcha. All right.
I was going to say, I don't know if it's a good thing that I learned, Jim, but I tweeted late last night after I did my final draft. I have Kyle Pitts and Jerry Jeudy on almost every single team. So I guess if you have your certain guys that you like, let the value follow you. I mean, back when we drafted early August before the Jeudy news, I took him in the 3rd round. Now it's a whole lot different. He's going, I mean, just this week I looked, he's going wide receiver 33. So, I mean, if the hamstring scares you, I understand it. But at the same time, everything that I'm hearing is positive. Is there a chance he re-aggravates it? Sure. But one of the biggest things I would say is let your guys follow you and take the value as it comes.
You know, Judy's young, and younger players, I think, have a better chance of recovering quickly. It's like Keenan Allen's, at age 30, it take 10 weeks to get better. But that's a 4-round value now you're getting at Jerry Jeudy. But it's been consistent, Dom, across the board. He is falling there. Dom, if you're in the late first round of drafts, so a lot of people have this question. What's a player or two you're looking at near the end of a first round in a 12-team league?
There's 3 guys in particular that I've been looking at. Saquon Barkley and Bijan Robinson I like quite a bit towards the end. And then if you're going receiver, I like CeeDee Lamb. I know he's going at the top of the 2nd, but I like jumping on him at the end of the first round. I actually think later in the first round is better than that 4, 5, 6 range, because at that point, in my eyes, you're just reaching. I mean, you just talked about age with Jeudy recovering faster. I've always been someone that drafts younger. I mean, when it comes to fantasy, golf, baseball, whatever the case may be, but football makes it even that much more important. So when you're getting into the range of guys like Travis Kelce, Austin Eckler, Cooper Kupp, I mean, I know all these guys are going through their own thing, but they're all getting up there in age. And when you get towards the end of the first, that's kind of the sweet spot that you want to be in.
It's depressing, Dom. I do research every year, and one of the things I add is the ages of players. There are very few players at running back and receiver in their 30s who are doing consistently strong work. Very tiny number. So you're onto it. Age is super important. Now, one more thing I want to ask you is when you're looking at quarterbacks, how are you approaching drafting a quarterback this year?
4th or 5th round in a 12-man. Else I'm just sitting back and waiting for a guy like Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson, so on and so forth. But one last thing on age quick. Sorry to backtrack, but I did look up earlier this year, back in June. One thing that I found in my research, since 2019, only one receiver that turned 31 by the end of the year finished inside the top 25. So you look at guys like Devontae Adams, Keenan Allen, Tyler Lockett, DeAndre Hopkins all fall into that little bucket.
Mm-hmm.
I have none of any of them. So,
oh my gosh, I'm with you on that one. That is great advice because look, age does matter in football. Dom, tell everybody where they can find you and your great work.
You can find me on Twitter at DomCinto_11. I'll be on fantasy data here and there, talking a lot of Vikings on Twitter. So you can find me there, and looking forward to another great year, Jim.
Yeah, have a successful season. Hopefully we talk soon, Dom.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye. Lauren Carpenter is now in the house. Lauren, so great to see you. You can find her at Stepmom Lauren, but you're already finding her there. But if you're not, well, you better get there and do that now. Lauren, we got a few minutes here, so tell everybody how things are going.
Yeah, they're going great. First of all, how's my volume? Because StreamYard and I have been in a fight.
I like okay? Loud, and it's solid loud. I mean, it's not like crazy. It's good loud. I mean, I want that. I want that.
All right. Excellent. Yeah. Like my settings constantly just keep changing. So whatever. I don't know, but I'm great. I am great. Football is right around the corner. I am so excited. My team by proxy is the Lions because my husband is a Lions fan. So Thursday, it's going to be an interesting evening. Very interesting evening. I'm excited. It's here.
We have a little time. What do you think about the Thursday night game? Now, Chris Jones, million to one shot he plays. I don't think he's practiced. He's holding out. Kelce, it looks iffy. What does it look like for the Lions here?
There's an opportunity. The door is cracked. The door is cracked. I just think the Lions are going to surprise a lot of people. And actually, you know what? Let me just take that statement back. Retake it. Let me just take it back. So I think there is a lot of hype around the Lions, but it's not inflated hype. I think people are excited to see what this next season of another year under Dan Campbell with a little bit more of this pizzazz that the Lions have. So while I say I think that they're going to surprise, I think they're going to win the division personally. Thank you, Aaron Rodgers, for vacating. Thank you. Get out of here. So I think that this game is going to be competitive. And in all honesty, I do wish that Travis Kelce was healthy. I do wish that Chris Jones was there because I want to see how well the Lions can do against the Super Bowl champions. I want to see this. And then I think there could be a big surprise, because let's say the Lions win. It's going to be like, oh, well, they don't have Chris Jones. Oh, well, they don't have Travis Kelce. And they have, questions at wide receiver. So this is going to be super weird. They don't have Tyreek Hill anymore. I know they didn't last year either, but I don't know. I just wish there was that full healthy squad to see how really good those Lions are going to be this year.
Now I had the fortune of sitting with you on panels at the Fantasy Football
We
Expo.
called fortunate. We were a hot mess. So
but
were
it was a
actually
good hot mess.
literally hot, but
was very hot.
We had a good time.
We had a great time. But all these drafts you've done, the work you've done, what is the first thing you want to tell the audience that you've learned from fantasy drafts this year that they could maybe apply to their latter drafts?
Right. So this has been a very strange year when it comes to the dynamic shift in fantasy football drafting. And I don't think that's going to change. I think in 2024, it's going to be even more extreme. So one of the things that I've learned the most, don't get drunk. That's like my number one tip. Do not get hammered at your drafts, everybody, because you can do as much prep as you want. You can be an analyst like we are, and you make poor decisions when you've been drinking, because you think you're being very clever and you're not. And then the next day or a few hours later, you're like, oh my God, what have I done? It's a thing. But in the strategy side of it, I am a huge proponent of tier-based drafting. And if you haven't heard of it, or maybe you have, but you're just not exactly sure what that means. So instead of taking straight rankings, right? So it's different than rankings. Tiers are taking groups of players by position. So quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, etc. And they group them into tiers. And these are players that are projected to score similar amount of fantasy points by the end of the year. And the reason why this is so important is lots of reasons, but the biggest one is the dreaded draft tilt. Or if somebody snipes your guy, doesn't matter. Just go find where that guy is. Go look in that tier and say, okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to take the next guy in this tier. You avoid the draft tilt. You still know that you are going to get a similar range of outcomes projected for that player. And you're not grasping at ADP. You're not reaching at this point. You're not being silly about it. You're not freaking out and making a terrible pick. So I'm a big, big fan of the tier-based drafting, not just straight rankings. And I know that can get a little confusing, but lots of different websites have them. I know FTN Fantasy, which is where I am at, we have an excellent tier-based cheat sheet guide. I believe that's on our premium. So if you do want to sign up for premium, highly recommend. You can use my promo code, which is right here in my background, SML, like step on line. And I believe it's 20% off still.
Oh, that's a great thing. And I'm glad you mentioned now, but you'll reinforce it also at the end. I'm glad you said it now because somebody might be writing that down right now. So I think that's a great thing. Hopefully, yes. So as we go further with drafts, all the drafts you've done, are there some players, we'll start one at a time, obviously, that you find yourself having heavy roster investment in?
I do. It's Justin Fields. He is one that I really think he's going to have an excellent year, nay, dare I say, a breakout year. I think he showed hints of it last season, and the biggest knock against Justin Fields is his accuracy, his arm talent. Oh, sure, he's a mobile quarterback. He's not a terrible thrower. He's not. His passing game is solid. He just hasn't had good coaching and weapons around him to make this come to fruition. Don't forget, he's still very young. So I really see a good, solid year for Justin Fields, and I find myself drafting a lot of him. And then it just so happens to fall correctly that I stack him with DJ Moore. I've been finding a lot of DJ Moore, and I have to really stop myself, which sometimes I don't if I really want to be heavy on the Bears, which is weird because it's the Bears. But Khalil Herbert, since we're just going to stay with the same team, he's going pretty late in drafts as well, and he's still the RB1 for the team, and he's going in the 8th, 9th round. It's crazy.
So Lauren, since you brought that up, a lot of people are going to be drafting their FFPCs, NFFC, all these big tournament leagues. Well, stacking in those leagues is a really important deal. So, what do you think about a Bears stack?
I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all, especially in DFS, because they're going to be discounted players for quite some time because they're not the flashy offense like we have with the Chiefs or with the Ravens or with the Jets or the Bills. And these are going to be discounted players that I like. And they're not going to be the ones that everybody goes for immediately because you just don't think of it when you think of, high octane offense. We don't think of the Bears when we think of that. So I do like that stack quite a bit. And I find myself doing it often. And I'm like, how am I all in on the Bears? I'm not even a huge Chicago fan. No offense on the city. I'm just from St. Louis. So we're like frenemies. like Blues,
Nice.
Blackhawks,
Yes.
Cardinals, Cubs. So it's like, I hate you. I'm just kidding. I actually really like you. So it's like, that's how we work.
So as we're talking about the Bears, look, 2 years ago, Darnell Mooney was playing 12 games with Justin Fields. He goes over 1,000 yards. Now, Darnell Mooney's a very good player. He was a number one. It was difficult, and he goes over 1,000. Well, DJ Moore, in my mind, is a legitimate top 10 NFL receiver, but nobody really talks about him because he's been buried in Carolina. Cam Newton didn't have a shoulder left, and then he had the other quarterbacks he went through, and he had 3 years of 1,150 or more yards till the bottom fell out last year. What type of numbers do you think we could see from DJ Moore with Justin Fields?
Oh, well over 1,000 yards, I believe. And he's poor DJ Moore. If you want to talk about someone who is like one of the best, like top 10 wide receivers that could possibly be out there, excellent route runner. He can be a PPR monster. He can play pretty much anywhere on the field. And he's had such bad luck when it comes to the teams that he's been on with his quarterback play. I think this is going to be his breakout year, if you will, which is weird because I feel like he's like 48 and like in the league and he's been around for so long.
Yes.
Yeah, I see this going very well for him. So I think he's going to finish as a wide receiver 1, and I think it's going to be around maybe 10 or 11, and I think that's a floor.
Yeah, and his ADP is ridiculously low. I mean, people as a whole are not buying in on him, and that's, I think it's irresponsible, quite honestly. But that said, he's a running back with the ball in his hands. Last year, don't look at his yards after catch last year. It was bad. The reason was passes were behind him, downfield passes were to the sideline. He didn't get passes that would lead him into any type of traffic. So that was a misnomer. He is one of the best yardage after the catch guys because he's one of the guys. He can run around you, by you, or he can run through you. He's built like a running back. Lauren, are there any other players that you found yourself heavily invested in after your drafts?
I've actually been looking a lot. We talked about this, which is funny, but I'm going to bring his name up again, and I don't care. It's Juwan Johnson, tight end for the New Orleans Saints. He's one of those high explosivity players. I just made that up. I don't know if that's real or not, but hey, I'm going with it. Very explosive player. He's very quiet. You can get him in the 11th round and later. He's one of those players that is just quietly under the radar. And I think with an arm talent like Derek Carr, I know there are a lot of mouths to feed in that offense, but Derek Carr has proven that he can do that. I'm not saying that Juwan Johnson is going to be a Darren Waller, but Derek Carr does like to target his tight ends, and Juwan Johnson's big. He's fast. He's good at the contested catches, which I think is great, especially in the end zone. He may be more of a boomer bust player, but just keep your eye on this guy. I really, really like him, and I find myself taking him. Even though I'm going to be rostering 2 tight ends, I don't care. I want to see what he's going to do. Because worst case scenario, if I do have an elite tight end already or a well-producing tight end or whatever, there's always the opportunity for trade there as well because the tight end landscape is such a dumpster fire. And yet again, this year it is the same. So Juwan Johnson is another player that I've been very heavily involved with.
Now, Lauren, as you already know, but the audience may not be aware, Juwan Johnson was a converted college wide receiver. And it was a 3-year breakout. It was never going to be year 1 or year 2. The tight end position is incredibly difficult to learn. And that's when you're not changing positions. College tight end to pro tight end, it's tough. Wide receiver to tight end, it's really tough. But it took him, I really think week 5 is when he hit his stride last year. And the thing was, Lauren, there were some drafts where Johnson was getting drafted like in a decent spot. But then they bring in Foster Moreau and everybody like back up. Johnson dropped 2 rounds. Ridiculous. They're going to run 2 tight end sets there. Moreau is going to block just like he did with Darren Waller was with him, right? That's why they brought him in. But that is a value that gave people an extra round or 2 to get Juwan Johnson. Like you, I am very heavily invested in Juwan Johnson. It was top of my head, 588 yards last year, maybe 7 touchdowns. Don't be surprised if he gets 800 yards and 9 scores. Don't be shocked at all.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons I really like him is I brought up the contested catches, but I brought up his targets in the red zone and the end zone are extreme. Now, I don't want to say that it's going to be the exact same because obviously we have a different regime. We've got Derek Carr, but this is better It's not worse than it was before. So that makes me very excited about the opportunity for him. We have Alvin Kamara, who's suspended for the first several weeks. We've got issues in the running back position. And you know how much I love myself some Jamal Williams. He's my boo. But there is a lot of opportunity for him to step up to the plate. And it's not like he hasn't proven he can. He absolutely can. So with a better quarterback at the helm, a more accurate quarterback who's not afraid to just sling it downfield, which is what Jameis Winston did so well when he was targeting our boy Juwan Johnson. I think that he's going to have an exceptional amount of opportunity, and his value is incredible going so late.
Now, Lauren, in terms of running backs, how are you, the regular 12-team league, how are you approaching drafting of running backs?
Yeah, this is tough. So I brought up in the beginning of our segment together how there's been this shift in how people are drafting. And do not forget about the mid, what's normally what we consider the dead zone RB. There is so much opportunity there. I feel like that's my word of the day is opportunity. I have found myself going for a stud RB early and then stacking up on wide receivers while I can. I know that means I'm missing out on an alpha wide receiver, but I'm really okay with that because a lot of the leagues I'm in, there are 3 wide receivers or 2 wide receivers and a flex, and I don't mind that because I'm targeting guys that are going in the 5th, 6th, 7th round of drafts. And we're talking about Rashad White, Khalil Herbert, who we met, Isaiah Pacheco, who we spoke of earlier, Isaiah Pacheco. These guys are considered the RB1 or the RB1A or B in their offense. And they're getting pushed down draft boards because so many people are just hoarding wide receivers early. So it gives you that opportunity to find these guys later. And then I still feel comfortable because it's my RB2, but it's a solid RB2 with RB1 upside, which is normally impossible to find in those rounds. So do not feel that you have to go RB in order just to have those 2 studs. There is opportunity a little later in the draft. Speaking of which, I'll just throw this little caveat out. Do not be married to a strategy. Be like water. Do a Bruce Lee. Have an idea of what you want to do, but be very fluid, which is why tier-based drafting works so well with that. Because if you paint yourself into a corner, you're not going to get out of that room without, Dusty Rose on your feet. Because that's the paint color I just chose. It's for one room in my house. That's why it was on the top of my mind. However, just make sure you're very fluid, very flexible. You don't want to be like married to 0 RB or something. And then it just turns out that your team is trash. And you're like, I hate fantasy football. We don't like to do that. We like to have fun.
Now, Lauren, to my knowledge, we're going to be on the same channel on Sundays. Are you going to be on Sunday XM, right?
I have no idea. Right now, we're Saturdays.
Oh, you're on Saturdays. That's right. We're on the same airways on Saturday. Got my days of the week all mixed up here. So why don't you tell people where they can find you? You talk about the radio show, FTN, everything you've got going on. Remind them of your X or Twitter handle.
That's right. So you can find me at Stepmom Lauren. That's Lauren is how you spell my name. I am on the X. That still sounds so weird to say. Instagram, Facebook. I'm nowhere near as good on Facebook because we are also in a fight as well. I don't like their ads. They're stupid. Sorry, Facebook. But Instagram and Twitter, you guys can find me on there. Come and ask me your questions. I also have a website, which is stepmomlauren.com. And my Twitter handle and website, same name. I'm also with FTN exclusively this season. I usually work at several different networks. With this one, I just went down to FTN, and you guys can find me on Monday mornings with Jake Seeley at 10:30 a.m. Eastern on our YouTube channel over at FTN. Our show is called All in Football. That is on Mondays. And then on Saturday mornings, 9 to 11 a.m., you guys can find us at the FTN Fantasy Show with Jake Seeley and Chris Meany every Saturday morning, 9 to 11 a.m., Channel 87. And you guys can get a free trial for 3 months. If you don't want to pay for it, you can get it for free for 3 months. Just set a little reminder on your Apple Watch saying, hey, remind me in, however many days, 89 days that my renewal's coming up. But you can still get 3 months for free and just have some fun content for the football season.
Remind us of that promo code again. Over and over.
Correct. So if you want to sign up for our premium content at ftnfantasy.com, which I highly recommend, there is so much data in there. It is incredible what you can find, not just for draft, but during the season. Start sit tools, rankings, projections, DFS stuff. I mean, you name it, they have got it. The promo code is short for my name, SML. Use that promo code to check out. I believe it's still 20% off. It helps me out, helps you out, and you won't regret it. There's a lot of fun stuff in there. I use it for all of my research.
If you're not following my friend Lauren Carpenter, you need to. Lauren, it was always a pleasure to hang with you. Have a great start to the season.
Absolutely. Have fun, Jim, and good luck, except for the leagues that we're in.
Yes. Bye. The Drake is in the house. We got Brian Drake with us now. Good friend of mine. I've been drafting with Brian in various ways on shows with Brian. You can find it at Drake Fantasy. At the end, you'll get to pitch all the great work you have. Brian Drake, what are some things that you've learned from fantasy draft season that you want the audience to know about?
I've learned that it's going to have to go back to what you're doing here. Use the restroom before the draft. How are you? You're like the Scott Hansen now of fantasy football here. What are you going to go 6 hours without getting up from your chair? Oh my goodness. You're a rock star. So yeah, this is all I want people to know. And I have a draft tonight. When you go to your draft, you're there to have fun. I had my 11-year-old son do his first draft ever a day or two ago. I put pictures of it on Twitter, and I didn't push him in any direction. I didn't say, all right, you got to wait on your quarterback. You've got to, we got to get 2 running backs and then a receiver. I didn't say any of that. I go get your guys. Who do you like? He went and got Jalen Hurts in the first round. That's great. If you're in a home league with your buddies and you're going to draft, Thursday while you're watching the game or whatever it is, go get your guys and have fun. And Lauren hit the nail on the head, but have tiers. Trust me, I just printed out fantasypoints.com latest tiers. You want to know when the tier breaks happen so you can divert and go to other positions. But she hit the nail on the head. Like, you've got so many great analysts on here, Jeff. I don't know how you're finding time to squeeze some nudnik like me on the air.
Nice. Hey, here's your point. If you don't have tier breaks, you'll have tier drops.
Yes. Yeah, it'll happen. And then, you'll get the kiss of death from your service provider when you get the grade and you have an F or an D- or something like that. I did get an F this year on a draft, by the way, Jim. It was phenomenal. I thought it was a good team.
It was a good team. And I want to talk about this for a minute because people look at these draft grades. The draft grades are one of 2 things. One thing, it's either ADP, which you don't want to draft by ADP, because that's where players are typically going, not where you want them to go. The other thing is whichever site does the ranking, the grading, it's their rankings. So if you're not in lockstep with them, you have a bad grade. Tell people based on what that concept is, why they shouldn't worry about their grade.
Yeah, let me pull this team up and show you exactly what I'm talking about. I think this team started out Tyreek Hill. It was full point PPR. So I went Tyreek Hill, then I came back with Garrett Wilson, then I snagged Calvin Ridley, and then a guy that I really want to talk to the folks about is Darren Waller. So those are my first 4 picks. So my running backs, okay, they're going to be a little light on this team. I think Khalil Herbert's my number 1. But if you had that kind of bomb squad at wide receiver, it doesn't matter what they come back with. And you didn't draft 2 quarterbacks. There's no need. Who cares? So go get your guys, know your scoring. And if you're in a full point PPR, you can live off of these kind of ancillary pass catching running backs that you can get in super late rounds. If you're in a full point PPR in a deep league, I guarantee at some week this year, you're going to be starting guys like Samaje Perine, Chase Brown is going to make an appearance in your lineup, Kenny Gainwell, because they're going to catch 4 or 5 balls and you're going to say, hey, look, I'm getting 11, 12 points out of this running back nobody wanted. And these stud wide receivers that I loaded up on are carrying me to the playoffs.
That is great wisdom that you're sharing with the audience. Now, let's shift gears a little bit. Give me a player who you're finding yourself heavily rostered on your leagues.
Well, you know what? It always comes back to this tight end position for me. I want to make sure that I am dominating my league at this 1Z position. And it starts to me with Darren Waller. So the New York Giants had the NFL worst ADOT. That's average depth of target in 2022 at 6.7. All right. This team somehow made the playoffs. They're bottom 7 in receiving yards. And they were bottom 5 in yards per reception. So in the offseason, besides adding a plethora of slot receivers to go with the insane amount of slot receivers they had Darren Waller. So if he's healthy, he's going to be their top target. His ADOT the last 2 seasons, Jim, 13.5 and 9.8. But his ADP is rising. You're going to have to spend a late 4th, early 5th round pick if you're still drafting this week. But reports out of New York are glowing. So this guy, if he can stay healthy, will lead the Giants in targets and likely lead them in touchdowns also. So he's got to stay healthy. He's only appeared in 20 games in 2 years. In the 8 games he played a year ago, he only topped 60 receiving yards twice. So that's one guy. I'm crossing my fingers. I'm lighting a candle and saying a prayer, Jim, because tight ends are dropping like flies out here. And if I can't get him, I'm going to pivot to my guy, Dallas Goedert. So let me hit you real quick on Goddard. Through week 10 last season, before he got hurt, he was tight end 4 in total PPR points among tight ends, 3rd in tight end average points per game. Then he gets hurt weeks 11 through 15. All right. But 8 of those first 9 games, he provided top 15 PPR finishes. So you say, all right, why is Dallas Goedert so good? Because he's great in the red zone. He played 5 fewer games than A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. If you just look at red zone receiving numbers for the Eagles, same target percentage as A.J. Brown in the red zone, 21.7%. Okay? He had 1 fewer first read target than Devonta Smith. 48% of Goddard's red zone snaps came from the slot, by the way. So they're going to get him involved, and they're going to find him this season. The Eagles' passing tree is real narrow. So it's only going to 3 guys. So if you can miss out on some of those big name guys at the top of your draft board, Dallas Goedert is a phenomenal consolation prize in probably the 8th round.
Now, Brian, you did definitely talk about the missed games Waller's had in the last couple of years. You talked about his upside. Fantasy managers are still conflicted. What do you want them to know about the risk reward? Like, when do you say he's the tight end 3 going off the board? So explain what the risk reward ratio would be for fantasy managers to make that decision of saying I'm in or I'm out.
Well, here's the bottom line. Do you want to win your league? Go draft Darren Waller. That's what I'm telling people right now. So you're going to have an opportunity also this week to get an insane value on Travis Kelce. I'm drafting tonight. I guarantee Travis Kelce falls into the 2nd round of this draft because we're not going to know what's going to happen here. Take an upside shot on this guy, be it Waller, be it Kelce. We haven't seen Andrews practice yet. We'll hopefully we find out today what's going on with him. And George Kittle has a groin injury. So all the top tight ends seem a little banged up right now. But later in your draft, you can find a diamond in the rough. We say it every year and it never comes to fruition. This is the year of the late round tight end. Sam Laporta, rookie in Detroit. Luke Musgraves, my favorite rookie tight end for the Green Bay Packers. He's going to play in all base downs. He's going to be out there. They're going to play a ton of 11 personnel. You're going to see Musgrave on the field controlling the middle with Jordan Love. And then if you don't get those guys, nobody wants to draft Tyler Higbee, Jim. Tyler Higbee with Cooper Kupp out could be the leading receiver for the LA Rams. This team's going to stink. You can't name 2 guys on their defense after, after Aaron Donald. And they're going to have to throw a ton. And if there's no Cooper Kupp, guess who's going to get all those targets? It's going to be our boy, Tyler Higbee.
You are right, and it hasn't been talked about enough, that Cooper Kupp injury, if he misses any significant time. And when you're telling me a dude's going to see a specialist about a hamstring injury, that's not normal. That I've never remember hearing that type of report. And I don't think it's
Los Angeles. You don't think there's good doctors in Los Angeles? You've got to fly across the country for a hamstring pull. There's hamstring pulls every day on every high school field in America. Nobody's flying across the country to get him checked out. Major red flag for an aging wide receiver. Before the season, I put out a video on my Twitter at Drake Fantasy. I said, hey, draft Cooper Kupp number 1 overall because of the target volume he's going to see. Again, same reason I like Higbee on a bad offense. But with these injuries and all that now, I'm out. Forget about it. He can be somebody else's problem. He'll be on the IR half the year.
Now, the fantasy market has adjusted. FFPC drafts, this is from fantasymojo.com, Darren Armani. Tyler Higbee in the last 2 days is going as the tight end 12. So he has moved up. And that, as you're saying, Brian Drake, that's a direct result of the Cooper Kupp injury. So he's, and actually Sam Laporta is up to the tight end 13, moved ahead of Dalton Schultz, Chiggy Okonkwo, and Juwan Johnson. Thoughts on Laporta as a tight end 13?
Listen, everyone is talking up the Detroit Lions, and we're going to see them on Thursday night, and people are going to say, hey, this is the year for the Lions. They're going to break out. When you look at their offense, you say, okay, they've got a rookie running back. They've got kind of now journeyman David Montgomery. Jared Goff is your quarterback. He's meh at best. You've got 1 wide receiver in Amon-Ra St. Brown. Everybody after that, I mean, it's Josh Reynolds, Marvin Jones, forget about it. Sam Laporta has to play a role for this offense because they don't have anybody else. They're not going to ask him to block. And that's with all these guys that come out now, the Dalton Kincaids and the Musgraves. They're not asking these guys to stay in and block like they're Jason Witten. They're running routes. They're essentially big slot receivers. So Sam Laporta is going to play a role in this offense. Get him on your team today. If he's on the waiver wire, folks, stash him right now because the cat's coming out of the bag Thursday night.
Now, Brian, you mentioned a little earlier, but if you're drafting quarterbacks, now you said you want an early tight end. You like Waller, and that would be third round. What do you think about roster builds in a 12-team league if you were to take a tight end and a quarterback early? Does it work? Are there issues with it? What do you think?
It depends how many other positions you have to start. If let's say you start 3 receivers and a flex or multiple flexes at that point, you're going to get pretty thin probably at the wide receiver position, and you're going to be starting, and I've done this myself, you're going to be looking at guys like Zay Flowers as your wide receiver 3. And can that work out for you? Sure it can. But you can also wait a little bit. You don't have to go get Jalen Hurts or Patrick Mahomes. How about you hang out and you get the best hair in fantasy football, Justin Herbert. Now he's 2-year removed from being quarterback 2 on the season. Nobody wants to talk about this. They act like if you don't run, then you can't be an elite quarterback anymore. I don't know why we can't remember 2 years ago. Now his offensive line's healthy and much improved. He's healthy. He had a bad rib last year. Before he broke that rib in week 2, he threw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns in each of those first 2 games.
Yep.
Weapons galore. You got Big Mike, Keenan Allen, Austin Eckler, Jared Everett, rookie Quentin Johnston. But the real needle mover here, Jim, the new OC, Kellen Moore, coming over from the Cowboys. Dallas had the 4th highest scoring offense in the league last year. And 2 years ago, Dallas was the top offensive team in the league. So you're going to have a quarterback here at QB7, ADP around 50, 51, who's probably going to throw damn near 5,000 yards and 30 touchdowns. So if you miss out on all the running guys, and I know they're super exciting, how about someone who's just going to drop back 40 times a game and throw it to elite weapons?
You know, I want to say top of my head, he ran for about 280 yards 2 years ago. Justin Herbert did. He can run. And I have no issue with that as a runner. And I think the beauty of the new offensive coordinator, it's not just throwing deep to throw deep. What happens is when Herbert uses that big arm downfield and he has Mike Williams, maybe even at times Quentin Johnson, it's going to open up the middle of the field because we saw defenses last year. They would compress the field because they weren't expecting many downfield shots, not enough to hurt them. And so now there were issues getting yards after the catch. But by working the offense deep to in, it's going to make everything better about that offense. I love the call on Justin Herbert, and he's frequently going around the quarterback 6 in a lot of drafts. He'll fall to that point. And like you said, he had 41 total touchdowns 2 years ago. So he's somebody we're totally looking at. Brian, any final words before I have people tell you about where to find your stuff?
Listen, I've been talking up this one kid and for weeks now because I'm a Syracuse homer. I put myself through hell watching Syracuse football on a weekly basis. This morning, my friend Mike Clay from ESPN is tweeting about Sean Tucker. If you've got a spot at the end of your bench, go pick up the rookie running back out of Syracuse. He ran for 1,000 yards as a sophomore to junior. His senior year, the team was terrible. Offensive line was horrible. He was a little beat up. He is as good, if not better, than Rachaad White. I'm calling it right now. By the end of the season, Sean Tucker will be the RB1 on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You can get him right now in your drafts for absolutely nothing.
Rachaad White had an 8th percentile broken tackle rate last year. So the line may have been bad, but he has his height, weight look good. He's really lean in the lower body. He can't break tackles. I totally think you're onto something with Sean Tucker as an interior runner. Brian Drake, tell everybody where they can find your work and keep up with you.
So I'm on Twitter at, and again, same with Lauren, I'm never calling it X. That's dumb. On Twitter at Drake Fantasy. You can check me out. I do work over at Sports Kita. Just started putting out a couple articles a week for them. And at fantasypoints.com, I'm doing podcasts with my buddy Joe Dolan, doing a show with the guru John Hansen. You can go to our YouTube page, youtube.com/fantasypoints. And I do some streaming articles over there as well. If you need a fantasy defense, Lord knows everybody does to start the season, I'm going to give you the Saints. If you want the rest of them, go over to fantasypoints.com. Check out our data package at Fantasy Points. At $50, you can get the kind of data that NFL teams get, and it's literally next level stuff. If you're a content creator, if you're just a casual fantasy fan, if you're a better, especially a props better, Fantasy Points data for $50, it's going to change your life.
He's Brian Drake. Make sure you're following him and his work. Brian, thanks for joining me today.
Thank you, sir. See ya.
Thank you. We have Bob Harris in the house, my friend and outstanding fantasy analyst, Hall of Famer. Every good thing you could say about Bob Harris. The football diehard is where you're following him. Bob, tell everybody how things are going today.
It's the season is upon us, Jim. What the hell happened? Where did this come from? I didn't see it. Well, I saw it coming. It just seems to get here faster every damn year, which is great, man. We're all ready for week one. We've been drafting like crazy all off season long. Jumped into the best ball rooms back in February, and now seeing, watching some of your shares crumble before your very eyes. But if you're getting ready for your final drafts, all those drafts you've done up to this point have informed you. Here's what we want to do, Jim. We want to steep in a subject, right? When you're steeped in a subject, you're comfortable with no matter what happens. And what's the biggest thing that happens in drafts is you get caught short, right? The person you've been dialed in on goes a pick or two ahead of you, and you're scrambling to find, and you make an emotional response instead of a logical response. And so all these drafts we've been doing all off season long are kind of helpful in keeping you from having the emotional response.
Bob, people talk about this ADP stuff all the time. Can you give some people some words of wisdom about what ADP should mean to them and what level of importance it should have and all that good stuff?
Right. It's not without importance, but here's the thing. Don't be a prisoner of ADP. ADP is not where you have to draft people. It's where people are being drafted. It informs you where you have to draft the players you want. If you want player A and he's going on the average in the average draft position at 24, and your pick is 23, 22, your next pick, maybe you want to jump up around. The important thing is you can listen to us, so-called experts and analysts, and we will tell you don't overpay. But like, if you want a player on your team, sometimes you're forced to overpay, and that's part of this whole game here, right? Is like, we're projecting. I always have a stupid, corny saying I use: don't draft last year's best team, right? That doesn't mean some of last year's best players aren't going to be on it, but it means, expecting exact finishes from what we saw last season are unrealistic. And so if you're projecting a player to do better than the field, than the world, than average draft position, don't feel trapped. Like, I can't take him yet. People think I'm stupid. Well, you'll think you're stupid if you don't take him and you're in the middle of the season and that guy that you expected to be going great guns is actually going great guns and outperforming expectations. So I know our buddy Jeff Ratcliffe is we're out somewhere having a fit because we might say it's okay to reach, but sometimes when you want a certain player, and there's been players this summer that have been prime examples of guys who I wanted, who I think are going to outperform ADP that I've, if you want to call it reaching, I just want to say I'm being aggressive on because I want to have him. Jahmyr Gibbs is a player. And granted, his ADP has risen noticeably, right? He'll be playing against the Kansas City Chiefs tomorrow. I'm very excited. He came out today and said he thinks he can be 1,000-yard rusher, 500-yard receiver. We'll see about all that. I think it's fine. But, I've said for all summer, if the reason you're drafting Bijan Robinson is because of the draft capital that Falcons invested in him, giving him a huge anticipated role, and he's running behind a decent offensive line, I would suggest that Jahmyr Gibbs has all those things going for him, except with a better offensive line and a more explosive offense, better quarterback situation, a lot to like about him. And you're getting him, well, when I started these conversations, it was 3 rounds cheaper. Now it's 2 rounds cheaper. I get it. We're all drafting, people in the first round at their ceiling. We haven't actually seen Bijan Robinson's ceiling. And so, I'm not against drafting him. I'm fine. Take that, if you like him, and I do like him, and I have shares of him. But if I can get something I think is going to be similar 2 or 3 rounds later, I'm probably interested in that because I'm old and mean and cheap. You know that, Jim.
And that's a good thing. Now, you mentioned earlier about you drafting the players you want, and if you want to call it reach, call it reach. But really, you said you don't want to draft last year's best team. You want to draft next year's higher round picks, because that's when you look back at the numbers year after year, you wait till the season's over, you take the top 20 at each position. It looks nothing like the drafts we had. And that tells you that if you didn't stake a claim to a player, you're probably doing it wrong, because very few players remain static from year to year. Any comments there?
Yeah. So there's look, it's a fine line between, we sit here and we project what we think the outcomes are going to be. Ideally, if you're doing this smart, you're doing a range of outcomes, right? And you're drafting based on that range of outcomes. if you have a belief in a player that doesn't conform with what happened last year or what the rest of the world thinks is going to happen this year, that's okay. It's okay to draft that. But what I would suggest is, and here's how you use ADP, use it as a tool to find out how long you can wait to leverage some value, right? There, lost opportunity is a thing, opportunity cost, for the piece you're getting if you're drafting at way ahead of ADP. There's something to that, right? I'm not denying that. And so it's a fine line, right? That's part of the fun of the game, is kind of trying to figure out that sweet spot where, look, I want to get this guy without totally overpaying. There's a lane I can find to drive down. And that's one of the reasons why I'm like totally an advocate of drafting a ton, right? The more drafts you're in, especially if you want to play best ball and maybe, while you're, it's kind of, for me, supplanted mock drafting, in that, there's some money to be made. And also the drafts tend to conform. I mean, there are differences in strategies between best ball and redraft, but they're not so great that it doesn't make you feel comfortable where you're drafting and give you some kind of sense of where players are going, and also knowing the league you're playing in, knowing your league mates can help you, kind of figure these things out as well. But I do think that we get caught up in, go to your, like, if you're going to a draft platform, let's say you're drafting on ESPN or CBS or Yahoo or whatever, take a few minutes before the draft, go in there and see how the players are being presented to you, right? Sometimes those leagues, those platforms don't see players, or their ADPs are different than other ADPs. And maybe there's players that have fallen down the list that you can take advantage of because your league mates aren't seeing them presented to them. So, I mean, you draft enough, Jim, to know that. I mean, how many times do you see a player that, I probably wouldn't draft him there, but he's at the top of the list, he's presented to you. And so you'll just say, well, I wasn't sure, but yeah, he's presented to me here. I'll go ahead and take him. This happens a lot, right? So go in there, and what I like to do is take some of my favorite players, or players that I'm okay drafting a little off schedule, and moving them over into my queue, right? Well in advance of when I'll be taking them, but just so they're in sight and in mind before they come up in the ADP queue. If I believe in them more, or if maybe I just don't believe in the ADPs that are being presented to me by those various platforms.
Using that queue is so important because it keeps the draft from getting away from you. When you have that tangible list of names, it centers you. So Bob, as always, gives you great advice. Bob, I'll ask you a couple, but is there a player, we'll start with one, who you have your flag planted on this year?
Jahmyr Gibbs is one, Darren Waller's the other. I don't think I'm alone in this. I'm standing on a very crowded hill, but with good reason, right? I mean, and maybe more so, I've been, I always joke, I'm a hammer and Gibbs is my nail, and so I have a lot of belief in that for, the reasons I outlined, but Darren Waller as well. I mean, and so he had been going, in the 6th round. I think it's starting to climb a little bit, but I wasn't afraid to jump up into the 4th round to grab him because I'm viewing him, as an equal, at least, if not slightly ahead of TJ Hawkinson, right? I think TJ Hawkinson is going to get plenty of targets. He was heavily targeted last year. There was a point late last season, a 3-game run, where he was tied for the NFL lead in targets with one Justin Jefferson. But he's never going to be the Vikings' number 1 targeted player, right? He's never going to lead their way. Justin Jefferson is there. In New York, there is not a Justin Jefferson. There is a room full of guys, right? No offense to them, right? They're players that I'm happy drafting. Isaiah Hodgins is a super cheap value for me. Paris Campbell seems like a guy that's coming on, but I'm looking for the tight end that has that path to number 1 receiver workload, that Travis Kelce-like opportunity. And I think Darren Waller gives you that at a much cheaper price.
Yeah, I love that. And now quarterbacks, how are you approaching the drafting of quarterbacks this year, Bob?
Kind of like I do every year. I get to a point in a draft where I don't love every other position presented to me or the values that I see at any given point. There's probably a quarterback waiting to rescue me there, wherever that is, right? Well, if it's earlier in the draft, rounds 3, 2, 3, it can be one of the, the so-called God tier, the Mahomes, Allen, Hurts, however you see them. The next tier is I'm pretty comfortable with, and you can get those through. We can start with Lamar Jackson, probably down through Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, however you see that, and all the guys in between there, Joe Burrow, Justin Fields, etc. I mean, you can view them however you want, but there's a range of rounds where they're going in, whether it's 4, 5, 6, maybe even into 7 that I'm comfortable with. There's a tier after that I'm super comfortable with. I'm a little more aggressive maybe than the world on Tua Tagovailoa. I see huge upside there. You know me, Jim. I do not fear injuries that have not yet happened because, like, it's a swing, right? I mean, no one's going to remember at the end of the season that I swung and missed. They're going to remember if I swing and hit, though. And so I tend to swing big, and I'm injury agnostic. Not out there looking to draft Cooper Kupp today because he's already hurt. But if a player that has some injury history, like let's say Christian McCaffrey last year. I mean, there's people who are just say, I'm out on Christian McCaffrey, right? Because he's got an injury history. Okay, you're going to miss out on a really good player at some point. And I mean, that happens a lot. Michael Thomas might be an example this year of a player later that I'm fine drafting, right? I'm just not good. I'm putting away what happened in the past and I'm looking towards the future. So I think that's kind of the, a thing that I can do, but I'm doing the same thing with Tua. Look, it's a huge concern, right? I mean, I realize the risk associated with it. And I think it goes beyond if he gets hurt. If he just looks like he gets hurt, right? In Tua's case, that's going to be, the league is going to be watching very closely. And the Dolphins are going to err on the side of caution. I'm hoping all the things he's done this offseason to mitigate the risk, the jiu-jitsu, the lifting, the change of diet, all the things that he's supposedly done. And look, studying how you fall is probably a good thing because some of his concussions obviously happen when his head rebounds off the ground. So, again, Deshaun Watson, I think there's some risk with him, but he's fine in that same tier. If you go past that, there are guys waiting all the way down into the late rounds of the draft. You'll find players that, like, if I had to, yeah, I probably could. I'm looking at you, Sam Howell. Or, look, Ryan Tannehill's like the 20th quarterback off the board. He's 2 seasons removed from quarterback 1 level play. And like, is it ideal? No. But if I'm waiting and I feel like there are values ahead of him at other positions that I need to take, I can wait on quarterback if I need to. But there is a quarterback waiting pretty much every spot that I don't love the skill players presented to me.
So, Bob, you mentioned DeAndre Hopkins, I believe, and we have Treylon Burks there. What do you mentioned the quarterback Tannehill. With those 2 receivers, what do you expect the 2 of them to have in terms of their role?
To me, these are situations like this where I'm going to often go with the cheaper asset there, like DeAndre Hopkins going earlier. I like DeAndre Hopkins. I think he'll be perfectly fine. We know that the concern for these guys is this offense is going to run through Derrick Henry. It's run heavy, and it is. But again, we've seen in recent years when they had decent receiving options in Corey Davis and A.J. Brown on the field at the same time, they were able to get something done through the air. Ryan Tannehill put up decent numbers. I think Treylon Burks is a sneaky play. He's going way later. He had the injury this summer. But I think there's upside to him. Obviously they drafted him as the direct replacement to A.J. Brown. I don't know that, I think when they drafted him, I said, well, I can see why they did that. I don't know if he's there yet, but maybe he gets there and maybe he will. And maybe this is the year he starts showing some of that potential at a reasonable price. Hopkins is a little rich for my blood, given the amount of work I think he needs to return value. And, there's some notion where, maybe his game is going to shift a little bit and he becomes more of a possession play. I could see that at this point in his career. I know my friend Doug Farrar at USA Today's Touchdown Wire kind of laid this out in great detail after some film study. So I'm fine with that. But this is a good example, Jim, of where oftentimes, I like the cheaper piece of some of these duos that are a little bit ambiguous that we don't have great clarity on.
Bob, as always, this is amazing. For the 3 people on the planet who don't know you, can you tell people where they can find you and keep up with your work?
Football Die Hard. Just remember that name. It's on the social media platforms, on the SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, on the World Wide Web of the internet, footballdiehards.com. Anywhere you go, YouTube channel, Football Diehards as well. So hit them up and check me out.
Bob, always enjoy talking to you. Have a great start to the season. I look forward to talking to you soon.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you, Jim.
Bye. If you're enjoying the show so far, please consider hitting the like and subscribe button on RotoWire YouTube. RotoWire Live is on 5 days a week, 11 a.m. Eastern during the season. We'll be off on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Britt Flinn is in the house, who's recovering from illness. I'm so happy you're here, but I'm so sad that you're not feeling well, Britt.
Yeah, this is the worst time of year to get sick right before the season, but I guess it's better to get it done the week before than it is a couple weeks in. So we got it out of the way.
Yeah, and I'm happy you're here. I'm happy you're a little bit better. If at any point you feel you can't make it through, just give me the peace out sign, and I understand. We'll see what you have in the tank. If you have it, great. Britt, so you've done a lot of drafts. You've done a lot of shows. It's a day or 2 away from the opener, and people are still drafting. What's something that you learned that you might want people to think about as they're approaching their final drafts?
Yeah, I still have 2 drafts going on tonight. I think they're going to overlap a little bit, but that's what we do when we're in this industry. We've got to get them knocked out. We've got to get them done. Since I'm going between Bob Harris and Marcas Grant, I don't know if I can tell anybody any strategy that these guys can't. So I wanted to talk about draft day mistakes to not make when you're going into your draft. I know that it's late. You're probably running out of time to research all of these things. But I'm going to give you a couple little tidbits that you do have time to prepare for and not make these mistakes going into your drafts tonight. So the first one is planning for week 17 before you're even there. I see so many people talking about correlation about week 17 matchups. Guys, we've got to make it into the playoffs before we think about week 17. So don't build your entire team around preparing for just that week 17 championship matchup. Although it is important, we have to get there first. The second one is not accounting for bye weeks with a small bench. Now, I typically say don't worry about bye weeks, but with a small bench, I drafted a couple teams with only a 5-man bench. You don't want to cut your sleepers in order to make room for a bye week filler just because you didn't plan your bye weeks, especially in some of these early buys like weeks 5, 6, things like that, because then everybody's going to go in, they're going to grab your sleepers. And then why did you draft them in the first place? So be cognizant of those buys, especially the early ones more so than the late ones. Another one is drafting players who are already injured or who have contract issues. So there's a difference in drafting Travis Kelce, who got injured yesterday and who might play this week, versus drafting, a Cooper Kupp or a Jonathan Taylor, players with lingering injuries, some lingering contract issues, where we don't know their timeline for being out or how severe that injury is. Fourth is falling victim to a positional run. I know everybody wants to panic. They want to get in there and make sure that they don't get left out in the cold, but there are certain tiers. And once that tier breaks, you can probably make it another round or two without filling that position. I've seen this with quarterback a lot, especially with best ball. Quarterbacks have been getting pushed up a lot more, and that has kind of caused a shift in how early they're going in redraft. But players like Justin Herbert, I drafted Yahoo League last night. He's ranked 9th. I mean, when you can get a Justin Herbert, why are you reaching for, like a Justin Fields, somebody like that? Just be patient. Don't be scared of the positional runs. You're going to get your guy and it's going to be fine.
Now, go ahead. Keep going.
No, go ahead. I can take a break.
Yeah. You had mentioned the name Jonathan Taylor, and nobody's brought up Taylor in this. I'm going to give you a little break with your voice right now too. So nobody's brought him up, but people are drafting and people are still wondering. He's going to fall 5th round, the 7th round, maybe beyond that, depending on the league. At what point do you take Taylor? Are you off the board on him, or what do you expect his status to be this year?
See, I saw Jonathan Taylor go 8th last night. That was the same round. Alvin Kamara was still on the board. Okay. Whereas with Kamara, we know that he's only going to be out 3 games. We know his talent. We know everything about him, and that's finite. He's going to come back fine. With Taylor, that 4 games might be longer. We know that he's still not happy with the organization, and then he could get traded to a different organization where the system's completely different. So for me, if he falls to around round 10, I would feel okay, but I'm just too risk averse to take that chance on him with somebody's like Kamara is sitting out there.
I'm worried about Taylor playing at all this year because Irsay, I don't think he's getting his 1st round pick. And if he didn't get it before the season, a team halfway through, I don't think they're selling for half a season. And now they'll have to extend him or do a contract, but I don't know that anybody's going to do that. I don't think he gets traded. And I think both sides are so dug in. Britt, I don't think he's playing this year. Am I crazy?
No, I'm with you. And that's why I think that round 10 is the highest that I'm willing to go.
Yes.
The fact that the Colts wanted Jalen Waddle for Jonathan Taylor, and like we say in the South, he was dug in like a tick. He was, refused to back down from that offer. Obviously, running backs, we've seen it with all of these free agents still floating out there. Leonard Fournette still floating around out there. Kareem Hunt still floating around. Teams aren't going to have to pay that kind of capital to get a player like Jonathan Taylor. and then worrying about extending him. So I'm kind of with you. I don't know if he plays. If he does, what's it going to look like? You've got a rookie quarterback. You don't really have any chemistry going with that new system, that new coach. So even if he does play, I'm not completely sold that he's going to be that great fantasy asset that he once was.
Now, Britt, I was talking to one of the beat writers from Indianapolis on one of the radio shows I was on, and he said that Taylor hasn't done anything football related since December. He's not allowed to practice during the pup list, which is at least 4 weeks. So even if they kissed and made up, he may not be close to being ready to be on the field even in week 5. So I wanted fantasy managers to think about that. Now, you were talking strategy overall, and I cut you off with the Jonathan Taylor thing. Is there anything that you wanted to say at that point that you didn't get to finish?
My last one was just going to be don't reach on a defense, because I've seen the 49ers defense go way, way high in some of these drafts. And like, sure, they have an awesome defense and their schedule's pretty good, but the difference in defensive scoring last year was only 69 points from the defense 1 to defense 12. And over the course of the season, that's an average of just 3.83 fantasy points. Think about the guys you can get in that range where you can wait a little bit longer on a good defense.
You know, Britt, I always say identify a defense that's near number 12 or so that you think is going to outperform. And if you punt it, go there. If you know, but like Cleveland this year, they're all teams at some point they're going to have a bad matchup and you're not going to want to start them. But Cleveland, they bring in Jim Schwartz as defensive coordinator. They bring in 3 legitimate pass rushers to help Myles Garrett. All 3 of those guys they brought in are also good against the run. Their linebackers are back from last year. The cornerbacks shouldn't have to cover as long. This could be this year's crazy good unit. I mean, there are going to be tough games against good offenses. Every team's going to have that struggle. But you can go late sometimes, take a chance. And if it doesn't work, use the waiver wire, right?
Exactly. I've been a big proponent of using the waiver wire for matchups and holding on to defenses. Now, it doesn't always work when you're in those shallow leagues or, shallow bench leagues, but you can find values week to week out on the waiver wire and exploit these matchups.
Now, Britt, are there any particular players that, in one at a time, of course, who you find yourself heavily invested in your drafts?
So I've been investing a lot in Justin Herbert. I mentioned that he had fallen down to QB9 in the Yahoo ranks. He's going in an ADP of 54.10. What is not to like about Justin Herbert? He's thrown for over 4,000 yards each of the past 2 seasons. I think if he would have started his rookie year that he would have reached that threshold. And now he has Kellen Moore as his offensive coordinator with a healthy Keenan Allen, a healthy Mike Williams, a new weapon in Quentin Johnston. And people forget that last year he was hurt for a big chunk of the season with his ribs. You can't stand back there and feel comfortable in the pocket when you know that you're going to take a hit and it's going to hurt really, really bad. So I think Justin Herbert could lead the entire league in both passing attempts and passing yards this season.
Yeah, I love that call on Justin Herbert. I'm very excited to see the Chargers play this year. And like you said, maybe not quarterback 9 in every league, but he often falls to 6. And to me, you're getting a good value if he's going behind other quarterbacks who he could compete with. Britt, he had 41 total touchdowns 2 years ago, and he's in a healthier situation this year. So this is going to be really exciting. And by the way, Britt's about halfway through her segment, but if you're not following her on Twitter or the X, she's at Britt_Flinn. It's Flinn. Make sure you're following her. Britt, you'll pitch your stuff at the end. But are there any other players besides Justin Herbert who you find yourself heavily invested in this year's drafts?
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I'm going to have to say Treylon Burks. I think I caught Bob Harris talking a little bit about him at the end of his segment as well. But I think that Burks has fallen way too far. We know that Tennessee is typically known for not having a high volume passing attack. But now that there is a legit wide receiver 1 in Tennessee, now that Burks is not going to be drawing the top corner coverage, I think he's going to have a lot better outlook. And with the state of that offensive line, I don't know if you can necessarily rely on Derrick Henry to just continue running, every single play like he has in the past. They're going to have to throw. Tannehill's going to have to get the ball out quickly. And Burks he's a beast at contested catches and yards after the catch. So I really do like him still, and not just because I'm biased.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Treylon Burks, look, Ryan Tannehill, he's done a couple things really well in his career. And one thing is he's very good off of play action, throwing into the middle of the field on slants, even deep routes. That's not where DeAndre Hopkins lives. Hopkins will get some targets for sure. He's DeAndre Hopkins. But Treylon Burks runs the routes that are the ones that Ryan Tannehill has been most comfortable throwing. And if you're a quarterback and you have a bad line and you're under pressure, you would think you're going to go to the throws you know you can make. And honestly, I'm not convinced that a 31-year-old Hopkins and a second-year Treylon Burks, who was a first-round NFL pick, I'm not convinced, even though they have completely different roles, that one is an insanely better option than the other for Tannehill. So he may just go to his sweet spot routes. That's going to be Burks all day, right?
Yeah, and a dig on Burks even coming out of college was that, oh, he's just a slot receiver, blah, 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 blah. The fact is he was the go-to guy in all sorts of formations in this Arkansas offense against very tough SEC competition. I mean, that Alabama game, I can't remember the stats way offhand, but I think he had around 150 yards against Alabama's cornerbacks. I mean, that tells you everything about his talent that you need to know. And although this system may not be, the Philadelphia Eagles or something like that, I still think that he has a very good season this year because of his skill set.
Yeah, I'm excited, and I think you're getting him at a steal in drafts. He had that knee injury. He's been practicing now, so we fully expect him on the field in week one. I'm trying to look up his ADP real quick from the last 2 days, and I'm scrolling down. He's going as wide receiver 46. He has inched back up to pick 99. For a while when he was hurt, he was falling significantly past 100, but he's not up to where he was pre-injury. So you're getting him in roughly the 8th to 9th round of your 12-team leagues. And Britt and I both think that this is a buying opportunity. Now, Britt, last thing I'll ask you is, how are you approaching drafting tight ends this year?
So normally if I don't get one of the top tight ends, then I've been punting the position. I don't really like many of those guys in the middle. George Kittle, we've already seen, is hurt and questionable for week one. And plus, his touchdowns, I don't think can be sustainable going in. So if I don't get like the Andrews Kelsey, then I'm punting down to like the Freiermuth level, even maybe the Njoku level, but I still don't have a lot of him. I'm looking at these young rookies, and I know that that's the trope that rookies don't do anything, but guys like Kincaid and Laporta are going to have massive roles in this passing game. And I'm even looking at Greg Dulcich. I can't get off of Greg Dulcich with all the injuries to the wide receivers in that offense. I know that Adam Troutman is listed as the tight end 1. He's only caught 60 something passes in 3 seasons. He's not a pass catching tight end. He's a blocking tight end. Dulcich is the pass catching tight end, and his metrics were everywhere that you wanted to see as far as the depth of target, the yards after catch, things like that. I think he's going to have a big role to play in this offense. And with Sean Payton in that Joker role, I've harped on it too much over the past couple months, but I think that Joker role may go to Greg Dulcich.
Britt Flinn, you played hurt today. Great stuff as always. I always love working with you. So thank you for being on my show again. I think I've had you on 3 times in the last month, but thank you. Can you pitch your stuff and where people can find you?
Yeah, so we are launching a couple things. There's going to be a Sunday morning show at 9 a.m. Eastern starting this Sunday on Better Sports Network with John and Pemba and myself. There is Britt's Fantasy Blitz on the Fantasy Alarm and Better Sports Network and Bettercast Monday and Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern. And then there is Alarm Fantasy Football Tuesday through Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern, as well as the weekly matchup previews and the waiver wire articles over at fantasyalarm.com.
And like I told you, if you're not following her, it's at Britt_Flinn, Flinn. Make sure you're doing that. Britt is an amazing fantasy analyst, a good friend, and I endorse her every time I can. Britt, thanks for playing hurt and hanging with me today, and have a great start to the season.
Thank you so much, Jim. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Bye. All right, everyone. Marcas Grant is in the house. Oh, it's so good to see you, Marcus. I saw you at the Expo Kings Classic weekend, and it was always a wonderful time hanging out with you a bit. Marcus, if you're not following Marcus, the 3 people on the planet who aren't, at Marcus G, Marcas, capital G, you got that? Marcus, how are you today?
Good, man. I'm glad you had me and my shiny forehead on your show today. I'm excited.
I don't know who's the shinier, man. I don't know. I might be giving you a little competition here. For once, the one thing I can compete with you in shiny foreheads. Marcus, you've done a lot of drafts as always. You've done a lot of research. You've given a ton of advice. But look, people are down to their last drafts now. What's the first thing that comes to mind that you want people to know as they're entering these final hours of drafting?
The first thing is get a wide receiver early. In all the drafts I've done, the thing that I have noticed is that the wide receiver position, it's deep. There's a lot of really talented guys, but when you get through the course of a draft, that tends to hollow out quick. And I think what happens is, once upon a time, and you know this, it used to be, say, in a 12-team league, you would have 8 or 9 running backs and maybe a handful of wide receivers. That's pretty much flipped on its head, where now you're talking about 8 wide receivers, and Travis Kelce, and then a handful of running backs to fill it out. So because of that, everybody starts to look around and see that the top-level wide receivers are going early. Then what happens is your second and third tier wide receivers sort of get pulled up in ADP. And next thing you know, you're looking at a really empty position. Maybe you went out and got a couple of running backs. That's nice. But you're looking around and you might have to start 3 wide receivers and there's really nobody there. So my advice to people this summer has been, in that first couple of rounds, make sure you get yourself at least one really good wide receiver, and then you can sort of build from there.
Now, Marcus, in that early part of the draft, first or second round, is there a wide receiver or two who you like to see on your rosters?
It sort of depends where I am, right? If I'm in the top 3 or 4, then, obviously they're the elite guys, your Jeffersons, Chases, Tyreek Hills. On the back half, though, I really have been targeting, say, a Stephon Diggs, somewhere in the late first round. If I can come back either late first or early second, get myself a CD Lamb, or have really been heavily targeting the Eagles wide receivers, whether it's, say AJ Brown in the early part of the second round, or maybe Devonta Smith later in the second round. Those are a handful of guys that I absolutely feel like I got to get on my roster in the first 2 rounds.
Now, Marcus, A.J. Brown was getting about 110 targets a season in Tennessee. He got about 145, I believe, on the number last year. Could we see more?
Maybe. If it is, it's only slightly more, just because the Eagles have the luxury of having 2 guys that really are number 1 receivers. That's it. Like, Devonta Smith can go somewhere else and be a number 1 receiver, and he could get 140, 150 targets. So, it's certainly possible that A.J. Brown gets over that number, but I don't think it's going to be anything extreme. You're talking about 150, maybe 155, because, look, I love that they call them, Skinny Batman and Swole Batman. So like you gotta feed both of your Batmen at this point. So like I said, it could go up, but I wouldn't expect it to be an extreme increase there.
So I think he was in 4 yards of 1,500 last year. Is it reasonable to expect AJ Brown could put up similar numbers with good health?
Absolutely. No, I think this Eagles offense, I don't see them really slowing down this year, right? You've got a quarterback who I think is still ascending in Jalen Hurts. I think he still has some room to grow. He was very good as a passer last year. I think he can get better. They've got the 2 wide receivers. They've got Dallas Goedert still. And more importantly, they still have a very good offensive line. So all the pieces are very much in place for this team to continue to be successful, which is, again, why I love A.J. Brown. It's funny. I've found myself sort of torn. Usually that turn at the end of the first, start of the second round, it's like, do I take CD Lamb? Do I take A.J. Brown? And I think I sort of split the difference in terms of how often I've drafted them.
Now, Mark, it's just real quick. There was a super flex league I was in, and I got both A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
Wow.
It was a little weird having 2 guys on the same team, but I'm like, but the narrow target tree, what the heck, right? So
yeah, no, absolutely. It's funny. Our pal Matt Harmon always talks about, funneled offenses, and where you can get just a couple of guys that are getting targets. And like for us as fantasy geeks, like that is the dream scenario, right? Like the nightmare is what Kansas City was last year, where, and look, Patrick Mahomes warned us before the season. He's like, fantasy guys, you're not going to like me because we're going to spread the ball around. And that's really what it was. Like, sure, we knew Travis Kelce was eating, but beyond that, maybe it was Juju one week. It was Kadarius Toney when he was healthy. Every now and then, Marquez Valdez-Scantling would pop a long one. Those offenses, they're nightmares in real football. If you're a defensive coordinator, you hate that because you don't know where the ball is going. They're nightmares in fantasy too, because we want to know that, like, hey, there's like 1 or 2, maybe 3 guys that are going to get targets, which is why the Eagles are such a fun offense for us.
Marcus, I love the approach that you're harping on the importance of getting the wide receivers early, because there are some really high-end ones early. How are you handling running backs in the light of that?
It's funny. I have generally been waiting on running backs. And look, I've never been a heavy zero RB guy. I've always been sort of more of a hero RB where I try to get, one really good running back early and then sort of fill in the gaps. This year, I have found myself waiting on the position where I might get, say, 2 or 3 wide receivers or 2 receivers and a tight end. Look, I've even gone like, wide receiver, quarterback, tight end or something like that a couple of times. But I really have found myself waiting until, say, the 4th or 5th round to attack the running back position because I'm finding that I can still get good values. I love Dameon Pierce. I love James Cook. I have come around the last couple of weeks to what David Montgomery could be. So these guys are all still sitting there anywhere between rounds 4 and 7. And I feel really good. Even Cam Akers, like I've kind of waffled on Cam Akers a little bit, but he's a guy that I think can get a lot of opportunity as long as he and Sean McVay are, I think it was Neil Dutton who does a lot of great work across the internet. He referred to them last year as the Ross and Rachel of the NFL. And as long as they're not on a break, then I think everything's going to be fine with Cam Akers. So I've been kind of in on that too.
And, I know he had Todd Gurley years ago, but Sean McVay is able to craft a really good running game. But he felt he was able, I believe, to go away from it when they won their Super Bowl. They could win with their passing game, and they did. This year, they're going to have to get back to the running game. And that offensive line was decimated preseason last year. They get everybody mostly back. Not that they're the greatest line in the world, but they're certainly at least middle of the pack. And they draft Steve Avila with the 5th pick in the 2nd round. What do you expect from the Rams, like philosophically, and how are they going to be able to move the ball?
I think they're going to have to be balanced. And I think, especially early in the season with no Cooper Kupp, we don't know how long right now he's going to be out, but obviously he's going to miss at least week 1 and probably a couple weeks after that. So they're going to have to be a little bit more balanced. And I think what you talked about with Cam Akers and that running game, last year, it felt like they were trying so many different options. They tried Darrell Henderson. They tried Kyron Williams at times. And in the end, I think they realized that Akers was their best option, and they came back to him. And late in the season, he was very, very good. And I think that's going to happen this year. But it's going to have to be sort of an all-hands-on-deck situation where Akers is going to have to carry a pretty decent workload. I do think Kyron Williams is going to get some work. I think early on, you're going to see a lot of Tyler Higbee in the passing game. Guys like Van Jefferson, Puka Nacua, I think all those guys are going to have to get involved in that passing game for the Rams. The thing about the offensive line, and you talked about it, they're not going to be great. I think for their sake and for our sake, consistency, I think, is going to be important. It's like if they can just have the same 5 guys out there every week, that's going to go a long way. Because that was, on top of the injuries, part of it was them just shuffling the deck, it seemed like, every week. So there was no consistency. Guys weren't getting used to working together side by side. If they can get that for the majority of the games, then I think that's going to go a long way toward making that offensive line a little bit more effective.
Now, Marcus, you mentioned Cooper Kupp, and there are people still drafting. They're going to be drafting tonight, tomorrow, into the weekend. What do you do with Cooper Kupp?
So I was talking to Dwayne McFarland, who's a very smart guy who makes me smarter every time I do a podcast with him. And he kind of made the point that if you're playing like in a big league, right, if you're playing for high stakes and you're trying to win a lot, it's worth drafting him, right? He's falling to the 3rd, 4th round, depending on where you are. It's worth trying to take that big swing and hitting a home run, because if you do it right and you get yourself a good wide receiver or 2 at the top and Kupp comes back, say in 3 or 4 weeks and looks like Cooper Kupp again, you potentially have a couple of top 10 wide receivers on your roster. Those are the big kind of swings that you need to sort of, to win a league, especially if you're playing high stakes. Look, if you're playing in a home league and you are not really trying to make a big splash, maybe you do let him be someone else's headache, right? And maybe you sort of draft a little bit smarter. You take those early picks and you get a guy I mentioned like a Tyreek Hill, like a Stephon Diggs, somebody that you feel like can be there week to week and give you that consistency. And then you use those 4th round picks or so to build your running back room. So it really just depends on how risk averse you are. If you can build a roster that sort of insulates you for the first month, why not take that shot and see if you can get yourself literally a top 10 player when he comes back and is healthy again?
Now, Marcus, a few prior seasons, we would see some early summer trends, and then drafting would go back to usual. Quarterbacks this year, we kind of knew it. They were going to go early and they were going to stay early, and that's gone on the whole way through. How are you approaching how you're drafting your quarterbacks?
I have sort of been varied in that. I will say this. I have kind of, for the most part, gone away from the late round quarterback. I think I have a couple of teams, maybe a couple of best ball teams where I sort of went late round quarterback. Last year, I was very heavy sort of in the middle rounds, right? I would wait until round, 5, 6, sort of get yourself one of those, Joe Burrow type quarterbacks. The last couple of weeks, I've been early. I did a draft yesterday where I got Jalen Hurts, in the second round. I've gone Matt Mahomes kind of early second round. So I've kind of been all over the place with this one. I don't know that I've really stuck to one specific philosophy this year. So, and I think, I've, for the most part, felt comfortable with all of them because of where I'm getting guys, right? If I get Jalen Hurts, there's nothing wrong with that to me. If I can wait and, land myself, say, a Geno Smith in the 9th or 10th round and maybe pair him, say, with an Anthony Richardson or somebody like that, I feel okay with that. Or if I decide to kind of go somewhere in between and I'm able to get myself a Joe Burrow or a Justin Herbert, I'm cool with that too. I just, I sort of set my mind after the first couple of rounds, I set my mind to where I'm going. And I should admit, some of this is where the board falls too, right? Depending on what the people around you are doing sort of impacts how you're moving. But I just kind of set my mind after the first couple of rounds, okay, this is what my intention is. These are the handful of guys that I'm willing to target. And more often than that, I've come away with a quarterback that I feel good about.
Now, Marcus, when we're going to talk about quarterbacks, we'll build this into another discussion. So a lot of people do want one of those top 7 or 8 quarterbacks, and they're spending with the 5th rounder earlier on them. But they also like one of the premier tight ends, be it Kelsey, who's hurt right now a little bit, or Mark Andrews, or even Darren Waller, who's going as the 3rd tight end off the board right now in current ADP. So on rosters, is it advisable if you like to have a high-end tight end and a high-end quarterback and pay 2 rounds of your first 5 on them? Or what are your thoughts on that?
I've done it. If I'm going to get the high-end tight end, I'm really going to try to pair him with a quarterback. That is something I really want to do. If I can somehow pull the Kelsey Mahomes daily double, I feel great about it. I've been able to do the Mark Andrews, Lamar Jackson stack a few times. I've done the Goddard, Jalen Hurts stack a few times. That has sort of worked for me. I will say that I am of the mind that I want to get a tight end early. I want to get one of the top tier guys. If you want to stream tight ends, God bless you. I wish you well. I don't want to do that. I don't want that headache of going to the waiver wire every week, because essentially it's a game of who do you think is going to score a touchdown this week? And that's just a dice roll that I don't really want to do. So I want to make sure I get Kelsey, Andrews, Waller. I'm still in on Kyle Pitts, although the recent reports from the beat writers in Atlanta make me a little bit scared about that. That's not to say I haven't taken shots on late round tight ends. I heard Britt Flinn, before I came on, talking about guys like Dalton Kincaid, Sam Laporta. I love both of those guys. I will admit, some of the Kincaid love for me is me as a USC alum watching Kincaid shred the Trojans defense for 1,100 yards in a game, it felt like. That sort of has me big on Dalton Kincaid this year. But I'm willing to take shots on them, but I'm also not going to have them be my primary week-to-week tight end. I will make sure I get sort of another guy in there that I can feel comfortable starting more often than not.
You talk about that tight end streaming game. You're playing dice. That's a lot of snake eyes that come up there. Not good.
Really
is. Well, and yet we get enamored. There's so many years we're like, we're going to try this. Finally, we kind of learn, and we're like, all right, maybe we can have a little cooler mindset. Marcus, tell everybody, like I said, the 3 people on the planet who don't know you, where you can find your work and how they can keep up with you.
Yeah, mostly Twitter, X, Twitter. I call it Twitter still. It's always going to be Twitter to me. You can find me, as Jim mentioned, at Marcus G, MarCasG. But otherwise, I am on NFL Fantasy Live on NFL Network several days a week. I do the NFL Fantasy Football podcast, which drops twice a week. And then I'm also doing a slew of podcasts over at Fantasy Life, which is Matthew Berry's side project. I'm working with a bunch of smart people. I mean, guys like Dwayne McFarland, Ian Hartitz, Matthew Friedman, Chris Allen. I mean, the list goes on and on. So I'm doing 3 shows a week with them too. Writing a column. I think I juggle on weekends too. Like, it's a whole thing that I got going on right now. But mostly, if you follow me on Twitter, you'll find out a lot of what I'm doing.
Marcus, so glad we're friends, and I got time to hang out with you. And I hope you have a great start to your season.
Appreciate it. Same with you, Jim.
All right, see you soon. Bye.
All right.
Jody Smith is in the house. Jody, so excited you're here. You can find Jody at Jody Smith NFL. Jody, how are things going?
Doing great, Jim. It's always a treat when our paths cross.
I know. I'm so glad I met you last year personally at the Kings Classic weekend and saw each other again this year. So great person, great fun, great football knowledge. And we'll talk about your jobs and your work at the end. But right now, you have had a lot of drafts going on. And so first of all, one thing I know that you like to tell people, week one, people get all emotional. They all get kind of crazy. How do we handle starting and sitting our players in week one?
Well, by and large, unless you've had a major injury, which of course, we have this Travis Kelce thing that's got everyone on edge now. Obviously, if he's not playing, you're not starting him. But other than that, you see over the years, people will draft their team, and you spend this draft capital on these players for a reason. And then we start overanalyzing things, and we start reading something on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it now, about a breakout sleeper. Maybe somebody you nabbed in the 13th round really has a great chance. So the biggest piece of advice that I give people this time of year is, start your studs, play the guys that you invested the capital in for a reason, and don't start over analyzing things because, I have a tendency to, try to fix things around the house that aren't necessarily broken or could have lasted longer. And generally, by and large, I regret it, where if I'd have just left it alone and just letting things play out the way they were, I probably would, be in a better situation than I ended up in.
Great advice, but sobering advice. That's what we need at this point of the year because we get all hot and emotional. Now, there are some players I know that you want to talk about too today, and people have a lot of drafts coming up, Jody. So I want you to make some cases for players that they understand they might want to consider. Let's start out at quarterback. There's a big 7. Some consider it a big 8. Is there a quarterback in that group that you like to target and why?
Yeah, it's hard not to, have the tier of 3 quarterbacks, but my numbers early on put Justin Herbert right up there in that top tier. And from that point forward, I've had him there as a top tier guy. And with his ADP being significantly lower than the other 3, he's a guy that I've rostered a lot. You're talking, with Justin Herbert, this is a kid that kind of came out of nowhere. And, the volume has already been there. 2 of the top 10 pass attempt seasons in NFL history, Justin Herbert. And here he is, all of 25 years of age. So, you're adding Kellen Moore now to this mix. Kellen Moore's offenses in Dallas, 2nd yards per game, 2nd in expected fantasy points added over his 4 seasons. I still don't know why, the Cowboys let him go. And with Herbert, I'm expecting, a lot of positive touchdown regression this season. When you look at his first 2 seasons, he averaged 36 total touchdowns. That dipped pretty significantly last year. So he was playing with a torn labrum for most of the year. Right. I expect that is going to rebound significantly. My personal projections actually have Herbert leading the NFL in pass attempts, passing yards, and various other categories. And, final thing is looking at full-time fantasies, quarterback strength of schedule. The Chargers have a pretty easy slate this season, number 6 easiest schedule. So all in all, a big Justin Herbert fan. I know I'm not unique there, but I was one of the ones that was, beating the drum for him way early on in this offseason. It just feels like, everybody's catching up now.
Now, Jody, I am stepping away for like 2 minutes. And I'll be right back. But Alan Seslowsky's jumping in, and he's going to ask you about why you like Isaiah Pacheco, and I will be right back.
Sure.
What's up, Jody?
Doing all right. How are you?
All right, brother. Yeah, actually, I like Isaiah Pacheco as well, man. I think that's like, why is the Chiefs running back, who everyone's always excited to draft when it was Clyde Edwards-Helaire, now we actually have a guy that's good, and you can get him in the 6th round and just go wide receiver heavy? Explain this to everybody.
Yes, that's been one of my favorite approaches. There's that tier this season of those running backs. You could label it, anywhere from, say, RB16 with Damian Pierce, James Conner, Cam Akers, all these other guys, anywhere from RB16 down to about 25. And if you want to throw Javonte Williams into the mix, you get even deeper here. But Isaiah Pacheco has been one of my favorite guys to target, in this range. The Chiefs didn't add any significant competition via free agency over the draft. I feel like you saw the usage that they're expecting from him starting in week 11 last year when he kind of took over the starting role. And when you include the playoffs and KC's final 11 contest, Pacheco score double-digit fantasy points every week. He scored 5 of his 6 touchdowns during that stretch. The Chiefs are pretty much locked in no matter what to being a top 5 offense. And with Pacheco, I believe he is going to be the goal line runner there. Kansas City has run for 34 rushing touchdowns over the last two seasons. I feel like Pacheco has quietly 1,000+ yard potential and double-digit touchdowns. And I don't think any of us are really expecting Jerick McKinnon to kind of take on the same role he had last year. And another thing with Pacheco, he actually was better as a receiver. Like I said, starting in week 11 when they kind of involved him more. If you take Pro Football Focus's receiving grades for the regular season and postseason, Pacheco actually came out as their number 11th graded running back as a pass catcher last season. So I think he's underrated in all of those regards, and he's a guy that I just keep finding myself rostering.
Yeah, Jim, what Jody was making a great case for Isaiah Pacheco. I was even going to leave it off to you guys saying that would it surprise anyone if we look up in week 3 and like Isaiah Pacheco is like running back 4 because he's got the most rushing touchdowns, especially if Travis Kelce's out. All right, Jim, you're doing a great job, and I'll keep it going here. Everyone's loving the stream.
Thanks for covering me, Ellen. Yeah, Jody, it's going to be a 7-hour day in front of this, so I had to get away for a couple seconds there. But I'm glad.
Understood, Jim. Got to take care of business.
Yes. So Gabe Davis is next. Last year, his draft cost went way up. He still puts up over 800 yards. The numbers weren't bad. Josh Allen has the UCL injury in the second half of the season. Tell us why we should be buying back in at the reduced cost of Gabe Davis.
Well, that's why you need to be, buying back in. Last year, seems like it was destined to fail with that recency bias from that playoff performance from the winter before. It was fresh in everyone's mind. So you saw people, going out of their way to put him inside their top 10 inside their top 20, top 25. I had nothing to do with that last year. I still had questions. Obviously you're not going to be able to maintain that kind of volume that we saw in the playoffs, but, keep in mind, though, last year, it's kind of disappointing as it was. He still was respectable. He still was the wide receiver 35, and he played the entire year pretty much on a hobbled foot.
Yes.
It feels like this year, he's primed to be more of a value based. I actually have him as my wide receiver 32, which is a little bit higher than he finished last season. But I think fully healthy with more weapons for the secondaries to have to account for. In Buffalo now, I think Gabe Davis is a nice little rebound candidate and a pretty good value, especially if you can get him as your a flex option or your wide receiver 3.
Jody, in the fantasy football community, it can be really harsh if a guy burns you. People don't want to jump back on that track. So I think you were off at the right time, and it looks like you're going to be on at the right time. And would it surprise you if he ended up with 1,100 yards and 10 touchdowns?
I think he's got an outside shot at 1,000 yards. It's hard to say. I guess 1,100 yards. It's obviously in the realm of possibilities with it. But double-digit touchdowns seems to me, like a really viable target goal for him.
Yeah, and I think it's going to help if they really can weaponize Kincaid in the slot. Yeah. If they use him, that's going to force defenses to be even thinner, and it's going to be a good opportunity. So I'm looking forward to see that one. Now you're going to dig deep here. So we know that Curtis Samuel went over to the Commanders, and we knew he was Scott Turner, like protege from the days in Carolina. New coaching staff. Now we have Eric Bieniemy here. What are you expecting from Curtis Samuel this year?
Actually, he's one of the ones I kind of scratch my head on why people are so down on. I know that he had a couple of injuries plagued years, so we kind of forgot about him last year, but we saw when he stayed healthy, Curtis Samuel was actually the wide receiver 30 last season, and that was with complete garbage quarterbacks for Washington for most of the year. And now it's really funny how the steam is picked up on Sam Howell. Like everyone, if you go to Twitter, you're seeing everyone talking about Sam Howell. Could be a viable QB2. They got him around QB 20 or 24 or somewhere in that range, but yet Curtis Samuel remains well outside the top 50. And that's not to mention that they proved last year that they're willing to employ a 3-wide sets quite a bit. And now you're bringing in the new offensive coordinator who's going to aggressively scheme himself into looking good to possibly looking for head coaching jobs down the stretch. And another thing that makes me really like Curtis Samuel as a late round guy is Terry McLaurin right now is dealing with turf toe, and as we know with wide receivers and turf toes, those kind of injuries tend to rehash. They tend to linger quite a bit, and it just makes me feel like Curtis Samuel, especially early on here, could inherit quite a bit more usage and more targets and all that, and we're kind of expecting. It feels like in all the leagues that Samuel isn't being drafted, that maybe 3-4 weeks down the line here he's going to be a pretty hot waiver wire ad.
I like how you mentioned Eric Bieniemy. He's a very, very good coach, but because he coached with Andy Reid, he's not getting the opportunity. This is a shot that everything he does is a direct reflection of him. And if he doesn't use the weapon that is Curtis Samuel, there's no way he can go in saying, I have this weapon, I'm not going to use it. And you're onto it. No, everybody's sleeping on him, like you said, but I think that's exactly the case. And I love the McLaurin angle too, because he could just see, even if he loses 10 snaps a game because of pain in the toe, that's 10 snaps that could be slid over to Curtis Samuel. So I think late in drafts, I think that's a super sharp move. Now let's go to tight end. So Fantasy Mojo does ADP FFPC drafts. The last 2 days since the Cooper Kupp injury, especially, Higbee's now moved up to tight end 12. It's probably still a good value there. Tell us why we should be looking at Tyler Higbee.
Yeah, he was tight end 6 last season in fantasy when Cooper Kupp missed, a significant portion of last year, and the Rams' offense kind of fell apart. And the volume was still there, for Higbee as he hit a career high over 100 targets. He also ranked 10th in the league among tight ends with 15 red zone targets. It feels like if Kupp is going to be out for a while, or if he's going to be limited, that's an area that Higbee is going to continue to, really do well in. The Rams are going to see a lot of, positive game scripts. Another thing with Higbee, he's an ascending talent. When you look at the last 3 years, you've seen an increase in targets, increase in receptions, increase in yards. It's a guy that's trending in the right direction. And, the Rams are still, how would you want to put it? A little undecided on weapons outside of Cooper Kupp. We don't really know what they're going to do. So it feels like if we knew Cooper Kupp was going to miss a significant amount of time, I actually feel like Higbee would probably lead the team in targets.
Oh, I love that. You're right. Totally. And we don't know. It was Jody. I want to ask you this. Cooper Kupp, he's going to see a specialist about his hamstring. I've been doing this a long time. I don't really remember hearing that. What are you thinking about Kupp?
Very worrisome. When it comes to sheer volume, there's few that have been on the kind of run that he's been in over the last 4 or 5 years. But let's face it, he is trending towards becoming an aging player. We missed half of last year, so those things are problematic. It kind of tends you to be worrisome, and not to mention, like I said, the Rams are now in a full-on rebuild. I have plenty of Cooper Kupp, early drafts I did. We were all feeling like, he was going to, bounce back and be that top 4, top 5 player that he's been over the last, or better over the last, 5-6 years. But now the trick is, Jim, as people like myself who put in yearly rankings and enter these contests and all that, is where do we readjust now? And it feels like, when you're going to see a specialist and there's no real timetable, could he play in week 1? Well, sure. But, maybe they decide to set him. And, if they do set him in September and the Rams are 0-4 or 1-5 or whatever, at what point are they, rushing him back to play for a team when they're at this point, they're just playing for draft position. So I feel like, we know the upside and the potential for Cooper Kupp. So it feels like I'll have a hard time dropping him out of wide receiver 1 range, but it feels like I'll be at the very bottom of that. So when I finalize, the rankings for Fantasy Pros tomorrow before kickoff, he'll probably be in that wide receiver 10 to 12 range.
Yeah, that's about it. You have to do that. Now, besides following Jody at Jody Smith NFL, Jody, tell people about your work, where they can find you and how they can keep up with you.
Yeah, I'm the editor-in-chief there at Full-Time Fantasy, so obviously my work is all over that. I'm actually finishing up today on my Thursday night football preview, which goes over DFS, sports betting, and all the angles for the game, including all of the relevant fantasy options for tonight. But I'll do the waiver wire and the fab as weekly sleepers. Pretty much every day of the week, I'm putting out content, which means I don't spend as much time on X/Twitter as I used to. But my plea is to actually resurrect that this year and try to come back and be more active on there.
Yeah, if you're not following Jody, you need to. Jody, always great to see you. Have a great start to your season.
Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Colby Conway's in the house, my friend who I've known for years, drafted within the Kings Classic every year. It's always a pleasure to talk football with you. You can follow him at Colby R. Conway. We'll pitch your stuff at the end, Colby. But Colby, we're going to start talking about players that you like in drafts because people still have drafts going on. So let's just start out. Dalton Schultz. Tell people why they need to be drafting some Dalton Schultz.
Absolutely. He's in a good spot. And we've always talked about it with George Kittle, right? It's the Shanahan scheme. Bobby Sloak has come over from San Fran. He's got Dalton Schultz, 1-year contract, prove-it deal. So whatever narrative you want to go with, rookie quarterback, check. San Francisco tight end, check. Contract year incentives, check. It's all there for Dalton Schultz. Excuse me. We see him do it before back in 2021. 800 plus yards, 8 touchdowns. Can he get there this season? Absolutely. I think he can. I wouldn't look too much into the preseason with what happened with CJ Stroud. I think they're trying to keep the cat in the bag. And you know how preseason goes. It's vanilla offenses. They're running very simple routes. We haven't seen anything from the mastermind that apparently Slowick seems to be, as they're raving about him. So for me, Dalton Schultz is a guy I am very eager to push him up boards. You can basically, there's some leagues he's being drafted as a tight end too, and I'm expecting top 7 production at the position this year from him.
Yeah, Colby, FFPC drafts, Darren Armani's Fantasy Mojo ADP the last 2 days. It now Schultz is tight end 14 because Tyler Higbee got bumped up, I think, with the Cooper Kupp injury. The Sam Laporta hype train has hit critical mass, and he's moved ahead. So you could actually, in average drafts, get Dalton, just like you said, outside the top 12 tight ends. And so where do you have him ranked among tight ends, like number-wise, roughly?
Well, to be honest, I have him, it kind of fluctuates a little bit. I've had him as high as tight end 6, but I've never dropped him below tight end 8. I'm very bullish on him this year. And, I think there's a lot of question marks going around. Who is going to be the wide receiver 1 for Houston? If we're going to stick to that label, it's probably Nico with Tank Dell behind. But really, I've said it before, pass catcher 1 in Houston is Dalton Schultz this year.
So if you will, Nico Collins is a player I'm very interested to hear. He's missed time both years, but on a per game basis, he actually did show improvement last year. What can we expect from Nico Collins this year?
Well, as I'm going to contradict myself, as I just said, you can't take much from the preseason. The one very interesting thing was they've used him on some motion in pre-snap. He came out, he caught a little swing screen from him. Believe it or not, when you look at this Houston receiving core, the words dynamic and Nico Collins typically don't find themselves in the same sentence. But outside of Tank Dell, the wide receiver room lacks juice. It just really is. It's boring old Robert Woods. Noah Brown has his role as a blocker. Nico does have a little juice. If you like the third-year receiver, you're going to like that from him. But apparently the report with Stroud is very, very good. So if you're looking for the wide receiver 1, I think it's him. It's going to come down to health. And he's really also, when you look at it, he's probably the best downfield threat Houston has. He doesn't have the speed that Tank Dell has, but he wins and he can high point the ball. So if he can stay healthy, it could be a pretty good season for him. And as much as it pains me to say, Houston is probably going to be trailing more than they are leading. Again, kills me to say, but whether you're down 20 or you're up 14, 1 catch for 10 yards in a PPR is still 2 points. So garbage fantasy points count the same.
So last thing about Collins, he's going off the board last 2 days, wide receiver 50, pick 113. That puts him in the 10th round roughly. Signing off on that or not so much?
Yeah, I'd go a little bit above that just because I do think volume is going to be there. He's not someone, I'm not pushing him up as aggressively as I am Schultz from that offense, but I think Nico Collins presents a nice buying opportunity. When you get into that 10th round, he's probably your 4th or 5th wide receiver. In an average league, he probably serves as a bench guy. I think he's great depth to have because if he does take that jump and CJ Stroud is who Houston thinks and wants him to be, the ROI is going to be very, very good with him.
Yeah, I have significant investment in Nico Collins. Now let's move to another player, Khalil Herbert. He is very affordable in drafts. His ADP has gone up since the team kind of said he was the clear number 1, but he's still very affordable. Sell us on Khalil Herbert.
Yeah, for me, I think he's the guy in that backfield. At the very least, he's going to start the year RB1. I like him to hold on to it a lot longer than other people think. I'm not anti-Roschon Johnson by any means. I guess I'm more pro Khalil Herbert than anything. We've seen it in a limited sample size. He's got the juice.
Yep.
Now, the counterpoint to that is he, in his first 2 years here, he's averaging about 6 attempts per game and 9 attempts per game. So can he handle that sort of massive workload? No, but I'm not drafting Khalil Herbert to be a guy for me that averages 17 to 20 carries a game. That's not him. And if so, then his effectiveness is going to wane a little bit, becomes less efficient. For me, he's very good on a per touch basis. If Roschon Johnson to come in and take some of the work between the tackles, that's okay. Herbert's going to get third down work. He's going to get those receptions, and he's going to be utilized more than I think people think as the season goes on. We love the new shiny toy. I'm a victim of it. Don't get me wrong, but don't sleep on Khalil Herbert this year. I think he has a very good chance. He's getting first crack at RB1 duties. I don't think he's going to relinquish it.
Now, Colby, he is going as running back 32. So that's in the middle of like the RB3 range and about pick 88. So that roughly puts him just outside the 7th round. So what do you think about the ADP?
I think so. I think in both of the Kings Classic leagues, I'm pretty sure I have him in both, and I'm pretty sure he's my RB2 in both. So I'm fine with drafting as my RB2, especially if I wait. If you go like hero RB and you get one of the big boys early, and then typically in most drafts, I've come out with some sort of a top running back, and then I fall in that Dameon Pierce range with like Cam Akers in that range there. But if you miss out on that tier, I think Khalil Herbert's going to be a very reliable RB2 in PPR formats this year. I think you can draft him as such.
Cody, I think a lot of people are sleeping on Dameon Pierce in some ways. I mean, he's clearly in that middle tier of running backs, like you said, with Cam Akers. What do you think about Dameon Pierce's workload? What are you expecting from him in his second year?
Probably won't come as much of a surprise, but I love him this year. He's one of my favorite RB targets. If you happen to listen to the Kings Classic auction draft on XM when it was broadcast, Dave Richard and I had a very electric back and forth on Dameon Pierce. It was the great Pierce auction of 2023 in terms of who was going to get him, and he bested me on that one. But the workload is going to be there. I'm not, nor have I been concerned with Devin Singletary eating into it. And there's a lot of things, too, you can make from a team. They're really promoting him. And I understand he's a personality. He's a character. He's really fun to listen to. He gives great interviews and stuff. So I understand that he's very marketable. But the workload is going to be there. And I think they utilize him in the passing attack more. Like, he was a good pass blocker, if I'm not mistaken, coming out of Florida. Didn't show it last year, which was a little unfortunate. But he's going to be involved. We've seen a couple clips from camp of him being involved in the passing game. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets pretty reliable third down work. And he's one of the best RB2 values on the board.
But I am with you. Singletary, if the Bills were eager to let him go, he's not a factor. You get free yards before contact in Buffalo, and he never did enough with that for the team to say keep him. But I don't think he's a stumbling block at all. So I am with you on the Dameon Pierce one. Speaking of Pierce, let's move over to Indianapolis. Big arm quarterback. We got a downfield receiver. Pierce actually had 3 very productive games before the league figured out Matt Ryan's protection wasn't going to hold him and Ryan couldn't throw. And then all of a sudden, Alec Pierce came to a screeching halt. Alec Pierce is going late in drafts. Tell us why we should be considering him.
Yeah, if you watched Colts games last year and you rostered Alec Pierce, it was one of the most maddening things in the world. Why he came off the field so much for the more or less the scrubs that they rolled out there instead of him. Utterly mind-boggling, to say the least. But this year, the big thing, when you look, that Colts receiver room is thin. They don't have much. I know they brought in Josh Downs. He's going to play a little bit. But the big thing for Alec Pierce, he is going to play in 2 wide receiver sets. He is not coming off the field as much as he did last year. So that alone, the increased snap share, in theory, is going to lead to increased volume and increased production. And he now, unlike last year, has a big arm quarterback. Richardson can extend plays. Pierce can win downfield. We saw it in college. We saw it at times last year. Only had 2 touchdowns last year. He's going to do more than that. I mean, could he see 100 targets this year? He's the wide receiver too. Tight end's a little banged up for them. Obviously, at running back, we're going to assume no Jonathan Taylor, at least for a bit. Yep. Alec Pierce is in a really good spot. He could break out this season. And with Anthony Richardson, he's a good thrower. I think he's going to have his struggles. He is better than what people want to give him credit for. So, and he likes to throw it downfield. And I'm telling you, Jim, I believe it was in that preseason game or it was in a clip. If he would have caught that deep ball where he fell just at the pylon and dropped it, you and I would not be talking about Alec Pierce where he's being drafted right now. Because you know how one darn good clip, they're off to the moon in that ADP. So maybe Alec Pierce did us a favor. I like to think he purposefully dropped that ball because he wanted us to get the value on him in draft.
I love that. And with Richardson, all right, I get it. Short and intermediate. He throws everything at the same speed, not good. Downfield passing to me is not a problem. Pierce can get behind the defense. Like you're saying, this is definitely a fit. And when you talk about that roster, they are rostering fewer wide receivers than tight ends, unless that changed in the last 24 hours. It was 4 receivers and it was 5 tight ends. Now one's on IR, but regardless, that tells you a lot about their wide receiver rotation. Isaiah McKenzie was cut and brought back as a number 4. He's a slot only. And Josh Downs, in my mind, is a slot. So like you said, outside receivers, that leaves 2 players. Yep. So opportunity should be there. And they're going to trail. No Stephon Gilmore and no Isaiah Rodgers at corner. They couldn't cover last year. Those 2 guys are gone. Good luck covering. So outside of that, in terms of general draft strategy this year, how are you handling the quarterback position?
For me, pretty much I've mostly waited. I basically hung out, let the top 7 or 8 go off the board just because where they're going. I have a lot of shares of Dak. I have a lot of Anthony Richardson, a little bit of Kirk Cousins. Then later on, Jordan Love has been my priority backup. I've just been getting everywhere. Why not? In theory, he may only play 1 week for me, but there's enough upside with him. He's got enough weapons. So I think for me, it's been settling in that Dak tier. I don't have much of the top guys, admittedly, in most drafts, but get yourself a Dak, a Tua, Kirk Cousins, Anthony Richardson, and then Jordan Love has been my priority backup.
Love it. Now, tight end. How are you approaching tight end?
I mean, I wish it was as easy as Dalton Schultz or bust, but that's my highest ownership that I got at tight end. But I have a good bit of Kelsey. I'm not falling below Schultz. So when you look at like the Kyle Pitts, George Kittle, Mark Andrews, basically that top 7 or 8 tight ends, which I move Schultz into that 6, 7, 8 range. After that, I want my starter from one of those 8. Once it gets after Schultz, I do not like my builds at that with those tight ends.
Now, early rounds. If you're picking near the end of the first round in a 12-team league, are you identifying either a position or a couple different players that you might like to go with?
Yeah, it's more so like a couple players. When you look at the back end of the first round, like if a guy like Nick Chubb falls, I like him. And then when you come to that end of the second round, maybe it's the likes of an Amon-Ra St. Brown, Garrett Wilson, or pretty much at the end of the first round, I'll identify 4 or 5 players that I believe have a chance to be there, with likely 1 or 2 that I know that aren't, but you always got to hold out hope and just see if they get there. And then it's taken from that 4 or 5. So like, for example, pick 10 in a 12-team format. A lot of times I hope Bijan falls. I know he's not, but I'm allowed to have that hope. Look for like the likes of then Nick Chubb, Tony Pollard, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Garrett Wilson, or if another big receiver falls. But that's pretty much what I'll do is I'll identify a little cluster of players and then hope that at least 2 of them make it to me.
Last thing, aside from the players you talked about, are there any other players that you've had heavy investment in? Maybe a quarterback.
Quarterback, I think my highest owned quarterback is, I believe it's Dak Prescott. When you look at that team, they have Pollard and then a bunch of kind of just middling running backs behind him. I think they're going to throw the ball a lot. And now we just have to hope he doesn't throw 37 interceptions like he did last year, and it seemed like. So as long as he keeps the interceptions in check, the yardage and volume is going to be there. And look at the team build. It's Tony Pollard and then question marks behind him. But at receiver, they brought in Brandon Cooks, and you can argue they already had another wide receiver too. I know they let Dalton Schultz go, but Gallup, Cooks, and then some guy named CeeDee Lamb, who's a pretty good second round pick. The weapons are there for him. I have a lot of exposure to Dak this year.
Last thing. People are drafting today. Is there any final piece of advice that you might give somebody the last minute, like Travis Kelce? Let's say Travis Kelce. Would you draft him in the first round? What would you tell them to do with Kelce?
Yeah, I would probably hold off. If he can slip to the second, I would take it. It seems like it's just a bone bruise for like a report that I saw. So maybe misses this week and you kind of hope for the following. If he slips, I'm okay taking him. I would just say, especially like at the tight end position and just really overall, get your guys. We're at this point. Have the ones you believe in. Don't worry, ADP be damned. Just because someone's picked 72 and you have picked 68, you get your guy. You go into battle with your guys that you want to win with.
That's great advice. Now, if you're not following Colby Conway at Colby R. Conway, you need to. Colby, tell everybody where they can find your work, what you have going on so people can keep up with you.
Yep, over at Fantasy Alarm, I'll be doing the DFS wide receiver coach each week for the NFL season for your NFL DFS lineups and doing a little red zone analysis. And then I'll also be over with Bob Lung at Big Guy Fantasy Sports doing some DFS stuff as well.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Colby, always great talking football with you. Appreciate you. Have a great start to your season. Let's make sure we talk soon.
Absolutely. Likewise, Jim. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Bye. Scott Fish is in the house. Welcome aboard, Scott Fish. How is it going?
What's going on, man? What's going on? It's a good time. Football's almost here.
Can you believe it? It seems like August lasts forever. And I count the first week of September as August because for what we do, it is just crazy, crazy, crazy season. But we are going to have football in like a couple days, and that's like a day and a half. And that's going to be wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
What's the biggest thing you're excited about once we get kicked off?
Honestly, most of my work is off-season work. Like I have my weekly routine. So once like we get kicked off, then everything's routine for me. Like in the off-season, there's tons of stuff going on. Once the season hits, it's like I got to show this day, a show this day. I got to prep this day. Like everything's a routine, and it's just so much easier to handle. That's more the content creator side, but
100%. Now, if you're not following Scott, which I know you already are, he's at Scott Fish 24. Make sure you're doing that. So, Scott, here we are, draft season. Some people are still going at it. What have you learned from the draft season that you would like to share with the fantasy community? First piece of advice.
Yeah, I think this is the thing that I always start with on pretty much every show and have for years. And maybe it's because I'm super old and I've been playing for 32 years. But at this point in my fantasy career, and I think Brian Drake touched on this earlier, just get your guys, man. Just get your guys. Fantasy is supposed to be fun. Like you want to stay within a reasonable amount of range for, ADP. Don't reach 6 rounds for your guys. Use like ADP is a guide. It's not gospel. It's a guide. Fantasy rankings are a guide. Don't go exactly by them. Just don't go too far out of your way. For example, my son drafted a player the other day at least 4 or 5 rounds ahead of ADP, and I'm like, he's so good at fantasy, but he's like, I don't care. I wanted to make sure I got him, and that's great, but don't go too nuts. Don't go too nuts.
Oh my gosh. So Fantasy Cares post, should I draft Christian Ponder in the 6th? Do you want to comment on that?
No, never do that. Honestly, the Vikings taking him in the 1st was a little crazy.
Oh my gosh. Like the 7th pick, right? I want to say 7th, or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
it was top 10. It was 7th.
That sounds right.
Right there, along with like Blaine Gabbert and stuff, went right around that range. Yeah, something like that.
So, Scott, let's talk some of these injured players and suspended or anything players. Jonathan Taylor, let's start with him. We don't know what he is. Pup list,
right?
Hold in, hold out, whatever. What are you doing with him?
Yeah, man. If he comes back and plays 12 games, he's probably still an RB, a top RB. But I saw him. So I was in a draft last night. I'll talk about this for a second. I was in a draft last night as a celebrity charity league thing, and he went in the 6th round, the pick before mine, and I'm like, I would have scooped him up. I would have taken him right the 6th round. Are you kidding me? Like, yeah, first couple rounds, yeah, it's scary. You're missing a quarter of your fantasy season, maybe even a third of your regular fantasy season if you only go 13 weeks, right? You're gonna miss those 4 games, maybe his bye, whatever. Actually, I think they have anyway. But yeah, I'm mostly avoiding unless he slips into that 4th, 5th, 6th range, and that's just a steal at that point for what he can possibly be. We talk about all these. We routinely in the industry talk about these guys, these either rookies or like breakout guys that like maybe they start slow, but they'll league win for you later. Why can't just Jonathan Taylor be that guy? You just know he's out, and you can replace him. You're not sifting through the low weeks to get to those high weeks.
If somebody was drafting Taylor and then they went later in a draft, would you waste your time? Let's say it's even the 15th, 16th round, and there were other indie backs there.
Yeah.
Would you waste your time, or would you go after one? And if so, who?
So you're talking to a guy who has drafted Evan Hull in every single league for about a month and a half. So the bias in me is like, it's Evan Hull. I took him in the last round last night. By the way, last night's draft, I was going to mention, 2 picks before Darren Waller. Darren Waller's in this league. 2 picks before Darren Waller. I took Darren Waller on him.
Oh, nice.
So
That's
just
fabulous.
Just wait for later in the season when I attempt to trade Darren Waller to himself or play Darren Waller against himself.
What are the odds of that? That's a story nobody else could tell.
Yeah. I mean, Cooter Doodle drafted AJ Dillon in a league with AJ Dillon a couple of years ago that we were in, and that's
And at least Dylan was probably saying, you know what? I took Aaron Jones.
yeah, probably. But here's the crazy thing about that Amanda or Cooter Doodle story. She played AJ Dillon against himself, and he scored 2 touchdowns that week against himself in the league.
Cooter Doodle rocked that one.
Yeah,
That's awesome. So, Scott, now Travis Kelce, hyperextended knee. To me, off the cuff, sounds like a missed game for sure. Iffy week 2.
And
he's already falling already in drafts into the second round and some. What are you doing?
Yeah, even if he misses a couple weeks, he still has a really good shot at ending tight end 1, right? Jason Kelce, I think this morning, his brother is like, I think he's gonna be okay, and I'm like, that's already some interesting inside info there. Like, I know he's got a game coming up in 30 hours or whatever, so maybe that one's tough, but yeah, that's definitely I'm smashing him in the second if I can. I've seen it in the draft last night. He went 112, so.
Yeah, so I mean, when you get a half a round of value or more on a player who is clearly somebody who could be number 1 like that at their position, I think you can't miss out on that opportunity to get that value. I like you and what Jason Kelce said as well. I think it's a minor injury from what I heard.
Right.
I clearly wasn't there, but it sounds like you'll have him week 2. Week 1, you better have enough depth.
Yep, absolutely.
So the next one, Cooper Kupp.
Okay, Cooper Kupp. So he's a little trickier. That setback has him pushed down quite a bit. I am having trouble buying him. I just am. I hate soft tissue injuries. I think once he comes back, like last year, he was points per game. I think he was wide receiver 2 in the stretches that he was healthy. But unless the dip goes further, and I haven't seen it dip as much as I thought it would, I can't buy him in the first or second. I'm probably going to start hitting now.
Yeah, because right now, last 2 days, Fantasy Mojo ADP, it's FFPC drafts, pick 20, wide receiver 12.
Okay.
And like you, I think a little bit more maybe, but at that point, not so much, right?
Yeah, right. Absolutely. It's these injured guys right before the season, man. Why do we draft before week 17, man? We got to why do we draft before the trade deadline? We need all the information.
Yes. I love that. So when we get to the early round of the draft, first, second round, are there any players, let's say you're drafting in the back half of the first round, and then obviously it means the first half of the second round. Are there any particular players who you really like in that range?
Yeah. So I have had about the same draft strategy almost all offseason, and Colby touched on a bunch of them, honestly, that I find myself drafting a lot. I've been at the back half a lot. And what I'm routinely doing is taking guys like, Tony Pollard, Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra, those types right around that corner. I usually want to get one stud wide receiver because I have found I can just rack up on the Jordan Addisons, the JSNs, the George Pickens, the Jahan Dotsons. Like, I can rack those in the middle rounds. So I don't care about getting 2 wide receivers as early. I have found myself going 2 or 3 running backs early now because I'm grabbing Pollard, I'm grabbing Pierce, I'm grabbing, another guy because I can rack all those guys up later. I can get like Tank Dells and stuff and Nico Collins, like 10 double-digit rounds. So I found myself doing that. At the quarterback, I can go quarterback and tight end position too if you want.
We will, but I want to do a follow-up.
Yeah.
Because you're taking advantage of an inefficiency in the market because of the receiver heavy early. And I just want to point out to the audience, you're taking those running backs because you're being fluid in your drafts. You're seeing, oh my gosh, this is a player that shouldn't be here. You add him to your roster, it's 3 running backs. 90% of the leagues have a flex.
Exactly.
They're starters, and injuries hit. Guess what? Move them into your starting lineup, right?
Yeah, it's not the most popular of setups or of starts right now with the way the industry talks, but I'm just zagging when everybody's trying to zig that way right now. I just flipped it. So
you're honing your inner Bill Belichick. Exactly.
Yep.
You zig when they zag.
Yeah.
So you were saying next, quarterback strategy. What are you liking this year?
Yeah, so quarterback strategy, in most of my drafts, I'm not able, because of that start, I'm not able to capitalize on a lot of the early round quarterbacks, which had a really high success rate last year. What I find myself doing is pairing Anthony Richardson, who can break scoring if he hits, with someone super safe like Kirk Cousins or Jared Goff or Geno Smith. You get them back-to-back rounds in the late single digits, early double digits. There's honestly a lot of Kirk. I've started to find myself turn around on Jared Goff too, because I think to myself with Jared Goff, he had 29 touchdowns and 4,400 yards last year. Jamal Williams had 38 goal-to-go carries. Amon-Ra was tackled inside the 3 like 3 or 4 times. What if 10 of those turned second year in Ben Johnson's offense? What if 10 of those turned into Goff touchdowns instead of runs? Now you've got a 40 or 39 touchdown quarterback going in the double-digit rounds. He just feels really safe at his price. I'm not saying he's going to do that, but it's not just in the range of outcome. There's an actual possibility there, a decent possibility.
There is no doubt. Now, this is not throwing shade on your comics. I agree with you. But the one thing I noticed in my research, Goff was 23 touchdowns at home and 6 on the road last year. Was it just chance or what's up with that? Was a huge disparity.
Wasn't he like that his year? I'm almost positive he was like that his big year with the Rams too.
Yep.
That it was very much a home thing for him. I should check his dome outside splits, because maybe it's simply being in the dome there and being in nice weather in California that he just doesn't face elements well. Which is possible when you're in Minnesota's in a dome, but when you got Green Bay and Chicago twice, you're already hitting 4 games there. Yeah, it's very possible, but it does feel safe based on what I feel about that offense.
Yeah, and like I said, I like it because you're right. I mean, a lot could go this way. And Ben Johnson is really good at getting a first read open, because I don't think Goff is a great second reaction quarterback, but his coach takes that away. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, if you can figure out more specifically what if it is dome and outside, or if it is home and away, or if it's a combo of them, maybe you can play that with your starters. Those are the weeks you bench Goff.
Yeah, so that's something definitely to look for. Now, next thing, tight ends.
Yeah.
So a lot of different ways people are approaching it. What does Scott Fish recommend?
Well, I kind of mentioned with the Darren Waller League, I auto-smashed Darren Waller in the 5th round, almost every single draft. I try to get one of the early elite ones, and I've been extremely good at it. You know, when I'm late, I know rookie tight ends almost do nothing, but this year it feels like these guys just have legit opportunity, and they're going to be running a ton of routes like Kincaid and Musgrave and guys like that, who are actually that's the biggest key, is that they're going to be running routes. But I'm generally an elite one early, and then I'll try to grab a Kincaid or a Laporta, who's got great opportunity. And Detroit, I believe, scored 11 tight end touchdowns last year or something like that.
So that said, we got a couple minutes left. Are there any other things that you thought of in terms of what you want to tell fantasy managers they prepare for these last drafts?
No. I think the fantasy managers that are preparing for these last drafts are, they've been either doing it for a while, or they've been listening to your show all day and they've got all the information. They know what they need to do. They don't be a slave to the ADP. Don't go specifically on ranks. Use tiers instead of just straight up rankings if you can. Don't chase. If you're in a draft, it's much more preferable to start a run than to be at the end of the run. My basic strategy, I hope that helps out just a little bit. But lastly, like if you're in a draft, there's always time to tell your league to consider adding a charitable element, maybe 1 entry fee to charity. I'm just going to throw that out there. If you got a draft going on today or tomorrow, you can bring it up. Do me a little favor.
Now, before I have you pitch your stuff, what you're going to do in a minute, I'll ask you one last question. So at ADP, which whatever it is, Amon-Ra St. Brown last 2 days is wide receiver 5. Right. Garrett Wilson's wide receiver 6, and CD Lamb's wide receiver 7.
Yeah.
Which one do you like?
So for me, you're making me really mad right here, because I usually take whoever doesn't go of Amon-Ra or Garrett Wilson. If they're both, I have not had the spot where they're both there, and I'm like, who do I take? If I had my druthers, it's probably going to be Garrett Wilson slightly over Amon-Ra, but I can take either argument. Part of it is just I feel he has every possibility to be the Devontae Adams for Aaron Rodgers, maybe even better. I think it's going to be a decent offense. They got a decent defense. They're going to be in a fair amount of shootouts based on the schedule. He's just like earlier in the offseason, I was like, this is the one guy going outside the top 12 wide receivers that I think could end wide receiver 1. Now, obviously, he's moved up the ranks there. Amon-Ra depends on a ton of volume, which is great. But if that starts to split up a little, oh man, I don't know. I'd just rather bank on. I love them both. That's where I have them ranked. Exactly.
Good. I like to ask you an uncomfortable question.
It's really uncomfortable, but I clearly like them both.
Yes.
Over.
So besides following you at ScottFish24, tell people what you have going on, how they can connect with you.
Yeah, so ScottFish24, scottfishbowl.com is where you can sign up for anything to be, in the fishbowl next year or whatever. And fantasycares.org, fantasycares.org. That's you can donate there. We do a lot of good. We go toy shopping at Christmas time, buy a ton of toys. We've expanded to the point where we're able to help so many smaller local charities in different areas too, and it's just a wonderful thing being able to mix charity and this hobby of ours.
Scott, always enjoy seeing you. For finally, I have you on a show, which was even better yet. I'll have to definitely make sure we schedule this again. I hope you have a great start to the season, and thank you for all you do for the fantasy community. You make the world a better place. You make football community a better place. Thank you for all you do.
Thanks a ton. You have a great day.
You too. Bye. All right, everyone, we're getting ready to bring more guests in. Soon we will. And if you're enjoying the show, please consider it and like and subscribe button. If you are on RotoWire YouTube, don't forget, we do have 5 days a week, the RotoWire live show. During the regular season, we'll be off on Wednesdays and Thursdays. On Sunday, we have a start-sit stream where I give you the why, not just who to start, so you can make your best decision. Also, Sirius XM show, channel 87, Fantasy Sports Channel, be on there on the weekends. Make sure you have that. You're listening to us there. But back to the RotoWire live show, the shows in the beginning of the week. Obviously, beginning of the week, we'll be breaking down player trends that we can apply to the following week. Toward the end of the week, we'll cover DFS and gambling angles, but definitely that show will be on 11 a.m. Eastern, where you're watching it right now. Be great to have you to see that. In the meantime, while we're waiting for our next guest to come on over, I'm going to start talking about some players that I am planting flags on this year, and I'll explain why, help you get ready for those drafts. So we'll start with the early round. Nick Chubb, I get it that he is an elite player, but I do believe he could be the RB2 this year. For the first time in his career, I expect him to see light boxes. In his prior time with the Browns, they have been a run offense, and defenses have been able to play against that. And yet Chubb still went for between 5 and 5.5 yards per carry in every one of those seasons. And so Nick Chubb now has a chance to see more space at the second level. I also believe that this offense, if Deshaun Watson reclaims the speed of the game, I believe this could be a very high-scoring offense, and Nick Chubb will be a huge benefactor of that. I don't know that I can say for sure that his receiving usage will go up, but there's a possibility that happens. But I think regardless, with more space to run than he's seen, he has a chance, and he's had big seasons, but we could see a career year. A lot of people are hearing reports, which understand that Jaylen Warren is going to hop Najee Harris. I know that one of the beat writers kind of threw a lot of cold water on it. I want you to know that Najee Harris played with a steel plate in his shoe for the first 8 weeks of the season last year, and he did not get big volume in those games. After the bye, the plate came out. He was seeing 20-plus carries in a number of the games. Obviously, the yardage came with that, started scoring touchdowns. But here's the thing that I like about Harris. Harris is going to continue to have that role, and we're going to be in good shape. But with Harris, I think that we're looking at a player who could see significant volume, but the offense, they could have enough of a passing attack where they could definitely see less attention on the run. To me, that would benefit Najee Harris significantly. Alan Seslowsky, my noon 1 Eastern guest is not quite here yet.
Yeah, I figured I'd keep you company until they get here.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing.
Yeah.
So, do you want to talk about the XM show that we'll have going on during the season?
Well, first of all, everybody, the most asked question, because this is RotoWire's, this stream is going crazy right now. I mean, people coming in and out of it, bookmarking it, sharing it with people. You're doing a great job, Jim. But the number one question that you haven't answered yet is, are you wearing Depends, or do you have a Gatorade bottle under that desk?
It depends.
There you go.
Bad
Go-
answer.
do you need a quick relief, and I can just kind of tell?
Yeah, you let me go about 40 minutes ago. I'm in good shape here.
Okay, all right, yeah. So just a reminder, everyone, if you love Jim Coventry, and we all do, consider hitting that like button and subscribe to the channel, because he's going to be on 5 days a week, as he's been telling you. But also, Jim, I want to make an announcement here today that you and I are going to be on SiriusXM satellite radio on channel 87, or on the app if you have it, and we're going to be on every Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So even if you're on the West Coast and it's 6 a.m., you get up, you pour that cup of coffee, it's a quiet house for a few minutes, maybe it's not, and you throw us on, and Jim will get you up to date on all the overnight injuries. We'll have a top 10 list of things that you need to think about for fantasy football. And it's a quick power hour on SiriusXM. So every Sunday, if you have SiriusXM, go put it on channel 87. And if you wake up a little late, you could always rewind the app as well. And then after that show is over, you are going to be on a live stream doing your start sit, which I believe, and I go on all the start sit streams, because what I do is I crowdsource my start sits to everyone, and then I do the opposite. But you seem to nail it, Jim, every time, because you're not just giving people like who to start, you're telling them the why, and you're giving them something to think about, whether, like, hey, should I start Jordan Addison or Sky Moore this week? Oh, this cornerback that's probably going to be facing Jordan Addison, he gives up a lot to the little guys. You should start him, where I was thinking start Sky Moore. Things like that. That's not actually advice. That's just an example. So while I have you here, Sky Moore or Jordan Addison, I'm having that problem in the NFFC this week.
I think Jordan Addison will see more consistent volume. Remember, the defense is going to be really bad. They're going to have to throw most weeks. Kansas City plays a lot of 2 and 3 tight end sets. So I think Sky Moore, as much as he'll be a big factor, I do think he's going to see some weeks where his snap share isn't incredibly high. Now, when Kadarius Toney gets hurt, that could change quickly. But I think that, so I think your boom bust play, it could be Sky Moore, the boom bust play, but I'm going to say Jordan Addison. And we don't know. We haven't seen him, but we haven't seen Sky Moore really do anything at the NFL level either. So I think we need to be careful here. But again, with Kirk Cousins in a really bad defense, I think we go with that for the volume.
Well, here is what my thought process was, because I'm glad you see, this is what we're talking about, because I was going the opposite way, and I still might, but I think Jim makes a really strong point. If you're going to use Sky Moore, if you drafted him in the 8th round, this is the week to do it, right? If you don't use him now, when, right? A bye week, an injury, sure. But, I mean, the second-year wide receivers are the ones that break out, right? And I always like drafting the ones that haven't broken out. I mean, it was Jahan Dotson. I mean, he kind of broke out, but forget it. He moves up to the 5th and 6th round. You're not getting him. So we're back to Treylon Burks. We're up to Sky Moore. These are the guys you want. Addison, I'm thinking, Jim, is probably going to be at best 3rd in targets on this Sunday, where Sky Moore, he's got a chance to be 8 for 80. Don't you think that if everything you said true, isn't this the week to try it?
It may be. I'm trying to break down this game without potentially Kelsey being there. And I'm thinking to myself, the Lions still can't stop the run. Are the Chiefs going to come in? Andy Reid's done this before, not often. Is he going to come in and run the ball? And on the other side of the ball, the Lions got to be thinking, Chris Jones is out. He's not a pass rusher only. He's the key to their run defense. He allows everybody else to get freed up. Is Dan Campbell going to come into this game and saying, you know what? We're running the ball 40 times. We are going to slow the game down. We're going to try to keep Mahomes off the field. But the Chiefs might do the same thing. Now, that's a game script. Mahomes always finds a way to get his. If he gets 18 attempts, Mahomes will find a way to get it done for you.
Yeah.
No matter who his receivers are. But I'm wondering how much pass volume there's going to be in this game and how many plays there are going to be. Because I can see both teams grinding first downs.
Yeah, no, you're making a good point that Mahomes could have 18 pass attempts and 3 of them go to MVS for 110 yards and a touchdown, right? And then where somebody gets dragged down on the 1 yard line and it's a shovel pass to like Blake Bell or something like that, right? And then the rest of the world's on tilt. It's, you know what, to make a little quick of a cross-sport reference, Patrick Mahomes for fantasy football is kind of like what peak LeBron James was in fantasy, where it didn't matter which 4 guys were around him. You just put those guys in your lineup and they're going to have points, they're going to get, assists. And LeBron was such a good distributor. And I think that's what Patrick Mahomes is. Now, again, that doesn't mean that, and those guys with LeBron, they were okay. You weren't like startable, but you just never knew which one was going to have the 20 and 10. So, yeah, I mean, with before when Kelsey was there, we had no idea. Maybe it's a little more consolidated now. So, but yeah, I mean, if it's going to be Sky Moore, this is the week to play him. But yeah, I mean, I have that specific choice. So I'm taking up everyone's time today with my personal start sit.
Now, Alan, let me ask you a question. Give me one player you planted your flag on this year and tell me why you like this player.
Oh, yeah. So I've been watching the whole stream. I've heard you answer this question, so I will answer it. But I will give you, after we're done here, I have a piece of advice that I haven't heard yet that I want to put forth to you. So
do that first.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll come back to my flag plants in a moment, or if your guest shows up, I'll just I'll take I'll sit in the passenger seat. Everyone's either you have drafts tonight. There's 7 million people 7 million leagues drafting tonight according to Yahoo data. That's like a lot, which basically means there's probably like 100 million leagues out there at this point. But if you've drafted already, which is a lot of you, I want to talk about the waiver wire. Okay, so most of you play in leagues now that have fab bidding. We still know all those leagues that have like waiver priority. So this kind of applies to you. But in leagues where you have like 100% budget, I think that, and a lot of people like to sprinkle budget here. Let me put $6 on this guy, $8 on this guy. And that's a sound strategy. But Jim, when you have a $100 budget, I like to say you get 3 hammers or 2 sledgehammers, meaning you get a 60% bid, a 40% bid to go get like the hot running back, or you get, 3 35% bids. As long as your league allows you to play with $0 bidding, plan on using this hammer, this sledgehammer in week 1 when Elijah Mitchell from a couple of years ago shows up. It's very rare that a wide receiver, but remember going back a decade, Miles Austin, Victor Cruz, Cam Newton. Anquan Bolden. These guys that show you who they are in week 1, you want them on your team for the entire time. So don't be judicious with your budget. Get ready. You get 3 hammers, meaning 3 30% bids or plus. I use 2 50% bids, and sometimes, Jim, I'll use an 80%er if it's like a super deep league and like super flex and like a quarterback shows up. So my advice to people is get ready to just out aggressive and push the room around with fab, because when these guys show up early, you get them for the whole season. Now that doesn't mean like if some if KJ Osborne has 9 catches for 90 yards and a touchdown, you don't go 35-40% on him, right? Because we know that. But if there's going to be a running back that Jim Coventry hasn't talked about all summer long, and he's covered every player in the NFL, he has a top 400 for Christ's sakes, but if there's going to be a player that shows their face and you're going to be like, oh my God, that guy is going to be the lead running back for the next 5-6 weeks and maybe the whole season, Jim.
No, you're totally right. I love the advice, and I love it with the $0 bid. Some leagues don't have that, but it's very important to know those parameters within your league. Very, very smart to think about that. Alan, let's get back to now, I love that advice, so thank you for interjecting that. Flag plant players, who's somebody you like and why?
Yeah, you and I, we do the radio shows and podcasts together, so this could sound a little repetitive to you, but I still think that you have to be willing to go in on the rookie Bijan Robinson as early as you want, as soon as Justin Jefferson's off the board. And you've done a great job throughout your podcasts and radio shows of outlining the risk that Tyler Algier is not a zero. He had 1,000 yards rushing last year, but there's plenty to go around. I mean, the team had 559 rush attempts last year, something like that. As Jim likes to say, off the top of my head, he's got it all in there. He's like, who was the character in Wizard of Oz? It was that got the brains. It was Scarecrow, right? At the end. And he starts
had a brain, yeah.
But at the end, he starts like solving like Einstein's equation. That's Jim Coventry in football right there.
Nice.
So, bottom line is I'm willing to take Bijan Robinson as high as pick 2, certainly as the RB1 when you're ready to take a first running back, because you talked about with Bob Harris, what does next year's cheat sheet look like? And it's so easy to see Bijan is that guy. I love that there was an announcement yesterday, Jim Coventry, this morning, that Bijan has been officially put on top of the depth chart. And I made Dov Kleiman, I follow him like everybody does. I made a comment like, oh damn, my first round Tyler Algier shares they're all in dust. Like, come on, who you fooling here? So Bijan Robinson, I think, and the reason I like being aggressive on him, Jim, is that even if it fails, right? If it goes wrong, it's going to be a soft landing. He'll finish as like the 15th best fantasy player, the 18th best, which is not what you want from your first round pick. But it's not like you're going to take a guy in the first round and he's going to be like a 4th round value. There's almost no scenario outside of injury that can happen, Jim.
No, you're right about that, and the volume that they're going to get and the creativity in the run game. Here's what I want you to know about the run game in the NFL. Defenses have gotten lighter and lighter because it's a passing league, and the majority of the outstanding teams throw the ball. Defenses have had to act in kind. But when you have the anomaly team like the Falcons, who are going to run up 2 and 3 tight end sets, they might put a second running back on the field. They have an excellent offensive line. They are going to pound you into oblivion with sheer size that defenses are not equipped to handle. It's not a matter of just putting an extra body in the box. It's a matter of the creativity in the run game, the motion. And so Arthur Smith has it figured out. So like you said, the floor for Bijan is super, super high. There are other situations where running backs can go bust. I don't see it happening. He doesn't even have to be excellent. He could be just a good running back in that system. Tyler Algier, I want to say, was close to 5 yards a carry last year as a 5th round pick behind that line.
And a converted linebacker. The guy wasn't even a running back until the last year of college. I mean, it's and like I said, it's imagine someone with real running back skills behind that offensive line. And let me ask I'm so like every time we do a show together, Jim, I forget to ask you this. So while it's on my mind, and if you look at Desmond Ritter's passing prop, it's about 2,500 yards, and obviously he's going to pass more than that. Vegas is baking in some Tyler Heineke starts, and I think if that happens, if we get off to a 2-5 start, even a 2-3 start, it's Taylor time. We've seen Taylor Heineke be exciting for the NFL and as it relates to the fantasy players. How does that? What do you think the effect is on all the pass catchers if we do get Heineke and obviously Bijan Robinson, who we're talking about now?
Heineke gives problems to his NFL coaching staff. He makes poor throws, like poor decisions, I should say. But Terry McLaurin was just fine with him at quarterback. So it's a very narrow target tree. Really, it's Drake London and probably Kyle Pitts, although we don't know how Pitts is going to be used. Drake London is going to be fine. He is going to be the main target hog in the receiver room. And there don't have to be a ton of targets. Like you said, they ran 579 times last year. They're still going to throw enough, 20 times a game. Even with that narrow tree, London in a lot of games is going to see 8 to 10 targets. So London is the guy to bet on. And regardless of quarterback, whether it's Ritter, who we already saw 4 games of production with Drake London and Ritter. But like you said, if we go to Taylor Heineke, London's still going to get his. Massive frame, presents a great target for the passer. They use him a lot underneath on slants, but it's not like he can't get downfield and win 50-50 balls. So I think Drake London is a big win regardless of quarterback.
Yeah, and who do you think is is Mac Hollins the downfield guy? Because Desmond Ritter, I was watching a little Desmond Ritter highlights, which again, that's not scouting. It's just like I wanted to see what Desmond Ritter's best plays look like from college. And man, at Cincinnati, he was whipping that ball downfield to Alec Pierce. And we like Alec Pierce as a downfield threat. Mac Hollins, man, again, I'm not saying go pick up Mac Hollins right now. I mean, we always make the joke, Jim, better in best ball because you're never going to be able to predict it. But Desmond Ritter can throw down the field. Of Pitts, of London, which one of those guys do you think stands to benefit from the longer throws?
Based on last year, Kyle Pitts, part of the reason he tanked for fantasy is he was mostly used on deep routes. Those are low percentage passes. Marcus Mariota was a terrible downfield passer. Therefore, Kyle Pitts wasn't getting short and intermediate stuff, so he couldn't pad his stats. Kyle Pitts is their deep threat, I believe, because they motion him out to the outside. Mac Hollins, people hate when I say this, but it's true. He is an excellent blocker. That is part of Arthur Smith's running game. Drake London can block. Part of the reason they moved Drake London into the slot, not just so he could be a receiver, but because you've got a big body who could chip in the run game. And I talked earlier, they get numbers against you. Mac Hollins, they targeted him. Yes, he can occasionally sneak downfield, and yeah, he's good at that, but he can block. and that gives Arthur Smith more toys for what he wants to do. But I think the biggest downfield threat will remain Kyle Pitts because, look, if they get him isolated on somebody, Mac Hollins is a nice player. Kyle Pitts is legitimately can win on the outside.
There's been a lot of concern too in the last few days about Kyle Pitts. Like, is he healthy? Is he going to play? Like, I took him in the 7th round, thinking like, oh my God, well, this is going to be great. 7th round. But now I'm like, holy shit. I have Kyle Pitts and I can't even start him, and I passed on like a good receiver there. I'll just tell you right now, week 1, I don't trust him. I'm playing Pat Freiermuth. I backed him up with a high floor tight end. I guess you can weigh in on that, but if Kyle Pitts isn't healthy, maybe Mac Hollins has a little more juice. But I like what you said about that he's more of a blocking threat, because if you haven't seen these pictures, I want you to Google it if you're at home. Mac Hollins swole, meaning like he bulked up. This guy looks like he could be like a professional like wrestler or like a UFC fighter, man. And he's got like the by the way, a lot of bald jokes today. You know what? As a shaved head community member, not liking the offensive jokes here. Okay, we're not bald. It's the shaved head community. That's what we go by. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, no, I like that. More flag plant players. You and I have debated Christian Watson. See, here's the thing with Christian Watson and Jim Coventry. He's my most owned player. Him and Paris Campbell. Like, what? Paris Campbell? It's because when you like sleepers, you can get them. You know, yes. I can't get Christian Watson unless I have the position in the draft that I get. So that's why your most owned players are going to be the sleepers, because you can get them anytime you want. Oh, Paris Campbell goes in the 16th. I'll just take him in the 13th, you know. But Christian Watson, for everybody here, he's been like, he's going to be one of the answers this year, right? Like, good or bad, because it's so crazy to me. When we first started like developing our takes in February and March and all that type of stuff, I didn't think that Christian Watson was going to be this polarizing. You know, I saw like, oh, this guy had a breakout starting in week 10, went nuclear. You know, I mean, I know that the downside argument is Aaron Rodgers isn't there. It was touchdown related, but we just talked about second-year players, Jim, that can go totally nuclear. This guy was basically a first-round pick. He was picked in the T. Higgins spot from the year before, like the first or second pick of the second round, and he's already showed it. I mean, like, in my mind, I was like, why isn't he being considered in the same tier as Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson? I mean, you don't have to pay for it, and the breakout could be coming. It's so easy to see Christian Watson being like one in the same like draft position next year as like Jalen Waddle or Chris Olave, where they're going right now.
Are there any? I think on this show, what I like is people have heard my voice over and over on players. I like bringing in other voices because, look, I have no monopoly on the truth. I may see it completely different, but I don't think that matters. I think that Christian Watson has shown, like you said, he has shown the ability to be able to put up high-end numbers. And so I think it's a very justified case to take him as the player that's going to take another step. Absolutely. And so can you give me another player you're planting your flag on?
Yeah, I mean, if you, I've heard a lot of great analysts on here talking about it in the complete opposite advice. Hey, I need a second-round quarterback. Oh, I'm not touching a second-round quarterback because I like the wide receivers. So the name of like everyone talks about cheat code quarterbacks, Jim, and it's always like find the running quarterback. The cheat code quarterback is finding the guy who runs that you can get late. Right. And, you know, if everyone's like, oh, Lamar Jackson was so obvious. So why didn't you take him in the 5th round is the first year he started? No, you took him in the 9th round because that's where he went. Jalen Hurts was a 6th-round pick last year. If you knew, why did you take him in the 4th round? Right. So there is a running quarterback or a mobile quarterback out there right now that nobody is thinking about is going to finish as a top 10 quarterback and maybe a top 6. It's Sam Howell. Sam Howell, Jim, is the starting quarterback from the Washington Commanders, and this is the stat that I heard. I didn't do the research. I rely on guys like Jim to do the work for me, and then I just regurgitate it. Right? So here is the stat on Sam Howell that blew my mind. He had more rushing yards his senior year at North Carolina than Anthony Richardson had in his senior year. Okay, now. Do with that what you will, but the guy can move, right? The guy can run. Now, you know, it's he's basically he was considered the quarterback 1 in that class until his senior year, where he had a little bit of a down year and then plummets to the 5th round inexcusably. This guy at one point was considered the number 1 quarterback in that Kenny Pickett class. All right, he's getting a chance. I mean, if Sam Howell wasn't a 5th-round pick, Jim Coventry, if he was like, say, like a late 1st-round pick, would we be having this discussion? Be like, oh, Sam Howell's the guy. Right now, he's undrafted basically in single quarterback leagues, and he is the ultimate punt play. Now, is there a risk? Sure. But in single quarterback leagues, when you go safe upside or upside safe, meaning like on the onesie positions, usually you want to draft 2 of those guys if you draft a risky guy. Why can't Sam Howell, who you get basically in the last round, the 16th round of your draft, be the rushing quarterback? I'm not saying he's going to finish where Jalen Hurts is, but why can't he be quarterback 9? We all like his options, Jim.
100%. It's a very, very solid case you make. Eric Bieniemy with Sam Howell has the potential to get openings in the field. Curtis Samuel, one of our guests, talked about prior, and it was the fact that you could get him as a horizontal piece to stretch the defense. You've got, I don't know what Terry McLaurin's toe is like, but we know he can lift the lid off defenses. Jahan Dotson is a versatile player who can do a lot of different things, not the fastest, but he can win at the catch point. And then Antonio Gibson, who they could use in a hybrid role. There's a lot of potential with weapons to spread defenses out. Eric Bieniemy is a very smart coach who hasn't gotten a head coaching opportunity. He's an offensive coordinator still, but he's out of Andy Reid's shadow. This year, it's his chance to show the world, look, this is the guy you've been passing on all along, and I was here the whole time. Getting Sam Howell into this offense, into what could be a very, very easy to run offense, could provide him running lanes with the weapons he has. So there's a very plausible case for, as your second quarterback, taking Sam Howell late.
Right. And what happens is usually, like, say you're in most single quarterback leagues are really 2 quarterback leagues, because your average league, Yahoo put out a study that says I think they draft 1.65 quarterbacks per team, meaning most teams are taking a second quarterback. So let's say you do, get one of the name brand quarterbacks. Let's say Justin Herbert. I've heard a lot of people, credible, good analysts, say that they love Justin Herbert. So let's say you get Herbert in the 4th or 5th round, wherever your league decides to take quarterbacks, and then you take Sam Howell. And Sam Howell hits. I mean, week 1, 280 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, no interception, 60 yards rushing, right? I'm just making up that line. You don't try to trade Sam Howell. You try to in a single quarterback league, you can't trade a quarterback, except if they're a name brand. There's some team going to be in your league that just, flames out at quarterback. That's when you could trade Justin Herbert for a wide receiver or running back or an upgrade at tight end. Say you have a crappy tight end, Darren Waller's off to a fast start, give him Justin Herbert. You get back Darren Waller, maybe another little sprinkle on top, and you roll with Sam Howell. So that's probably how you play. The other thing, Jim, is specifically about Washington. Now this is for deeper leagues only, or DFS if you like to throw like darts. But deeper leagues, somebody that we like on the waiver wire this week for like the look ahead is and you talked about Turf Toe Terry, right? So let's say he's going to be out. De'Ami Brown. Do you remember De'Ami Brown from a couple years ago at North Carolina? Oh, who was his college quarterback? It was Sam Howell. It was Sam Howell, where he had 20 touchdowns in his last 2 years, back-to-back 1,000-yard years. Why the hell can't Sam Howell throw the ball to De'Ami Brown? Now, I'm not saying you're going to start him week 1. No. But if Terry misses some time, or you want to take a stone-cold min player on in your DFS contest, I like De'Ami Brown as like a crazy week 1 dart.
You know what? Definitely could. You'll keep the snap shares, but with Terry McLaurin, there's the opportunity that exists. Do you think that's a viable call? We'll see the injury practice reports. I think that's one we look at Friday, and we look to see if McLaurin is a full participant in practice. But right now, very viable take. Ellen, we got a couple minutes left with you here. I want you to close out and tell me final thoughts that you want to give the drafters, and then talk a little bit about the RotoWire products for us.
Yeah, just very quickly, I started my big draft piece of advice, last-minute advice, was on the waiver wire. You can rewind if you want to hear that. But the other thing about the waiver wire, Jim, that's so important is if you don't, like I said, you only get those 3 big bids, those 3 hammers, right? And if you don't want to use your hammer, that you want to do is just like look ahead. Who are the running backs that could be the hot pickup next week? For example, this week, Zach Moss is probably going to be inactive, right, Jim Coventry? So Zach Moss is going to be ahead of on top of the depth chart next week. So he's probably the starter. So what you want to do is sneak Zach Moss now while he's not the hot pickup onto your roster. Like he'll probably, if he's on someone's roster, he'll probably be dropped the minute he's inactive if you don't have an IR spot. So look ahead, look at see which running backs could, that you think are a little fragile or could just have an injury, and the backup running backs. An example, Chuba Hubbard. What if Miles Sanders has an injury this week? Chuba Hubbard or Raheem Blackshear could be on the waiver wire. Add those guys. If Miles Sanders doesn't get hurt, toss those guys in. Try to look ahead 1 week. I used to do a column called $0 bidding. These are the guys that are going to be top of the waiver wire next week. Talking about the RotoWire products real quick. Anyone who wants to get a peek at the premium content behind RotoWire's paywall, we're going to let you have it for free. Free, Jim Coventry. 2 days. Go to rotowire.com/pod or /try. Change this to try. That's our code, Jim. The try code. All right. Anyway, so you go to rotowire.com/try. And we're going to give you 2 days free. This the paywall completely locked when you put in your email. There's nothing ever to cancel, no credit card, none of that nonsense. Just go to rotowire.com/pod or /try. You get the free trial of RotoWire. And also, just remember, Jim Coventry and I will be on SiriusXM every Sunday, 9 a.m., Channel 87. Jim Coventry, you are doing the Lord's work with this podcast. This is amazing. I can't turn it off. I love you, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Alan, thanks for hanging out with me. We will talk soon. All right, so as we continue through, we're expecting to have in very, very short amount of time Stephania Bell from ESPN coming in, so very excited about that. And I'm looking forward to getting Lisa Ann up in the top of the hour. Have a little shorter of a segment than I would have liked, but my fault. I screwed the time up, so that is on me. Don't make dumb mistakes like Jim. Anyways, we're talking about flag plant players as we're waiting for Stephania to come in, and we will talk about more of mine. I keep talking about James Conner. Everybody is out on him. He's going in the 7th rounds of many drafts. Some he pops into the 6th. I want you to know this about James Conner. He had a garbage offensive line last year. He didn't have Kyler Murray for like the last 4-ish games. He averaged 20 PPR points from week 10 on. Same garbage line that he'll have this year. Maybe it's a little better. They draft, Paris Johnson. Maybe he gets in, helps a little bit. Kyler Murray, not going to play for a while. He's been there and done that. So like I said, definitely consider James Conner later. We have Stephania Bell in the house. Oh, and I caught you in between getting the headphones on, but so excited to see you, Stephania. You can find Stephania, as you know, maybe there's 2 people on the planet that don't know, so you can find her at Stephania_ESPN. You'll be able to pitch all your wonderful shows that you have going on near the end, Stephania. But Stephania, how's draft season been?
Hectic as usual. I got 2 drafts tonight, had one last night, another one coming up, like right up to kickoff. They go, which is awesome. It's awesome.
So what is it? I know we have more of a regimented schedule once this preseason is over. How do things change to go from preseason mode to regular season mode?
I think it actually gets more normal for me because football is so structured in terms of what days things happen, right? We know that the games are Thursday, Sunday, Monday, and then everything is reaction to that. And for me, because I deal with so much on the injury front, Mondays are a day when players are out getting evaluated and that the things are happening. So Tuesday is kind of the day for big news in terms of results from all of that. And so that the coaches start to talk. You start to hear more about what the fallout is from week 1, and then Wednesdays are big because of the first practice report, and it just kind of then it crescendos up again to the following week. So it's pretty regimented then. Right now, it's all over the place.
So you've done a lot of drafts. You're getting done with them, but what's one first and foremost point that you've learned in your drafts that you would like the fantasy community to know as they enter their final drafts?
That everybody's starting to catch on to all the things that you think are secret in the beginning of the season, right? So players are sometimes going earlier than where you think they would based on where you started off in the preseason. And, for example, it's no secret. I love Calvin Ridley. I wrote about him as a breakout player for this year when we had to turn that in. And I think that was before our magazine came out. So that I think we were looking at those things in the spring, not long after the draft. So I I thought Calvin Ridley was going to be this secret because he's been out of football for 2 years, and people, there's some debate on what to expect from him, but I just loved him going to Jacksonville, loved this offense. Well, if you look at his ADP, it has flown up, and he's no secret anymore. And somebody jumped in front of me by one spot to get him last night. And I was so angry because I feel like that's my guy. Like, I talked about him first when nobody else believed. So I think that's what you need to be aware of. And if you really want someone, you better go get him early, because forget what people say. Forget the critique of you're drafting him too early. If you really want a player, go get him.
So right, Stephania. So I use a fantasy ADP service. It's called Fantasy Mojo, and they do the last 2 days, like this time of year's last 2 days. And so, like you said, I'm looking right now at the ADP for Calvin Ridley, wide receiver 13, pick 23. Right? It was nowhere close to that 3 weeks ago. And you were on him, and maybe you helped drive the ADP up, which is very possible, right? You have a big audience and people listen to you and they're like, oh, wait a minute. So you're right, but you have to get your players. So you throw ADP out. If you want a player, you have to get that player. So for instance, if you were drafting again today, and I know what happened yesterday, where would you draft Ridley?
Oh, gosh. Gosh, it's funny because you think of the elite wide receivers that are kind of going first, right? Top half of first, right? Throughout the first round, kind of this receiver running back split, standard 10-team league, even a 12-team league. This was a 14-team league last night, so it was a little different. But I would probably say I'm looking at him early as a second wide receiver. So most of the drafts I've been in, I have so many different size drafts that it gets skewed. But if you're looking at a standard draft, probably third to fourth round, or you're going to miss him.
100%. Now, Stephania, running back value is way different this year than anything we've seen in the past. There was a dead zone, but those dead zone backs were like really dead zone backs. This year, there's some attractive running backs that are in the quote unquote dead zone. How, regardless of that, are you approaching your drafting of running backs?
This is so tough because I have this personal feeling about running backs. Like, I am in the Pay Jonathan Taylor group. I think it's because I know that there's a short shelf life for running backs in the NFL. It's toughest position to play in terms of their injury exposure and how long their average career is, which is a separate conversation. But what I'm explaining is that I struggle between personally how I feel, but then what I feel in terms of fantasy. So if I am looking to get, depending on your draft spot, if I can grab one of the top, and I'm talking PPR because I think that's the default standard for most people now, I want one of the top pass catching running backs. I just do. So I'm going to try and go there first because I think there's so much depth at wide receiver. Maybe outside of Justin Jefferson, maybe make the case for Jamar Chase, but out of that, I want the top running back who's going to be like elite in terms of dual threat. And then I'm probably trying to get a second running back fairly quickly because I just think that you get into situations where, look, I believe that most running backs are by committee now. I think that's where most teams are going, is by committee, because it's smart. It's smart for them. It's smart football. Running backs, the same reason that nobody wants to pay them is the reason that you probably want to have this ability to rotate your backs in. But rotating backs is different depending on how the offense is schemed. And in some places, it's, you've got a third down back who's going to come in for pass catching downs. But if you look at some, and it's interesting because looking at, the Patriots situation, I think they're going to be utilizing their running backs a little bit differently, where they're both good in pass protection. I'm talking about with the addition of Zeke Elliott and, Ramondre. They have the ability to use two running backs in similar ways. And so the guy who might be way down on the in your draft chart, in your ADP draft chart, might end up being really valuable in terms of utilization.
Love that take on that. Now, I want to talk about one specific running back a little bit later. I want to see what you think. You talked, but it's a different back, but receiving backs. You're talking about the early ones that do it all. Antonio Gibson now is going to have Eric Bieniemy as his coach. Bieniemy is a genius, but he's played under Andy Reid, so he had to take a different coordinator job. This is his opportunity. Is there a world in your mind, or I just want to ask you this way, how do you think Bieniemy utilizes Antonio Gibson?
Maybe the way we always hoped he'd be used when he came into the league. I mean, we heard about this potential for him to be this this multi-talented, multifaceted, I should say, running back. And I don't think he's reached his potential in that offense, but I think that changes. And I think we saw a couple glimpses of that in the preseason. So it's interesting because they have Brian Robinson, who showed what he could do. I think more of a power back, but I think that this is where the creativity of Bieniemy will come into play. And I think Antonio Gibson is really, maybe it's just, I just don't love Washington as a team as a whole, but I do think that Antonio Gibson might start to be utilized more in the way that we thought he could be coming out of college.
Now, Stephania, I know you have all the draft answers, but I got to ask you a couple injuries. Is that okay?
Oh, it's expected.
Oh my gosh, I know. So I'm just going to say, Travis Kelce, take off.
Yeah, this is a tough one because the timing of the injury is so close to Thursday night. So if I'm the Chiefs, and first of all, Travis Kelce just doesn't miss time, and we've sort of taken it for granted, right? It's unbelievable how durable he's been. But he hyperextends his knee just yesterday. And, reports surfacing out there that there's no major structural damage, but still a fair amount of swelling, and he limped off the field. Having a turnaround time of 48 hours is not great, and probably not something you need to press your starting tight end who's so valuable to your team. And these guys, we talk about 17 games. Teams like the Chiefs aren't playing for 17 weeks. They're playing for like 21 or 2 or however long it ends up being by the time you add in the bye weeks and such. But they aren't looking at it's not that important to them to have him back. Would they love him out there? Of course. But my feeling is that we're probably not going to see him Thursday, but it also sounds like he dodged a bullet. Hyperextensions can be problematic even if you don't have major, what we call structural damage, torn ligaments, et cetera, because it means that you knocked the knee bones together. You probably get some bone bruising, you get some swelling. You start trying to play through that, you have the potential to cause bigger problems. So I would say I don't expect to see him Thursday. Maybe you get him next week. But if not, shortly after that.
That's good news. I mean, as it goes, nobody wants to be without week 1, but that's good news. Now, the next one will be Cooper Kupp because people are drafting tonight, Stephania, and as to where they should draft him. So what do you think about the potential duration of the injury, and do people draft him, or where do they draft him?
Yeah, I actually just posted something on Twitter related to our podcast yesterday where I went into more detail if anybody wants to see that. But today is going to be a big news day, I believe, for him, because it sounds like the Rams said they were going to discuss it on Wednesday. The injury itself, it's hard to explain in a snapshot, but the injury itself was not that bad. You saw it if you saw the little video of him pulling up. It's not that he has a terrible injury. It's just that the injury it's bugging him. It's not resolving as quickly as I'd like it. He went back and participated a little bit in joint practices when the Broncos were there, was in and out, not great. And I think the question and sort of the coming together of all the minds there is, okay, what do we do now? Because you haven't been able to progress to full football practice. And do we want to put you out there and you haven't really acclimated to football? I mean, the NFL structures the preseason with acclimation periods for a reason. One of the big reasons is to try and prevent some of the soft tissue injuries that are so prevalent in the preseason. So why, on a guy who's already got something going on, would you then accelerate him to full football? The question becomes, what's the timeline then to get him back? And I think the conversation, and this is why everybody should be watching the news as it comes out from the Rams today, is do we just put him on IR and take a few weeks to really let this resolve and then bring him back? Or do we not put him on IR because then he's still available to practice once we start to, and we just take the hit of the roster spot for a couple of weeks if we don't put him on IR. So that's probably the conversation that's been happening within the Rams. And if you draft him tonight, you should have the information in advance. But for some reason you don't. You have to plan on not week 1, but potentially 4 to 6 weeks if it's on the long end. So that's it's a tough call when we're still waiting on this one nugget.
So the last fantasy question, moving back to where we wanted to be, but these injuries are so prevalent to drafts. So quarterbacks, how are you approaching your drafting of quarterbacks this year?
Well, if I can get, I feel like it's fairly cookie cutter to what a lot of folks are doing. If it feels right to get one of the elite quarterbacks, I had, and it also depends on the structure of your league. Again, going by standard league, it really depends on my draft spot. I am not committed to getting like a Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. Again, depending on the depth of my league, I'll sort of follow where the room goes. But if I had the right draft spot, maybe at one of the turns, I'd think about it. But I'm comfortable waiting until we get 7, 8, 9, 10 deep. Like I'm comfortable with Trevor Lawrence as my quarterback. I'm happy with that. I'm comfortable with Tua as my quarterback. Are they the same as Josh and Patrick and Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts? No, but it's all about the relative availability of the other stars in the room, whether I want to commit to that quarterback spot.
Stephania, like I said, one person on the planet might not know you, but tell people where they can find you and your work. So I want everybody to know where to get your stuff.
Well, Twitter handle is at Stephania_ESPN. And that's where I'll post a lot of like injury news as it happens and updates and things like that. At Stephania Bell on Instagram. On ESPN, we're just launching, and in fact, I'm about to post a link to it, but an injury tracker where we're going to have the RotoWire player card information that we utilize for the latest breaking news, but then I'll have commentary attached to it for players who might be more relevant to your fantasy team. So that is now up and running, I believe, and I will post a link to it shortly. And then, the Fantasy Focus podcast, which we do every day live 11 to 12. And on Sundays, Fantasy Football Now from 10 to 1 Eastern, where you can get your lineup set. It really is, I have to brag, but that show, we have the reporters all around the league. They're right there. And we're getting all the latest information and giving it to you right before kickoff so you can set your lineups.
Yeah, it is amazing. The go-to. Stephania, you're a treasure in this field. I appreciate you greatly. Thanks for hanging and talking football with me today.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Bye. Thank you. Bye. Jorge Martin is in the house. Jorge, what's going on?
Mi amigo, thank you for having me. I feel like I'm following Springsteen after Stephania. My goodness.
Oh, no doubt. All-Star Cast, and you're part of that. You follow him at Jorge Martin 17. Jorge will tell you about all his work toward the end of the segment. Jorge, we're going to get down and talk some football here. So first of all, Justin Herbert, is he the best value on the board of quarterback?
Oh my goodness, I really think he is. I mean, he's going in the 5th round of fantasy football drafts, and I just love hitting 4 studs before him. It could be a combination of any combination of running backs, receivers, tight ends. I love to go a hero RB, maybe get an Eckler early, especially if I could get Eckler in the 1st round and I could get Justin Herbert in the 5th round. It's really like you're getting a receiver at that point. Like you're hooking like you're doing a stack with the receiver at that point. But Herbert he's gonna explode this year. Last year he threw 699 passes. Okay. And that was with him being hurt. And that was with his pass catchers, so many of his pass catchers being hurt. No, he's got everybody healthy. He's got his offensive line healthy. And he's got a new play caller in Kellen Moore, who likes to throw the ball a little bit deeper. Listen, this is going to be an explosive year. We're looking at 5,000 yards for him again. This is what he had 2 years ago. And I think he had 38 touchdowns. He was a top 3 quarterback 2 years ago. I think people are kind of down on the fact that, last year he threw 25 touchdown passes, like, oh, it was a down year. Yes, it was a down year. He was also hurt and his pass catchers were hurt. Okay, but now he's healthy and he just got paid. So there's nothing is in the way of him having just an absolute stud season. I think he's going to blow past the 38 touchdowns he threw 2 years ago. He's just going to have an all-pro caliber year. He's basically going to have in the fifth round, basically going to have the type of year that Patrick Mahomes had last year as the QB1.
Jorge, it's funny how the fantasy community just so quickly will sour on a player. I mean, everybody saw it. Everybody knew what was going on with him, and yet they're throwing shade on him this year. And I want to say, top of my head, as always, I want to say he ran for 280 yards when he was healthy a couple of years back. He gets you yardage. That's Mahomes type. Mahomes in the 330, 340 range. But Herbert, if they're spreading the field more with downfield strikes, there's going to be 300 rushing yards there, because now instead of compressed defenses, there is more room to go. So this is pretty exciting. The outside of Herbert, now let's go to another position. Are there any running backs you're planting your flag on this year?
Well, I'm still standing true to Najee Harris as one of my guys. Getting him in the third round, I did a lot of best ball drafts early where I just hammered receiver, and then I grabbed Najee as my hero. I do think Jaylen Warren is going to have a role in this offense, but I still think that Najee Harris is going to get 300 touches overall on the season. I think it's going to be kind of like a thunder and lightning. This is not going to be Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott. No, this is going to be Jaylen Warren is going to have a role, but it's not going to be a big role, because you know what? Mike Tomlin loves his bell cows. So maybe Najee gets about 250 carries and about 50 receptions. I'll take that. I will take that. Getting that, if I was able to hammer like Tyreek Hill and Garrett Wilson in the first 2 rounds, or something like that in the first 2 rounds, and I could get Najee later, and then I'm just back to hammering receivers, maybe getting Justin Herbert in the 5th round. Hey, you know what? It's great. One other thing about Herbert, he's easy to stack, because you still got Keenan Allen and Mike Williams are going after that, and I'm predicting both of them are going to get 1,000 yards. But Najee, I love him this year, so I'm standing true. You know, the Steelers are going to be better. Kenny Pickett is going to be better. It's going to be he's going to become more of a force. You know, George Pickens, Deontay Johnson, they're going to open up the field, so there's going to be a lot more running lanes for Najee.
You know, Jorge, we really only at the end of the season, we're going to send a thank you note to Dan Graziano of ESPN for floating that stuff out that Warren is going to be the guy, because Najee, last 2 days, Fantasy Mojo ADP, FFPC drafts, pick 41, Najee Harris. Pick 41. Jorge, he had a steel plate in his shoe until the bye last week. After the bye, he started seeing his 20-plus carry games. Obviously, the touchdown, 6 of 7, 80-yard-plus games came, of course, more usage. First half, he only had a 15 and a 17, and the rest of them were lower. Yeah, Najee all day long.
And he was the RB3. He was RB3 at that point too. From that point, so yeah, I'm going off of that.
And here's another thing. They keep building that line. That line is getting better each year. They spend another first-round draft pick there. And I should say a first-round draft pick. And the players they had are galvanizing together. This is not a negative. In the passing game, it could be bad, should be better this year. And that means maybe for the first time in Najee's career, maybe he's not seeing overstacked boxes, because when Ben Roethlisberger couldn't throw, defenses all creeped up because you're like, you can't beat us deep. So Najee may have room to run. I love it, Jorge.
And don't forget one other thing they added. They added a 6th offensive lineman, Darnell Washington.
Huge. He is a massive man who can block the heck out of it, right? Yes, Darnell Washington is a very important piece of this puzzle. Don't think for a minute that the Steelers, especially when they have leads, which will be enough, they're going to get a lot of heavy personnel out there, and maybe even on base downs, and just get Pickens and Deontay out there with Freiermuth. So there could be more 2 tight end sets than we imagine. Love that call. So that said, now you're picking at the end, near the end of the first round, Jorge. So end of the first, beginning of second. Who are a couple players in that range you're targeting?
Oh my goodness, Amon-Ra St. Brown all day long at the end of that point. I love CeeDee Lamb there. I love Garrett Wilson. And you know what? I'm not giving up on Devontae Adams. There's so many people who are down on Devontae Adams. Listen, This guy is quarterback proof. Let's go back to when he was with Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers missed time. He was still a top wide receiver with Brett Hundley throwing him the ball. This is a guy who is just going to, Jimmy G is going to throw it to him. And if Jimmy G misses any time or he's ineffective, you got Aiden O'Connell coming in. No, he's going to get like anywhere from, 1,200 to 1,500 yards. He's going to get, 90 to 100 receptions. He's still the man. So, but yeah, all of those guys, at the end of the first round, I'm hammering those guys. I may even, though, if there's one running back that I'm looking to peek into there, might be Tony Pollard. Just because he is, I faded him a lot because I was wrong to do it because I kept looking at the tea leaves and saying, no, they're not going to just let him run the ball. They're not going to just let him run the ball. They're going to add somebody. Oh, Zeke signs with the New England Patriots. They're going to add Leonard Fournette. They haven't added anybody. He's, maybe he's not going to get a Derrick Henry, or a Najee Harris type of role, but hey, you know what? 200 to 225 carries. He carried the ball 200 times, just under 200 times last year. Add a few of those, he's still going to get 50 to 60 receptions. I would love to see what he does with 200, like maybe around 275 total touches. I think that's a big season waiting to happen there in Dallas. The Cowboys are going to be a very explosive offense this year.
Jorge, I wanted to try to keep you for 10, but because I have a couple people that kind of ramped up the bottom of the food chain, I got to try to get a couple more people in. I always have you on my show, so I'm going to ask you to close out. Tell me where people can find your work, and I'm going to have you back on soon. You know that.
Oh, mucho amor, mi amigo. I can't wait for football. At Jorge Martin 17 on Twitter, you're going to find my stuff. I'm doing recurring work at RotoWire. I've got a recurring feature on Yahoo. See me on there. But yeah, those are the two main places that you're going to see my written content. Oh, and also my Familia FFB podcast. Oh, and I just recently started co-hosting the Injury Prone podcast with Dr. Edwin Porras. Please give a like and subscribe on YouTube. We just launched it. It's me every Friday.
Yeah, I wasn't letting you get out when I'm talking about those shows. Jorge, I appreciate you. Have a great start to the season.
Salud, everybody.
We got Dr. Roto in the house. Dr. Roto, how are you today?
What's going on? Good job with this. This is a busy day for you.
This is a very busy day, but I'm super happy you're here. At the end, you're going to have people tell you where they can find you on XM and otherwise. We definitely want to hear that. But Dr. Roto, you've been drafting. It's late in the season. People are still drafting. A ton of drafts tonight. What's the first piece of advice from what you've learned that you could pass along to everyone?
I think you got to think outside the box this year, Jim. In most of my drafts, I would say probably about 90%. I've been taking wide receivers in the first 3 or 4 rounds, and then taking running backs in rounds 5 through 7. Now, I know that gets you away from the hero RB or the robust RB, but I just think that the wide receivers early are better, and the running backs in those mid-rounds, you're getting the Madisons, the Pierces, the Dobbins, the James Cooks, the Montgomerys, the Pachecos. I think you could win with those guys. So if people are just willing to just reverse the course of thinking, they might end up winning.
That's great. I love that advice. Now, let's talk about players you're planting your flag on. Who's one player that you have a good number of shares of that you're excited about?
Well, I would say I've got Rashad White, plenty of him, and of course a little Sean Tucker kicker at the end just in case.
Yes.
I've got David Montgomery in way too many places, Chris Olave in a ton of places, and I was the guy to take out Amon-Ra St. Brown in pick 5 or pick 6 in draft. So if you gave me a start with St. Brown and Olave, I was already happy.
So let me follow up with a question. So totally get it. Amon-Ra St. Brown, you want him as high as 5. Tell me what you think his upside scenario is this season, because we haven't seen the upside yet. I want to hear the good case because people need to hear this.
Yeah, I think we're talking more touchdowns, right? I think 100 receptions is a guarantee. Right. I think we're talking about 1,200 yards. We're talking about maybe a double-digit touchdowns. So when you do that, how many other guys are doing that on a team which is getting much better? And Jameson Williams isn't even going to be there for 6 weeks. So isn't he going to be force-fed the football? Now, of course, there's Marvin Jones, there's Josh Reynolds, there's Sam Laporta. I'm not buying into it. I'm buying into Amon-Ra St. Brown getting about, a dozen targets per week, which should be about 7 to 8 catches per game. So, I think people just have to get outside this ADP only thinking. I like Stephon Diggs. I like Garrett Wilson. I just like St. Brown more.
Good. I like the touchdown case you're making here, because I needed to ask some good people like yourself that question, because I was wondering where the upside was coming from, but that makes perfect sense to me. Who is a tight end that you're looking at this year when you're drafting?
It's a great question. I'm missing out on the guys. I like Darren Waller, but he's going in like round 4 and 5. That's not where I take my tight ends. So if I can get lucky, I'm taking Pat Freiermuth. I think Kenny Pickett's going to take the next step up. If I can get really lucky, I'll take Dalton Kincaid. I think he should be good for about 50 to 55 receptions. But here's what I'm doing. If I don't get those guys, I'm waiting. Okay, I'm really waiting to the Tyler Higbees, Juwan Johnson from the Saints, who I really like. And if I can't get them, I'll even wait further and get the Luke Musgraves and the Kate Ottens of the world. So I think there's not a big difference, 45 catches to 52 catches. What are we talking about here over the course of a season?
Exactly correct. Now, last one. Is there one quarterback you like better than the rest?
Well, look, if I can have a druthers, I take Justin Herbert everywhere. If not him, I take Trevor Lawrence everywhere. And if I can't get them, I'll wait and probably take Daniel Jones in round 10. But look, I think there's 8 great guys this year, and you want one of them. I just think that Herbert and Lawrence are the 2 that don't cost me as much, because I could probably take them as the last 2, and they'll still pay off. Dr.
Roto, I know you got a tight schedule. Tell everybody where they can find you.
You can find me at SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio. I've been doing it over a decade. This during football season. It's Saturday mornings from 7 to 9. And, of course, at drroto.com. Check it out there.
Appreciate you, Dr. Roto. We'll talk soon.
Good seeing you.
Thank you. Good to see you. We have Lisa Ann in the house. So good to see you, Lisa Ann. And I'm the man that doesn't know how to schedule well, but we made it work. So happy to see you.
You know what? It goes 2 ways. I didn't open up the doc to see that it was 1 p.m. because I saw in my message, I said 2 p.m. So both of us were wrong here, but we're not wrong about one thing. Tomorrow night, we've got a game, and there is already an industry injury concern with one Travis Kelce.
Lisa Ann, what are you doing if you're drafting tonight? I mean, were you in on Kelce before? Were you not? Or what were you going to do with him now? What do you recommend for people?
I did 3 drafts last night. I didn't take him in any of them, but I do have quite a few shares, so I'm comfortable with that. Travis Kelce hasn't missed a game since 2014. I understand that this is bruising. It would seem silly to put him out there, but if it's pain tolerance, I think he goes. That's the player that he is. That's who he's shown us so far. He's similar to George Kittle, who we see banged up a lot, but still gets out there. So I still... it's risky to draft him, but if it's your only draft, if you're in 1 or 2 leagues with your friends, you can't pass up on a Travis Kelce over one little bump in the road.
And right now, we get him at a half a round value in some leagues. He's going out at the end of the first. So you're right. You collect that little bit of a bonus and you take that to the bank and win your fantasy championship. Now, Lisa, and you've done a lot of drafts already. And I saw you at the Queen's Class. We were drafting next door to each other. It was a fun time to have. What are some lessons you've picked up from the draft season that you would like the fantasy community to know as they get into their last moments of drafting?
I think really pay attention to your room. When you see a run going, you make the decision. If it's a run that goes for more than 6 players of that same position, I immediately stop the run because I'm able to go back and pick up some of those wide receivers and running backs that were left there. And when you kind of break that run, then it continues to be broken and you're going to go to that next tier of that position. So it's really about paying attention in the room. You can be as prepared as you want, but when something happens before you, a player that you had in your queue and it was the only player you really wanted, throws you off so much. You have to be prepared to pivot and really pay attention in the later rounds because you might not need an additional running back at that point. But if there's a valued running back there and you think you could go out to your league mates between week 1 and week 2 and start to look at some trades, I think we use the waiver wire a lot. We don't trade enough. Trading can be really fun. And if you're in a league with friends that you like, it can be great to just share a player and balance out each other's teams. I know a lot of people hold back on trading because they feel you're giving someone else an advantage, but that's really just about getting your value for what pick you picked up in the 11th round for maybe a player they picked up in the 6th or 7th round.
Lisa, and in drafts, a lot of times we're pigeonholed by where we draft. There are players based on our draft position we don't have access to. A trade allows you access to those players you may have wanted all along, right?
I agree. And I had the 2 spot last night, which is the first time for the
Mm.
whole season. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, the 2 spot. What am I going to do here?" And Christian McCaffrey went first, and I was like, "Oh, I finally get my first share of Justin Jefferson. This is so exciting." So, yeah, you just make it work and think about your season. Also, I think people are not mindful enough of bye weeks, and that's why when we get to bye Mageddon, people really struggle. But if you're playing, look, I understand injuries are going to happen and you're going to the waiver wire and maybe you're not looking at the bye week because you're in a panic mode. But it is important because you don't want to have to throw back a player that you love because you're not able to set a lineup.
That's excellent advice. People need to be very cognizant of that. Now, Lisa Ann, before I ask you about your running back strategy, I want to remind people to follow you at The Real Lisa Ann, and you're going to pitch your stuff at the end. I'm making sure we get them because you have that new show with Howard, and I want everybody to hear about that. But your running back strategy for this year, what are you looking to do in drafts?
I am not a no RB kind of person. So I'm again looking at the best available player for those first 5 to 6 rounds. And if I get a couple of running backs that I really love, I look at Derrick Henry. He's being left there like he doesn't matter anymore. Why are we forgetting how good Derrick Henry is? I understand the Titans haven't really been talked about as much as other teams. I think the Jets have stolen the spotlight. I think the conversation in San Fran with Trey Lance, now Trey Lance going to Dallas, I think all of these conversations have made us forget about some players that are really good but are in smaller markets.
You point this out because think about it. Derrick Henry's been like Superman forever, other than a broken foot for half a year. But people want the shiny new toy. And Derrick Henry's not that. But even though his yards per carry have gone down, they've increased his passing game usage. Now he catches a couple passes a game. He never did that. It was like 1. And he's offset that. And you're pointing out people are sleeping. They bring in Hopkins, Burks, and they might be able to score more points, which means more Henry touchdowns. So I think you're right. He's a player we're sleeping on, and we should stop sleeping on him like right now.
I agree.
Are there any wide receivers who you're looking to get maybe outside the first couple of rounds that you're kind of investing in? You're like, yep, this is my flag plant at wide receiver.
Courtland Sutton's been kind of the apple of my eye, and that was even before Jerry Jeudy went down during practice. So to me, Courtland Sutton's an even better value, and he's still sitting there so super late. Now, look, I understand we have a lot of distrust with Russell Wilson, but I do believe Peyton's either going to work it out with him or he's going to be on the bench, and I'm not worried. Courtland Sutton's a playmaker. He's going to have all of the opportunities. So, yeah, Courtland Sutton's a wide receiver. Now, I've been huge on Tyler Higbee this year, just because you can get him so late in drafts. So as a tight end where it's like, I'm waiting. Tyler Higbee, I think Dawson Knox is going to have a comeback season this year as well. And look, I understand Dalton Kincaid is there in Buffalo, and he's a great running back tight end, but we don't see tight ends really pop off year 1. Normally, this could be the exception. But Dawson Knox did deal with a major tragedy before the season started last year. And I think that really set him back. Now he's back. I think Josh Allen's going to really dish it to him. But Tyler Higbee, my shares of Tyler Higbee became so valuable when Cooper Kupp's injury started nagging again. I was like, yes.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Tyler Higbee, he is going to get a lot of catches. Now, backtracking to Courtland Sutton, last year, I really thought he was a perfect fit because he's the downfield guy. Russell Wilson's always been great downfield. And he still had 829 yards, and it was like a lost season. That's not bad for a lost season, right? And now Sean Payton, you already know there are going to be 2 tight ends on the field. Wilson's going to be protected. There will be downfield shots. So maybe what should have happened last year, I think you're pointing out, that's going to happen this year.
I completely agree. That is going to happen this year. So Courtland Sutton sits there super late, and it's in the rounds, between rounds 8 and 10, where you start to see some of your league mates almost panic picking a defense or a kicker. That's just silly. Defense kicker should be very last on you, unless you are deciding to go with that top 3 defense, then maybe you do a bit of a reach. But I stream my defense and kicker a lot. So I'm not real attached, I'm just grabbing who's there. And I know I'll probably move my defense 5, maybe 10 times through the season.
And you're right, because I see these drafts and it's like, what are you doing? These defenses are going with 4 or 5 rounds left. And even if they are the elite ones, they're still not worth it there because there are viable players. And the defenses aren't really sticky year to year. Very rarely is the number one defense this year the number one next year. So much volatility. Why invest, right?
I agreed, completely agreed. And also, you could be getting a handcuff for your running back. You could be getting a handcuff for another league mate's running back that you can then offer out in a trade if an injury does happen. So here we are. How excited are you to watch the game tomorrow night?
Yeah, cannot wait for this to happen. You know, as an analyst, August, and I consider the first week of September, August as well, it is crazy for us because it is like shows, work. We love it. We love every minute of it. But at some point, we're like, can we just please get to the games? So before we get that, how are you going to watch the game tomorrow night? What's Lisa Ann's plan?
Well, every Thursday night, I'm hosting an event in the city to watch the game at Sapphire 39. So for the whole season, I'll be there with my friends watching the game. That'll be my night out. But normal setting is at home alone with multiple devices, computer, iPad, everything, multiple screens going. Nice healthy variety of snacks. I will be looking forward to that this Sunday because you know how it is on Sunday mornings. We're trying to handle our lineups. Then many of us do a live stream, so we're trying to help our followers get their lineup. We're doing start sits where all these things are happening, and then it comes time for 1 o'clock, and you're almost exhausted. You're like, yes, I get to sit down now and just relax. So that's what I'll be doing all day Sunday.
Yeah, the amount of energy we expend on the shows. And again, we love it. We wouldn't trade it for anything. We love this opportunity. But you're right. I am just beat when 1 o'clock Eastern time comes on a Sunday afternoon. And like you, instead of multiple devices, I have a 100-inch screen with DirecTV at it, 8 games at once. YouTube's only going to do 4 at a time. I don't know what I'm going to do with the other 4 games.
You're going to have to roll out another TV. My TV in my office here is on wheels so that I can roll it out to the living room. So it makes it super easy. I worked that out a long time ago. But Jim, I have to tell you, it was such a pleasure getting to spend time with you at the Fantasy Football Expo in Canton. And it's people like yourself that have made me feel so welcome in this space. I love listening to you. You know, I was listening to you. What do you want, Saturday or Sunday? You were plugging this Saturday, right? You were plugging this show so well. And I listen to you every weekend. Like your voice has always been in my ear, but I just thank you for being you, for being a part of this community, and for being just incredibly awesome at what you do.
Lisa Ann, thank you so much. I want you to pitch everything you have going on. People need to know about your fantasy football stuff because you are so good at what you do. And I'm so happy I got to talk to you as well.
Tonight, 7 to 9 p.m., I will be live streaming on YouTube at the Fantasy Alarm as well as Better Sports Network with my lovely co-host, Howard Bender, who we all love. It is Lisa Ann Does Fantasy Better. We're going to be releasing a lot of season things that we're going to be doing with our followers and listeners and viewers every week. We're going to be talking some higher or lowers on Underdog and covering everything. And for everything else, you can find all of my stuff on my social media at The Real Lisa Ann.
Thank you so much. Have a great start to the season, and I hope we talk soon.
Talk to you soon. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye. Eric Romoff's in the house. How are you, Eric? You have the mute on. That's right. We'll pop that mute off, and we'll be real good.
Right.
There we go. Good to see you.
Jim, I'm doing well. How are you feeling? You're in the middle of a marathon.
This has been fantastic, high pace. And since I only have you for 5 minutes, you're going to pitch your stuff at the end, but you could find Eric at Fantasy Nav, N-A-V. So let's just talk a little football and we'll get you rolling here. Eric, you've done a lot of drafts. People are still finishing up. Ton of drafts tonight. What's the first piece of advice that you learned that you want to share with the audience?
Yeah, the biggest thing that I would share is there is a ton of value to extract from rounds of draft. And a lot of drafters out there, they almost look at the end of their draft as kind of the throwaway rounds. And I actually think it's the exact opposite, right? Like statistically speaking, you're going to get pretty solid contribution from your early and middle round guys. You know, it's those late round guys that are really the make or break pieces for whether or not your team is a contender when it's all said and done, right? So, you know, I spend a lot of time trying to put together an overall strategy and a plan for how I want my team to ultimately be comprised. And a lot of that, you know, sticking to that approach allows me to, you know, take some more, opportunistic risks at the end of my drafts. So, you know, looking at the end of draft boards overall, there are a few things that I find myself doing seemingly in all of my drafts. The first is not being afraid to acquire players that are on bad teams or in bad offenses, right? You look at the Jets last year, they were ostensibly a laughingstock for the majority of the season, but still had guys like Garrett Wilson, like Breece Hall, even down the stretch, someone like Bam Knight was, a viable and meaningful fantasy piece when it was all said and done. Same thing with Cam Akers as the wheels started to fall off for the Rams, right? Indy was the second worst scoring offense in the entire league, yet Michael Pittman still finished as a wide receiver 2, as wide receiver 20, right? So as you get into these later rounds, it might not feel good to click the button, but don't be afraid to hold your nose and bring on guys like a Nico Collins, a John Mechie, Michael Wilson, or a Devontae Parker. These aren't gonna get you the nice pick bros whenever you put that sticker on the board, but these are guys that are going to contribute meaningful fantasy points.
Now, Eric, give me a minute and tell me how you're approaching running backs this year.
So by and large, at least more often than not, I'm taking kind of the anchor RB approach. I'll go with a running back somewhere in the first 2 rounds and then really look to stack up the wide receiver position until we get into the middle tier, right? So a lot of my builds will have a Saquon Barkley and then, 4 wide receivers that follow that, or a Derrick Henry. They're really about 7 or 8 of these anchor guys that I feel comfortable building around. And then on the backside, looking to get as many at-bats as possible for a viable RB2 later in the draft, whether it is a David Montgomery, I mentioned, Cam Akers before, depending on how early you're looking, someone like a Dameon Pierce or Rashad White, looking to kind of platoon that RB2 position so that, over the course of a season, I'll have a body to plug in there, as running backs seemingly always get hurt. But also, if any of those guys get near, their ceiling outcome, I am now in a very strong position at running back overall.
That is an excellent point of looking at the running back position. Eric, tell people where they can find you, keep up with you.
Yeah, so easiest place to find all of it is on my Twitter handle. It's @FantasyNav. I am writing for drroto.com. You can find me streaming for Football Diehards as well as In Between Media every single week.
Eric, appreciate you. Have a good start to the season.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks. Ryan Hallam's in the house. So glad we're here. I saw you out in Canton. We got a few minutes to talk some fantasy football. So first, we're going to find you on socials at Fighting Chance, and we're going to pitch your stuff at the end. But I want to get right into it. And I want to first ask you, people are drafting quarterbacks. They're drafting them early. I think you have another option for us. Can you tell us what your quarterback option is?
I think you're talking about Aaron Rodgers, and I'm actually anti-Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, gotcha. Against him. Please, then you're with me. Please go ahead and talk that through.
Well, first of all, Father Time is undefeated. He's about to be 40 years old. I know he was injured last year, but the interceptions doubled. The touchdowns went way down. He complained about everything, complained about the receivers. And people hype up the Jets as if they have a lot of great weapons. They have Garrett Wilson. And then what? I mean, Alan Lazard, we made fun of all last year. Randall Cobb is washed. Corey Davis retired. The tight end is okay. Both running backs can catch the ball out of the backfield, but I don't think they have this wild bonanza of weapons that people make it out to be. The offensive line, we've already seen, is shoddy. And as much as I hate it, I'm a New Yorker. As much as I hate to talk about the New York media, if this guy goes 1-3 with his temperament, they are going to eat him alive. And I am anti-Aaron Rodgers. He's just too old. He was 80% retired before he went in the black hole and came out. And it's easy to go to Rangers games and be on Hard Knocks when it's something new. He takes a couple shots in the mouth and we'll see who he's blaming. So I am anti-Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, good. I saw you put Aaron Rodgers in the notes. I assume you're going pro. I'm so glad you went anti here because, ultimately, too, even in the best case scenario, the Jets want to play defense and they would prefer to win lower scoring games. I think if there was an occasional game where they had to score points, they were hoping Rodgers would give them that. He didn't throw much with Hackett when he was in Green Bay. And like you said, all the factors against him, out. So what's your stance now, another player on Derrick Henry?
Now, Derrick Henry's the exact opposite. Now, here's the guy that everyone's been saying forever that, Father Time's coming, he can't take the beat, The guy's bigger than linebackers. He runs faster than safeties. We see week in and week out cornerbacks making business decisions if they want to try to tackle this guy or not. And, they do the little wave and he blows through it. And it's just year after year. I agree that, running backs take the pounding. He's 29 years old. He's getting real close to that, that scary 30-year-old threshold. But I just think he's built different. He's still, DeAndre Hopkins, maybe they throw a little more, so, take the load off of him a little bit, which wouldn't be bad. Maybe he doesn't have to touch the ball, 400 times. He doesn't catch a lot of passes, but he's capable of catching passes. He catches a few every week to give you a little something there, and he's just a touchdown machine. So it seems like every year we fight the Derrick Henry's over the hill discussion, but I'm not ready for that one yet.
So I will ask you one real quick question about an ADP battle between three players. Tell me which one you'll take. We have Amon-Ra St. Brown at wide receiver 5, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver 6, CeeDee Lamb wide receiver 7. This is last 2-day data from Darren Armani and Fantasy Mojo. So St. Brown, Wilson, or Lamb, who do you like?
Oh, that's really close. I'd say I'm probably taking Lamb in that scenario, but it's very close between him and St. Brown. And Garrett Wilson, again, I know he's great, and I try not to let my fandom come into it, but I really don't like the Jets. So he would probably be my third in there. But I just seen Lamb take over a bunch of games. I love St. Brown. I have him on a bunch of teams. To me, that's a real close toss-up, but I'm probably taking CeeDee Lamb there.
Ryan, tell everybody where they can find their work and listen to you.
I'm only doing very little. I'm reviving a roundtable article back at Fighting Chance Fantasy, the blog that I started. Brian Drake is still running, so it's going to be me, Leo, Brian Drake. I'm grabbing Steve Rappin out of retirement, grabbing Jen Smith out of retirement. I'm trying to pull Rick Wolf in. So we're going to have – this week I had too many questions, so we're probably going to break it into 2 articles. But go to fightingchancefantasy.com. I expect it to drop either Thursday and Friday or Friday and Saturday. So I'm very excited to get back to the blog that I started.
And how far do the 49ers go this year?
All the way, baby. All the way.
Yeah. Good to see you, Ryan. Thanks for coming out with me.
I appreciate it, Jim. Thank you.
Take care. Pat's in the house. What's going on, my friend?
Jim, how are you? Thanks for letting me be part of this marathon.
Excited to have you here. We got a good 10 minutes. We got some time to talk here. You've done a lot of drafts. You've done a lot of writing. You've done a lot of shows. Draft time, the end of it's here. What's the first piece of advice that you want to give people who are on their last minute drafts?
Oh, man. I mean, I always think the most important setting in any league is how many wide receivers you have to start every week, whether it's 2 or 3. Like, I don't know about you, but my draft strategy always changes significantly based on that. Like, if you have to start 3 receivers every week, I never want to be light at wide receiver. Like, I want my 4th wide receiver to be better than other people's 3rd receivers. If you take the non-kicker and non-defense positions, if you've got 3 receivers and a flex every week, you can have half of your non-kicker, non-defenses be wide receivers. So I do not want to get caught short at that position. Like, that is my key piece of advice for people.
So let's counter that. Knowing that, what do you tell people to do in terms of approaching the running back position?
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with cutting corners at the second spot. Like, I've gone 0 RB in drafts this year, Jim, and it's not for everyone. I know some people just aren't comfortable with that, but I would rather cut corners at my number 2 running back spots than cut corners at one of those receiver spots if you have to start 3 every week. So we know that running back is an unpredictable position. There are going to be guys we are not even thinking about who are going to command fab bids of 50% or more once we get into this season, guys who totally come out of the ether and become like impactful guys. That doesn't happen at the wide receiver position. What you pay for is what you get. So give yourself a chance to get lucky at running back.
I like that. Now, this year, quarterbacks are running a lot earlier than they have, and it's kind of been the trend. What are you recommending people do with quarterback position?
Oh, man, I guess I'm flexible here, Jim. Like, I like to get a top 8 guy. I'm generally not. I found Mahomes, Hurts, and Allen to be too expensive this year. So I'm generally shopping in that next group of guys. I've been getting some Lamar, some Justin Herbert, some Justin Fields, who I might just be this year's version of Jalen Hurts. I think I realized some of his passing efficiency numbers were alarmingly bad last year, but the Bears weren't even trying to have a conventional passing attack last year. Like, I don't think they felt they could protect him with that offensive line. He had Equanimous St. Brown and Dante Pettis running around out there for him. Velas Jones, like it just wasn't. Yeah, like his supporting cast was garbage. You can't judge him based on that.
Grandpa Jones, I was calling him last year. He's like 26-year-old rookie. I thought that was interesting because, man, his breakout, if it even was that, it was like as a 25-year-old, he was playing against 19-year-olds. I'm better than you, and the Bears drafted him. Imagine that. Stunner.
No kidding. That age thing is huge. It is. I mean, if you're dominating against older competition, great. If you're dominating younger competition, grain of salt.
Exactly. Now, tight end position. How do you recommend people handle that?
Oh man, well, unfortunately, this is the year I decided to pay up on Travis Kelce in a bunch of leagues, Jim. So, I feel like I'm the guy who jinxed it for everyone. I'll just fall on the sword here and take the blame for that. But yeah, like if I don't get Kelce or Andrews in a draft this year, I was generally Kyle Pitts was a guy I'd consider if the price was right. But other than that, I was pretty happy to go dumpster diving with a lot of interesting guys like Sam Laporta, Luke Musgrave. It's not inconceivable that those guys could be the top rookies in this class and not Dalton Kincaid. Like Musgrave had a great camp. I'm actually really excited about that guy. Like Jawan Johnson, Gerald Everett, like those guys were just there for the taking in the late rounds of drafts.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Now, real quick, if you give me like a minute on this one, with tight ends, we've seen the history. If you have to block and receive, that transition doesn't typically work. Kyle Pitts was mostly a receiver as a rookie, hits 1,000 yards. We've seen a few scant cases, but a lot of people are blowing up the tight ends this year. What, as a group of them, is there going to be a same acclimation period that tight ends have had in the past? What do you see?
Yeah, there might be, although it does seem like a couple of the guys in this rookie class are being like they're there exclusively for their pass catching. And it seems like that's the case with Kincaid. And it might be the case with Musgrave too, who I believe ran a route. So he was playing like every single snap that Jordan Love was playing in the preseason. And Love played quite a bit, like more than other starting quarterbacks, because they really wanted to get this offense in sync. So many new parts, young receivers. And Love has made one NFL start. So Musgrave was playing almost every snap Love played, and Musgrave ran a route on more than 80% of Love's dropbacks in the preseason. Like that is a really encouraging sign. He's not in there to block. He's in there to catch passes.
And that is all the difference. If we know they're going to be in as a pass catcher, the whole learning curve for tight ends is first blocking, then transitioning the receiver, but reading an NFL defense and the speed of all the moving parts. That is why. But as you're suggesting, if you are going to be just a receiver, then basically you're learning a slot receiver position, and that is very learnable in year one. Pat, to keep it a little longer, I got another person in the hopper, so I'm going to have you tell people where they can find your great work, because I know I'll have you on again, but tell people where they can find you and what you got going on.
Thanks, Jim. You can find all my stuff at fantasypros.com. We've got new stuff cooking every day, especially this time of year. People can get me on Twitter at Fitz_FF and check us out on the Fantasy Pros Football Podcast.
Yeah, if you're not following Pat, you need to make it a point to. One of my favorite analysts, Pat. Great to see you, my friend, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, Jim. Take care.
Bye. And Josh, I've got you in the house. I'm going to bring you before Dave's on at the bottom of the hour. So let's get a few good minutes of fantasy here. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Then we'll get people to know where you're at and where your work is at. So Josh, you've done drafts. It's the end of the draft season. What one piece of advice have you figured out from your drafts that you want to relay to the fantasy football audience?
Man, honestly, I'm going to take a little turn from too much strategy. Just say, have fun with it. I think a lot of people too much are getting caught up in, I have to win. I have to make the perfect decisions. But I think you let the players fall to you. Don't feel pressure to go RB or zero RB. Just take the best player available, and I think build off of that. But with that being said, I'm still old school. I love going running back.
There is a comfort in that. Josh,
There
is
is.
there a specific player, we'll start with one, that you're planting your flag at? Is a player that you have maybe in a good number of leagues that you're really excited about?
All right. So there's a veteran out there that scores bazillion fantasy points per game whenever he's on the field, but that's the problem. And I always seem to plant my flag on him. Michael Thomas, I'm still back on for incredible value. I've been snapping him up everywhere in redraft leagues because the way that he can produce when he's on the field, I mean, he is upper echelon, especially in PPR leagues. And he's really going in like the 7th, 8th rounds right now. And I think that's a travesty. And a lot of people are going to win, I think, because they get that value there from him.
Yeah, we know he certainly is talented. And if you're betting on that and where you're getting him in drafts, if he's on the field, he is going to be a dynamite performer. One more player you're planting your flag on this year.
All right, so I'm a Chicago guy. And we all know that DJ Moore just made a move to the Windy City. And Chicago has been thirsty for a wide receiver one who can come in and not only help out Justin Fields, but just get this offense going. And I really think he's going to help to unlock Justin Fields' potential, who came into the league really as a passer, known for his passing accuracy. But we saw instead his incredible athleticism, having to outrun defenders and guys coming down at him. And so this year, I think they are going to hopefully be able to come up with a lot of plays for those two. And I call that the Chicago 1-2 punch because of their jersey numbers. But DJ Moore had 3 consecutive 1,100-yard seasons before last season. This season, I'm predicting career numbers for receiving yards. And I really think that Justin Fields is going to be elevated because of their play together.
Josh, he had an end-of-career Cam Newton who had no shoulder left. He had no quarterbacks after that, and 3 1,150-yard seasons. Personally, I see a world where 1,400 yards is in play. I know people think I'm nuts.
I don't want to jinx it.
No, I mean, I don't think it's a jinx. His yards after the catch were bad last year, but that's because the ball placement was terrible. It's thrown behind him. He's a running back with the ball in his hands. Josh, tell people where they can find you and what you have going on.
Sure. You can find me on Twitter at JBChoKnows. I love answering questions and just connecting with people and talking football. So anytime, my DMs are also open as well. And Jim, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the chance to come on and talk with you. Love what you do. You've been doing it for a long time and really respect you and all your work.
Thank you, Josh. We'll have to talk again soon. Make sure we do some kind of a show together. All right. Good luck in the beginning of the season.
All right.
Bye. Dave Kluge's in the house. What's going on, Dave?
Hey, not too much. 4.5 hours. I'm sorry. How you feeling so far?
Oh, I'm doing well. Alan Seslowsky came on for about 5 minutes and let me just kind of step away for a couple minutes. And yeah, pretty much good. Got another 2.5 to go, but this is going to be great. It's a great day talking to a lot of great people like yourself. You can find Dave at Dave Kluge, Kluge. You'll talk about your work at the end, Dave. But so what I want to talk about first with you. Last year, we had what we began to call the running back dead zone, and those running backs were kind of sketchy. Tell us about this year's running back dead zone.
Well, I think the running back dead zone is very much so alive this year, and I've just been thriving by drafting these guys. I feel like there was a huge shift in anybody who is drafting this year, especially, drafts are mostly in the rear view at this point, but even my wife, she did her first ESPN draft yesterday, and she goes, why the heck is Patrick Mahomes going in round 2? And then Josh Allen went right after, and then Jalen Hurts went right after, and she's like, what's going on? Why? And there was this huge shift where wide receivers moved to the top of the board, elite quarterbacks moved into the 2nd and 3rd round. And, when these players are moving up, naturally other players have to move down. And the running back was the position that started to fall in drafts this year. So we always want to avoid these guys that maybe don't have the best talent, but we're looking at as volume dependent running backs, because those guys are typically going at the end of the 2nd, middle of the 3rd round where you're investing premium draft capital. But now, with these guys falling into the 4th, 5th, sometimes even 6th round, these are the guys that I can't get enough of. Joe Mixon, you can get him in the 4th round of a lot of your drafts this year. Najee Harris, a guy who obviously, has some big flaws as a runner and with his efficiency, but if the volume's there and he can provide top 10 upside and you're getting him at the end of the 3rd round, and it just keeps going on and on. Aaron Jones, Kenneth Walker, Dameon Pierce, Alexander Madison, J.K. Dobbins. These guys have become such good values this year that I found myself passing on the 1st and 2nd round running backs and just taking all of this running back value in the middle rounds.
Dave, when you're talking about Najee Harris, I'm sure this. A lot of people don't. He had a steel plate in his shoe for 8 weeks last year.
Yes. I tweeted about this yesterday, Jim.
Yeah. And his touches were limited. He had a 15 and a 17 carry game. The rest, it wasn't close. After the bye, plate comes out, a lot of 20, 22 plus carry games. Obviously, the yardage comes with that. And then the touchdown, 6 of the 7. But here's the other thing we want to talk about. First, 2 years ago, Ben Roethlisberger's his quarterback. Everybody knew he couldn't throw. Everybody compressed the box. So he had like everybody playing the run. last year starts with Mr. Trubisky. Nobody respected Kenny Pickett. This year, there's a chance the Steelers' passing offense can be a challenge enough that defense have to consider. That they
better
don't,
than last year. I think
Right.
we could say it's going to be better than last year.
And any extra space. We don't know what Najee is yet. We know that against stacked horrible boxes, he's put up good fantasy numbers, but not good NFL numbers. But he's going to get a chance. And that line, they've been building that line for a couple of years. Now they spent a first-round pick, might not start, but it doesn't matter. They're investing in that line. So what do you think about the upside for Najee? What is a potential upside for Najee if it all clicks?
So Najee, he's not a guy that I'm like aggressively trying to get in all of my drafts this year, but I think he's perfectly fine at his ADP. I think that all of the concerns that we have talked about, the lack of efficiency and the struggles that he had last year, it's all baked into his cost. So now when you're getting him in the 5th or 6th round, it's absolutely worth it because we know historically Mike Tomlin likes to have that workhorse. And I know all of the people that, get buried in spreadsheets, start talking about the efficiency for Jalen Warren and, his breakaway run rate and his speed at the combine and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, an undrafted rookie rarely supplants a first-round rookie, and that's what would have to happen in this situation. So, the upside with Najee Harris is that this, he maintains that workload that Mike Tomlin gave him at the second half of last year, where he was seeing 20, 22, 24 carries per game. He gets involved in the passing game, and then if we see an uptick in the offensive production overall for Pittsburgh, then Najee is all of a sudden a top 8, top 10 running back again. And it's very rare that you're stumbling into that type of production that late in your draft. So again, not aggressively touting Najee Harris, but where he was going, he was a fine pick all offseason. And I think people overcorrected by pushing him that far down boards.
100%. Now, next thing we'll talk about is there's injuries, there's decreasing draft value. How do you approach injured players on draft day?
So this is a weird year because there's always injuries in the offseason, but this year, the guys that have been picking up these injuries, Travis Kelce, Cooper Kupp, Terry McLaurin, Jonathan Taylor, maybe an injury, maybe, hey, my back hurts because I want a little bit more money. Not completely sure what's happening there, but Breece Hall coming off the injury as well. Javonte Williams coming off the injury. These are guys that possess elite upside. We can throw Kyler Murray in the mix as well. So I am okay drafting a lot of these players this year because it's not like you're drafting a guy who is injured and then you hope that when he comes back, he can give you wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 3 production, especially when you're looking at Cooper Kupp, Travis Kelce, Breece Hall. These are guys that legitimately can be number 1 in points per game at their position in this second half of the season. So if Cooper Kupp is falling into the 3rd round, I'm drafting him. If Travis Kelce is falling into the end of the 1st round, I am drafting him because even if I am taking zeros for the first few weeks, if Travis Kelce misses weeks 1, 2, 3, and 4 and doesn't come back until week 5, if he puts up the old Travis Kelce numbers, giving you 18, 19, 20 points per game, he's still worth a top 5 pick in fantasy. If Cooper Kupp misses 4 weeks and then starts putting up 25 points per game, we got to remember that those games late in the season carry a lot more weight than the early season games. So if you can just kind of skirt by 1-3, 2-2, or something like that, and then plug a Cooper Kupp and a Travis Kelce back into your lineup, that just makes your team go, Super Saiyan, Dragon Ball Z, you just get to a whole different level. So I'm okay drafting the discount on these hyper elite players, knowing that the late season production is going to make them worth their cost.
Yeah, that's really good advice because we haven't heard a lot of that, but it's something that needs to be discussed. And you're at least bringing it up for us because it is something to definitely consider because these players can be massively pivotal parts of your fantasy football success.
And they could also lose your league for you. If you draft them and they don't play again, that's the risk you take, but you got to beat 11 other teams. You're not trying to finish middle of the pack, and these guys can push you to be the best team in your league.
100%. Now let's move to another topic, Dave. So quarterbacks this year. So unlike past years, like last year in May and June, early drafts, quarterbacks started to get pushed up and then hit draft season. They went right back to where they always did. Not the case this year. Tell us how we should approach the quarterback position in our fantasy football drafts.
So this year, if you've drafted, you probably noticed that there is a huge tier fall off. Like if you don't get one of these early quarterbacks, there is a just significant disadvantage when you have to start guys like Tua Tagovailoa and Daniel Jones and Deshaun Watson. And that's not to say that these guys can't put up, top 5 numbers or better, but there is just such a clear-cut division at the top of the rankings list this year. And I'm talking about Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Justin Fields, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert. I am trying to get those guys wherever I can. Now, I'm not crazy about spending up for Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Jalen Hurts with a second or a third round pick, but I am really trying to get the guys at the end of that tier. Joe Burrow falls sometimes, but the two guys that jump out to me specifically are Justin Herbert and Justin Fields. Last year, we saw Justin Fields consistently giving us top 3 numbers. I heard Josh was just on the show talking about Justin Fields, so I'm not going to go on and on about that. But we also saw Justin Herbert played the majority of the season without Keenan Allen or Mike Williams. He was playing through, a rib cartilage injury that really impacted his athleticism. And now with the addition of Kellen Moore there, they're going to throw the ball a lot more. They're going to get vertical. They have 5 if you want to count Gerald Everett, 6 if you want to count Austin Eckler, very talented pass catchers on this team. So I think this is a year where we can see Justin Herbert go back to the guy that we saw in 2021 when he gave us a top 3 fantasy finish, and now he's getting pushed down in the back end of this elite tier. So for me, it's Joe Burrow, Justin Fields, and Justin Herbert are the guys that I am trying to draft wherever I can.
It's weird, Dave, because myself, you, and a number of analysts who come on my show, we are talking up Justin Herbert, but he's going as the QB6. It's not like he has not gone ahead of the other guys. They're seeing it differently. I think he had 41 touchdowns combined 2 years ago. And that was there was a lot of suboptimal to the situation he was in. And he didn't even play a game that season. I can't believe he missed week 1.
Mm-hmm.
And, but yeah, I mean, Justin Herbert, all day long. So let's go to another topic, the Arizona Cardinals. People are in complete fear of them, worried, don't want to touch them. Who's somebody on the team, the Arizona Cardinals, that people should be considering drafting?
So this has been one of my favorite guys to draft all season. And, I could boil it down to simply betting on the talent. Marquise Brown is a guy who has been pushed way down draft boards, but I still find myself drafting him because there's a few ways that this season could shake out. One, he gets traded to a good team. What happens if he ends up in the Buffalo Bills or the Kansas City Chiefs, and all of a sudden he's got a great quarterback and he starts doing great things there? Or he stays in Arizona, and we don't know what Clayton Tune or Josh Dobbs or whoever the quarterback is going to be there, but there's a realistic possibility that he still stumbles into a volume-based wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 role where he's getting 8 to 10 targets per game. But I think my favorite scenario is that Kyler Murray returns at some point. It seems like the smoke is starting to build a little bit that Kyler's going to come back. They named him team captain. A lot of people are eyeballing week 5, week 6, week 7 as his possible return. And what we saw last year when DeAndre Hopkins wasn't playing, Marquise Brown was the unquestioned wide receiver 1 with Kyler Murray. He was the wide receiver 5 in points per game. He was averaging 10.8 targets per game. He was on pace for 1,400 yards and 8 touchdowns. And right now, all of the concerns about how bad the Arizona Cardinals are going to be, that is baked into his cost right now. So he was getting drafted as a wide receiver 4. And if Kyler Murray returns, he is going to be giving you wide receiver 1 upside. So like I talked about earlier, drafting Cooper Kupp, drafting Travis Kelce for that late season elite production, the same principles apply to Marquise Brown. You can draft him for super late, and he can be that late season hammer to help push your team over the edge.
Dave, random question. The Cleveland Browns offense, what are you expecting this year?
That's a loaded question, and I don't know if there's a team out there that has a wider range of outcomes, and it all obviously sits on Deshaun Watson's shoulders. I mean, there's no skirting around it. Deshaun Watson stunk last year. He was terrible. That was not the guy that we saw earlier in his career. In Houston, he was a top 5 fantasy quarterback or better every single year. Last year, he couldn't do much of anything in that offense. So I have drafted Deshaun Watson because, again, I've been on this show a couple times, Jim. We've talked a lot. You probably know by now. I like upside. I get kind of blinded by upside. I'm not trying to finish 5th, 6th place in my league. I'm trying to finish 1st place. And if you can get Deshaun Watson late in your draft, and he does return to form as the guy we saw in Houston, he could give you top 5, top 3 numbers. Now, he could also be the guy we saw last year and give you low-end QB2 numbers, but I think that there are a lot of good players there. Obviously, it starts with Nick Chubb establishing the run. Amari Cooper is just a lock for 1,000 yards a year. Elijah Moore, I'm not quite as sold on Elijah Moore as a lot of other people are, but Donovan Peoples-Jones is a guy that I really love. And if you look at the 6-game split with Deshaun Watson last year, Donovan Peoples-Jones and Amari Cooper were putting up nearly identical production. So whether Elijah Moore can take that step forward or not, he's got Donovan Peoples-Jones is a solid wide receiver too. He's got Nick Chubb, he's got David Njoku, and then of course he's got Amari Cooper. There are a lot of weapons here. So I am betting on Deshaun Watson, but it would be crazy to dismiss the risk as well.
So last question I want to ask you. Tomorrow night, the Lions are playing the Chiefs. Chris Jones, I assume he's not playing. He isn't showing up. He has no intention of that. Travis Kelce, I would probably put it more on the doubtful side. What are you looking for in a game?
Well, it's going to be a shootout, even if Travis Kelce isn't there. I mean, you look at the over-unders for the week. Some spots have it at 54.5 points, which is just crazy. Two very, very good offenses with, the Chiefs are a pretty good defense, but without Chris Jones, that's a huge piece that they're missing. The Detroit Lions were a sieve last year, and I don't think that they did anything to improve. So I can't believe I'm saying this, Jim, because I faded this guy all offseason. But I think we might see a big game from Kadarius Toney tomorrow. I mean, the one reason I faded him is because he's been hurt nonstop. And that's why I didn't want to draft this guy. But all indications are that he's healthy, and there's no Travis Kelce. Somebody's going to have to play the number one pass catching role, and I think it's going to be Kadarius Toney. I also have a lot of faith in Jahmyr Gibbs. I've been talking about it all offseason that he is just a weapon. He can get deep downfield, run between the tackles, kind of do it all. And then, of course, Amon-Ra St. Brown, who I talked about on your show a couple of weeks ago, who I think has a legitimate case to be the wide receiver one this year. So a lot of really high-flying players in this game. It's going to be a really, really fun start to the season.
Now, I think we got time for one more quick one. Over your shoulder, I see that Lamar Jackson banner. What are you expecting in the new offense? 3 receiver heavy, probably Todd Monken calling the shots. What are you expecting?
I mean, I think the shift in offensive philosophy really can't be understated. And it's something that, Jim, you and I, we understand it. We're plugged in. We understand offensive schemes and tendencies and things like that. But I don't think the casual fan really realizes this. Greg Roman was a between the tackles, horizontal, getting tight ends out in the flats and not really doing anything that your high school varsity coach wouldn't be able to do. Todd Monken has 3 receivers that are extremely versatile, and Zay Flowers, Odell Beckham, and Rashad Bateman. These guys can run short routes, intermediate routes, and they could still blow the top off the defense. You've still got Mark Andrews, who's back and healthy at practice. Dobbins catching the ball in the flat. I am expecting Lamar Jackson to have a career year as a passer. And the only reason you can't rank him higher is because Mahomes, Hurts, and Josh Allen are as good as they are. So Lamar Jackson, he's kind of that middling guy in between the back-end QB1s that I talked about and the high-end QB1s. He's a fine target as well. I've been drafting a ton of him. Really, really excited to see what this Baltimore Ravens offense looks like.
Dave, tell everybody where they can find you and where to find your work.
Yeah, you can find me over at Football Guys. That's where I have all of my content. We got a show coming out 6 days a week now. So every day except Sunday, you can find me over at Football Guys. And then you can follow me on Twitter if you're into jokes and humor and memes and all that sort of stuff over at Dave Kluge, Kluge.
Dave, thanks for being on. We'll talk soon.
Take it easy, Jim. Thanks for having me.
JL's in the house. My friend, how are you today?
Doing fantastic, Jim. Very happy to join you, even though you put me right behind the illustrious Dave Kluge.
Yes. Since we have 5 minutes, we're going to get into it. We'll pitch your stuff at the end. So, look, you've done a lot of drafts. People are still drafting. What's your first piece of advice from what you've learned that you can give everyone?
I'm still drafting. I got my family league draft tonight, Jim. I'm still drafting. I'm still in it with y'all in the trenches. My one piece of draft advice is this. I know you have a lot of experts coming on today, Jim. I know there's a lot of draft advice coming. And so I wanted to come in with a little something different. And the way I'm looking at this is from a high level. When you're making decisions in your draft, lean into a high level strategy. Something, as long as all of your decisions can be justified towards that strategy, what you don't want to do is start making decisions in the middle of the draft because you're panicking or because you're tilting, and that they don't complement the decisions you made earlier in the draft. So when you're making decisions, it's the entire draft is your canvas, right? As you're going through and building your team, consider how the different pieces on your team play off of each other. Where's the risk? Where's the upside? And really create the team that is you. That's what it is. At the end of the day, it's you.
I love that. That is such a good piece of advice. It's different, and it's what people need to hear. We hear some of the same stuff over and over, but you're right. That's the essence of what this all is. JL, give me one player you're planting your flag on this year. They have a lot of shares of.
Oh, one player I have a lot of shares of.
I'll get you a couple, but we'll do one at a time. We might get two.
All right, one of them I know we talked about when you came on my show last week, Jim, is Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers is the entire Ravens offense. I know you've just talked about with Dave. The entire Ravens offense is poised to take this giant step up. And it feels like some of the fantasy community sees it, but it doesn't feel like all the fantasy community sees it. There's still a good portion of them that are thinking that we're going to get the same old Ravens as last year. And with a new offensive coordinator and a bunch of new weapons in that offense, I think it's going to be very different.
Oh man, I'm excited to see them play. And Zay Flowers ultimately probably sees the least attention of those receivers. If Bateman's healthy and you've got Andrews and you got Odell Beckham, that's a great spot to be in because you're probably going to be open quite a bit, and it's going to be like a nice opportunity for Lamar to make some easy throws. I think that could be a very, very profitable pick, JL. Who's another player you're planting your flag on?
Oh, another one is Travis Etienne. He's a player who I think a lot of people are worried about because of the added competition there in Jacksonville. But Travis Etienne is an incredibly talented running back. If you've only watched his NFL tape, go back and watch some of his college tape. He's a fantastic runner. He's got that rapport, Trevor Lawrence. I'm bullish on Travis Etienne, and where he's going, I think is the proper place for him to be valued. I think he's right there in that. It's not quite going to give you that upper tier, those first 2-round talents, but that 3rd round, 4th round is perfect for him.
Love it. I think we got time for one more player that you like this year.
Oh, one more player. All right. My last player is Marquise Brown. He's the one who a lot of people are down on. I even hesitate bringing him up because of how much of a dumpster fire that Arizona Cardinals offense is. But Marquise Brown is very talented. He's that short range guy, and he's very good at creating the separation and on the field shaking the defenders. So what I want to see is them using him in that short range, those passes, give the ball a bunch of volume to Marquise Brown. And for fantasy, that's great. If you're playing PPR league, Marquise Brown could be a massive value.
So all that said, you've given great advice, but people got to find your stuff. They got to read about you. And you guys, even though it's late, you got a draft guide. Tell people what you got going on and where they can find you, JL.
Yeah, we do. You can find me, all my stuff over at Front Yard Fantasy. If you haven't watched us or joined us for one of our game shows, we combine fantasy football with game shows, popular game shows, and just fun. We like to have fun over there at Front Yard Fantasy. So come check us out.
Here, Simon's not doing well, so send best wishes off to him. Will we be on for tomorrow for FYF show, or if Simon's not well, are we off? All right, I'll be there tomorrow with you guys. Look forward to that. JL, appreciate you, my friend, and we'll talk soon.
Likewise.
All right, take care. All right, everyone, if you've been enjoying the show, please consider hitting the like and subscribe button if you're on RotoWire YouTube. Remember, we have RotoWire live 5 days a week. I host the show. We'll be on Saturdays, have a gambling and DFS show. Every Sunday, we do a start sit where we give you the why along with the what. It's a very detailed show, but we get you the ability to make your best decision. Early in the week, the Monday, Tuesday shows, we're going over trends we learned from the prior weekend's games. And then Friday, again, as we get ready to set the lineups, we're getting you ready for those, and also a little DFS and some gambling. We get that gambling in the end of the weekend along with the fantasy angle, but we'll have you covered at, again, 11 a.m. Eastern. That'll be a daily thing, 5 days a week. Also, you want a free trial at RotoWire? Go to rotowire.com/Jim. No credit card needed. Get you 2 days behind the paywall. Definitely consider that. We're waiting for our next guest, Doug Orth, to come in. He's scheduled to be in about 4 minutes. If he comes in early, we'll get him in. But I'm going to continue to go over a couple players that I am planting my flag on this year as you're getting ready for your last-minute fantasy drafts. So I've talked about him quite a bit. And Garrett Wilson, for me, is a player, and he's moved up the ADP. But if you want him now, you pretty much got to aggressively get him near the end of the first round, beginning of the second, right? The turn, you have to get him there. But the way I see it is, he was picked in first 10 picks of the NFL draft. He is a legitimate superstar. He put up 1,100 yards with very poor quarterback play last year. And now Aaron Rodgers there. And I don't mind if Rodgers declined. But we know that Nathaniel Hackett's the offensive coordinator. We know he can't be a head coach. But when the last time that Aaron Rodgers and Hackett, and at that time Devontae Adams were together, 70% of the first read of passes went to Adams. The number 2 was Allen Lazard. I'm not saying that Garrett Wilson is Devontae Adams, but what I am saying is he is so far the alpha in that offense that Aaron Rodgers is probably going to throw him about the same level of target share. And Garrett Wilson has already shown us he can win in just about every way. Again, he's not Devontae Adams, but the level of talent, he could be almost equally successful in that offense. So I think by taking Garrett Wilson, I believe he has a ridiculous ceiling. I could easily see him, yes, hitting 1,500 yards. I think his floor after 1,100 last year and no quarterback play, his floor is 1,250. And I think as safe players with ceiling go, he's as good as anybody. You love when these young players who are on the ascent, and this has nothing to do with the preseason game where he got the touchdown and they use him on smoke screen. They use him on a few different routes in a short period of time. It had nothing to do with that, but that's how he's going to be used. He is the guy in that offense, and there will be enough passes. We know Rodgers only threw the ball about 525 times on average over the last 3 years with Hackett as the offensive coordinator. Not Hackett, I should say with Matt LaFleur. 2 of the years was with Hackett, and then LaFleur was his offense. Same offense. So the pass attempts are going to be low, but the concentration of targets is going to be extremely high. Another player, Mike Williams. We keep talking. Everybody talks about Kellen Moore. I get it. But here's the thing. Kellen Moore's situation is he wants to attack a defense vertically to open up elements underneath and open up the entire field. He's going to coach Justin Herbert to not worry if a mistake is made. If a mistake is made, it still sets up later plays. Justin Herbert has been kind of turnover averse. That will be coached out of him a bit. All right, we're bringing in Doug Orth. We got Julia Papworth on at the top of the hour, so we're excited. We got 2 great guests coming up here. Doug Orth, we got about 5 minutes. We're going to hit the ground running. You can find him at Doug Orth. Doug, you've done a lot of drafts. You've done a lot of writing, a lot of analysis. What is one last piece of advice you want to give people who are drafting now?
Anybody who read my bold predictions article knows that I have a thing about David Montgomery, and I know you and I have talked about David Montgomery, but I'm going to tell you my case for him. I think fantasy managers have convinced themselves that Montgomery is going to step into the exact same role that Jamal Williams leaves behind. And I think while it's partly right, I think it's mostly incorrect assumption. I also think people have told themselves Montgomery isn't going to score 17 touchdowns like Williams did. That much I agree with, but he also doesn't need to. Let's assume he can match Williams' 1,000 rushing yards from last year, and he only scores half as many times. Are those Jim? Would you say those are reasonable assumptions?
100%.
Okay. Over the last 3 seasons, as far as my quick research, the worst finish I could see by a player who met both of those criteria was RB18. Even if we assume Montgomery is the 2022 version of Zeke Elliott, and we know what he did, Zeke still finishes the RB22 and only managed 17 catches, and he played hurt. I don't think Montgomery is meets any of those criteria. He's routinely being drafted in the RB3, RB4 range. I'm getting him in the 7th round. I probably have, I don't know, I've lost count. It's like 12 of my 20 teams probably have Montgomery, and I've drafted him no earlier than the 6th, and sometimes in the 8th. My other case for him, as I've cited numerous times this summer, Detroit running backs touched the ball 509 times last year, and that was for a team that parted ways with both of its running backs. They thought they could do better. There's no question Jahmyr Gibbs is going to get his share, but I have a hard time projecting 250-plus touches for a sub-200-pound running back that never handled more than 195 in college. That alone, to me, should lock Montgomery into roughly 250 touches behind an offensive line that is generally considered to be one of the best in the league.
Yeah, I love that analysis on that. And beyond that, week 1, no Chris Jones. I can't even imagine how many times Detroit's going to run the football. Just quickly, what are you looking at for rushing attempts in week 1? Not that it matters to the whole season, but what are you looking at?
For just this week?
Yeah, with no Chris Jones on the field.
35. I mean, not for,
yes.
For the team, 35, I would say.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. Now, Mahomes will still get his. If he gets 18 pass attempts, he probably still figures it out, but it's going to be crazy. Doug, give me another player you're planting your flag on.
Yeah, I'm going to have less organized thoughts about Calvin Ridley. I know we talked about Calvin Ridley briefly. And the thought I was having with him earlier today is we know what Chris Olave did last year with Andy Dalton had a good year, but, it's he did a lot of his damage deep. Calvin Ridley does a lot of his damage deep. He's not going to do necessarily all of his damage deep this year with Trevor Lawrence, but I'm saying they're a lot the same type of receiver, and Trevor Lawrence is a better quarterback. Where I think Calvin Ridley is going to do his damage, and we've seen this. If you done some searching for him on social media, you've seen that he's probably going to do a lot of damage on out routes. But Calvin Ridley is so quick, and I don't want to say so precise with his routes, but so quick. Quick as a hiccup is what we used to say, right? Quick as a hiccup. And when you have that in your game, when you have I can't guard you because you can run it out, and I can't guard you because you're going to run by me if I play the out, that's the start of your developing a complete game. That I think Calvin Ridley takes Trevor Lawrence to the next level, and I think Trevor Lawrence takes Calvin Ridley to the next level.
So quickly, what does that do to the middle of the field options? Last year, there were games when the defense was able to stuff the middle of the field, and they had some occasional success against Christian Kirk. How does Ridley benefit or hurt Kirk?
I think ultimately what's going to happen is Zay Jones is going to hurt Christian Kirk. Better blocker. I think it's going to Kirk will probably move back, probably play more in the slot than he usually does. His game is more speed. It's not to say he can't control the middle of the field, but they also got Evan Ingram for that. So, and we got Travis Etienne for that too. Not that so there's going to be more options in the middle of the field that I think Christian Kirk owners want to have.
Doug, tell people what work you have going on, where they can find you, and I always appreciate having you on. You're always one of my favorites on the show.
Excellent. Well, as usual, FF today for my weekly stuff with the season starting. My articles will hit the site on Thursday morning or afternoon. Starting this week, I am doing twice, and this is news to you, Jim. Starting this week, twice a week for Sportskeeda. I'm doing a short article, 2 short articles with them, and then you can always find me on Twitter, just like it says there on the graphic, but it's DOUGORTH.
Doug, thanks for joining me. I always love talking football with you. We'll do it again soon.
Excellent. Thank you. Have a good Jim.
All right. Thanks. Take care. Got Julia Papworth in the house. How are you, Julia?
Hi, I'm good. I'm recovering from a cold, so forgive my voice.
Now, if you have to tap out at any point, let me know. Hope if you can make it, that'd be wonderful. If you can't, I understand.
Good. I'm hopped up on cold medicine and feeling real
good.
So.
Yeah. You get a little bit of a rush from the day cold. I love it.
It really perks you right up, doesn't it?
So you were in the Queens Classic. I was next door to the Kings Classic, so we were drafting through the wall. How was that experience?
It was so fun. It was fantastic to be there with all those women who know what they're talking about. And it was just fun. Like, I mean, I'm usually the only woman in a league that I'm playing in, right? Like, I feel like you probably see one woman in every league you're in. And it was just incredible to have that many there. So it was great.
I've had a number of your compatriots from that draft in the show today. It's been a great time talking to all of you. Julia, through all the drafts you've done, what is one thing you've learned that you can tell the audience as they go into their last drafts?
I mean, I think you have to be able to pivot, right? Like you have to stay water. We all go into these drafts thinking we got, the best plan ever. And this running back's going to be here because I've done so many mocks and he's always there. And then, especially in home leagues where it's like Pat Mahomes is going, pick 8 and Kelsey is gone, pick 4, and someone's getting 3 tight ends. It's like, okay, well, I have to pivot. So, right. Home league where multiple people took 3 tight ends. And I was like, oh, okay. All right. So, it's having a pool of players that you like, right? It's like that whole tier approach sort of situation where you're like, this is what I'm going to get. And don't stay married. Like, I need to get a running back right now. I must. And then if all the running backs that are there are crap at that spot, but there's amazing wide receivers, then you're just losing those points. So it's like, you have to go for the points and be able to pivot.
Yeah, 100%. It is so important because like you said, if you get caught in a mindset, you just lose the draft, and all of a sudden you have this roster that can't compete. So just going in with that mindset of that openness, it is just so important. And I didn't mention earlier, everybody, you can follow Julia at Julia Papworth. She'll tell you about her work at the end of the segment, but I wanted to make sure you're following her if you aren't already doing so. Julia, in terms of the quarterback position, what is the typical approach you like to go with this year?
Well, up until this year, I was always a late round quarterback girl. But this year I was trying really hard to get in, for me, what is that second tier? Like, I've got Mahomes, Allen, and Hurts in that first tier. They're over there. And I just don't want to spend that early a pick on them.
Yep.
But I love Justin Herbert. I love Justin Fields. I love Trevor Lawrence, that little group. And so I've been trying to leave a draft with one of those. If I don't get one of those, then I'm waiting. Then I'm getting Geno, who I feel like is a freaking steal later on, or some other guys later on. But I'm trying really hard to get Justin Herbert or Justin Fields. I think Justin Herbert is going to be incredible this year.
You know, I'm so with you on the beginning. I mean, of course, I love Mahomes, I love Allen, and I love Hurts, but I can't pay that draft rate. I just can't do it. The rest of my roster doesn't look the way I want it to. And if I get the quarterbacks, the ones that you're talking about, the same ones I'm targeting, I like my roster a lot better because I don't feel the drop off from Justin Herbert from the other three. I don't think it's nearly as big as everybody else thinks. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I totally agree. It's all like, it sounds bad to say that Justin Herbert is like Pat Mahomes on sale, right? Or Justin Fields is like Jalen Hurts on sale. And it's only like a 10% off. It's not like a clearance situation. We're not going down to like, I heard you talking about Sam Howell earlier, and I flipping love Sam Howell. He's another backup that I'm getting all the time. But like Sam Howell's like a clearance Jalen Hurts, right? So there are those levels of it. And it's like, when you're not paying as much to get it, then if they don't hit that high ceiling, you're kind of okay. Like for Pat Mahomes to go as the 7th pick in a home league, he has to have one of the best seasons of football ever for him to really, truly pay off. And he might. That's not outside of the realm of possibility, but sports and fantasy football is about the odds and playing the numbers and all that stuff. And it's like, what's your best chance?
You're right. Probability is where it's at, and those range of outcomes. Yeah, like you said, there are those little ranges that go on the fringes, but those are fringes for a reason. And so you're right. The draft rate just does not fit the opportunity cost. So you go that route and you take that second tier of quarterbacks. So Juliet, running back, again, you said we're water during drafts, and I am too, and I agree with that. But what would you like to do when you're approaching the running back position in your drafts?
I like to have one solid, dependable running back. I mean, if the draft falls in a way where I can get two like super high T running backs, then I'm happy. Like I got like Josh Jacobs and Ramondre last night, and I was like, okay, I'm pretty strong on running back. But I like to have one good solid, and then you're kind of playing some upside, right? I'd rather do that and get somebody who stands a chance as an RB2 and would skyrocket to an RB1 if the guy ahead of them goes down, right? Like for instance, I think Antonio Gibson and Brian Robinson. I think both of those guys are great. I really love Brian Robinson, but that's a whole nother thing. But like if one of those guys goes down because the other one is still talented, then it's like skyrocket, right?
Yeah. So, and again, investing in a backfield that could flip at any point in time. You have a late round pick, and then you have the opportunity for more to come from that. And then the wide receivers. Are there any specific wide receivers that, from what you've seen, you'd like to have on your team this year, if possible?
Well, it's funny. I was listening to you talk to JL, and I love Zay Flowers as well. I'm a big Zay Flowers believer. I also love Chris Olave. I have so much Chris Olave. I think he's absolutely fantastic. I got him a bunch last season too. And back on the Commanders, I love Dotson. I love Jahan Dotson. I think people are not looking at him. I think that turf toe may be a little more of an issue for McLaurin than we think. And I think that the Commanders might be good. Like, I think we're all just used to them not being good. And even if they're just okay, they're going to be so much better than before. I think their offense is going to move. Howell looks great. That killer offensive coordinator there. So.
And that's the thing, right? So Eric Bieniemy, he's a very, very good coach, but he's under the shadow of Andy Reid for all those years. So he has to take a lateral move to go to Washington. But this is his chance. He gets to show everybody, see what you missed out on before. But 100%. He has the weapons. And you mentioned Dotson was picked in the 16th pick of the draft for a reason. He may not get a ton of separation. He wins at the catch point. He wins in the red zone. So, and like you said, McLaurin, the coach downplayed that injury. You don't downplay turf toe. I think, like you think, way more serious than we're letting on. So you're getting Dotson later in drafts. He could be the steal of the draft. Love that.
I hope so. I own a lot of him. Yeah.
Well, with the risk that you took in the pick, you really don't have a lot of risk. You took him at a place where his worst case scenario isn't going to kill you, but you got a lot of upside there. So tight end position, how are we approaching that this year, Julia?
Tight end, I've never been the type of girl to go Kelsey. Thank God. I own no Kelsey. I actually own no Mark Andrews either. I love George Kittle as a human and as a football player, and my husband is a 49ers fan, so I had to talk him down from drafting George Kittle last night. But he's a good football player. I don't think he's a good fantasy option. He just blocks too much, and something's going to be injured again. If I can get Darren Waller at ADP or a little bit beyond, because I think he is, I mean, he's the wide receiver 1 in New York. So if I end up waiting a little bit on quarterback and I can get Darren Waller, that's great. Very, very rarely am I getting a super, the higher end quarterback and Darren Waller, because those onesie positions, I feel like you kind of have to go one high and one a little low. But besides that, I'm waiting. I like Chig. I love Sam Laporta. I think he is a great steal. I think like no one's talking about him. And I know like rookie tight ends, I know they're not great for fantasy, but I mean, we have a class of them who could actually do things, right? We have some really good solid ones, him, Michael Mayer. There's a lot of options out there, I think. So,
the way the league has gone defensively, the heavy amount of zone defense we see, if they're going to deploy these tight ends as zone beaters, it may not be the level of blocking they were doing. And in which case that would be the thing that could really help us buck the trend. So we kind of covered each of the main positions so far. We covered like players you're heavily invested in. Is there any other thing you've noticed from your drafts that besides being fluid that you can still relay out to fantasy managers who are still going to draft yet?
I think doing a quick review on your league settings is always helpful. And look, the people who are waiting this late, I think are people who know what they're doing, right? Like they're like, I'm going to get all the information. We're going to do this. Review those league settings, double check that, because if you're in multiple leagues, like we all are, like you're like, is this the PPR? Is this the half? Is this the one that's still standard? Is this the one with a weird flex? That, and like, play the players, right? Like know the people, know your league mates, know the guy who's going to draft that Green Bay Packer no matter what, know that guy who's going to reach for Geno Smith, just knowing that and keeping an eye on the board, right? Who has their tight ends, who has their quarterback. And it's funny because it's so much to juggle, but I think those are like those little bitty pieces that can help,
Now, we talked earlier, you were in the Queen's Classic. That was almost a month ago. Do you realize that?
God.
Like today is September 6th. It was like, 3.5 weeks ago.
Dude, Halloween decorations are in stores.
Right? Oh, yeah. I drove by a Spirit of Halloween store. Insane.
Nuts.
From the Queen's Classic, how did you feel you did in that draft? Was that 12 or 14 teams?
That was 14. 14
Good.
is always a little harder because it's like so long to come back to you.
Right.
I got sniped a couple times, but again, people know what they're doing. I feel pretty happy with it. I think I got Dak Prescott. Dak's my quarterback, and I don't own him anywhere else. But he was a little bit of a value, and I was like, okay, let's do it. That's the other thing too. You can't get stuck on the players that have burned you. I mean, it's so hard. It's so hard. But if you get someone at a value, you can't just be like, well, he did nothing for me last season, or he got injured or whatever,
Now, in your Queen's Classic, it should have been the same where you had 3 flex positions.
Yeah.
How did you feel about your flex positions in a 14-team league when you came out of it?
I mean, look, I'm not centering on tight end there. If I can, I'm trying to get wide receivers just because I think you have a wider chance of them hitting. There's just more of them available, and you can be a 3rd or 4th string wide receiver, and all of a sudden a couple guys go down in front of you and you get up there and you're right there, you catch a couple touchdowns, you're on, right? So, and at that point it was kind of just best available. Like I said, like I tried not to get stuck on a position, especially since it's a flex. I was like, okay, upside, that's the thing. Rookies with upside, it's great. I took Evan Hull with my last pick, which I thought was quite lucky. Now I'm looking at it, right? So, yeah.
And then I have an ADP question for you. I've asked a number of people to say, there's 3 wide receivers that are back into back-to-back on the last 2-day data. Amon-Ra St. Brown is wide receiver 5. Okay. Garrett Wilson is wide receiver 6, or CeeDee Lamb is wide receiver 7. Which of those do you like?
It's so funny. I got my first share of CeeDee Lamb last night. I am, even with the Hard Knocks bump, which makes me actually like Aaron Rodgers a little bit more. Didn't think I would. I would go with Amon-Ra because I think although Garrett Wilson is going to be elite this year, he might not have to be as elite just with that defense. I think that Amon-Ra, he's the main guy there. I mean, Laporta's there, like I said, but he's the main guy there. And I think he's just going to have a stellar year. He's shown it before. He can do it. I think that's what I would do. Yeah. And also, I kind of don't believe in the Cowboys. I might be the only one.
Okay.
But
I could, and their defense could be so good they might not have to air the ball out like they have in the past. So that's something that people are not talking about a lot. But that defense could be really, really good.
Well, and weren't they talking about how they want to slow it down? They score too quickly. It's so hard when you're an NFL team and you're scoring too quickly.
Oh, what problems to have. We're just scoring too darn fast. Oh my God.
I'm a Cardinal fan. We don't know that. We don't know that.
No,
Nope.
we try to score at some point.
Yeah.
Eventually. One last ADP question. So Tony Pollard is running back 6, Josh Jacobs 7, and Derrick Henry 8. Who do you like?
Josh Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs. Good.
Yeah, they're gonna run. They're gonna run that man into the ground.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Because they can.
Yep. And they don't care.
And no, they don't.
And it was clear like he wanted to come back versus the Jonathan Taylor situation. It was clear that he wanted a deal and he's passionate. And I love Jimmy G, but he's not going to be slinging it down the field to Devontae Adams all the time. So
Yeah, so run. It's Josh Jacobs. Julia, tell everybody where they can find you and what work you have going on so everybody can keep up with you.
Awesome. Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Julia Papworth. I'm on pretty much all the socials as well at that. I'm over at the Fantasy Footballers writing, and I'm over at PFN as well. And this year I'm going to be doing some waiver wire videos sort of every week with Win Daily. So I'm super excited to do that.
Yes. Oh, so awesome. Keep up the great work. Thank you for hanging and talking football with me, and have a great start to your season.
Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye.
Lindsay Rhodes is in the house. Lindsay, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Well, I'm
Need a
actually
break?
So I got a 2-minute break. One of my coworkers came in and bounced. I'm actually doing okay. You know what? I was a teacher for 30 plus years, so I don't need to make many restroom breaks.
You and Scott Hansen.
Yeah, that's the name that keeps coming up, right? Hansen. How does he do it? Oh my gosh, Lindsay, so happy you're here today. So you've done your drafts. You've been in
Except for one. I have one tonight.
One more. So with all you've learned, first thing I'm going to ask you, what is the first thing from what you've learned that you want to share with the fantasy community for this year's drafts?
I mean, look, for the most part, people who are listening to a fantasy football marathon don't need me to tell you the way that the drafts are going broadly. But my favorite notes for people who are just friends that I'm seeing, like, parents of my kids' friends that are like, I have a fantasy draft. What do I need to know? I'm like, first thing, throw out everything that you know from years past, like those long held fantasy football edicts that we all draft by, or, a lot of us have, like running backs are so important. You got to get them in the first round because there just isn't much depth at the position in terms of, I think we're all, for the most part, some people are zigging while others are zagging. And I think that that's a smart strategy too. But for the most part, I've been trying to eat up wide receivers early. I just feel much more strongly about the consistency that I'm getting from those high-end wide receivers. And that's one of the things that I feel really strongly about. Like, if I'm going to draft you in the first round, I don't want volatility. And there's volatility attached to some players that is unpredictable in the sense like injuries, right? Like, that goes out the window in terms of your draft strategy, unless it's somebody who has an injury history. For the most part, I'm just looking at your role in the offense. Do you have an elite skill set? Are you going to get a lot of volume? Like, am I going to get 20 plus points on the reg? And I think that there are a lot more wide receivers that check that box than running backs do. And I don't know exactly if that's just because of where we are in the running back cycle and the whole offseason conversation with regards to value, or if it's just that it's almost like a passing of the torch here. For the last few years, we've seen the same names in the first round of guys that we know are going to get that volume, and they're very good. They're the feature backs. They're the bell cows. I feel like this is the year where we're waiting for them to fall off a cliff, and they're just old enough that we're not sure if we're going to see that continuity out of that position group. And then the next wave, you're like, I don't know. Like, you've got Javonte and Breece, but are they healthy? We're waiting to see them in that role before we can move them into the first round next season.
you crystallize that well. I mean, you detailed the uncertainty specifically at running back and at receiver, like you said, not really such that. Before we get into a couple more receivers, I want to remind people to follow you at Lindsay_Rhodes, LINDSAY_RHODES. And at the end of the segment, you'll be pitching all the work you have so people can make sure they know where you're at all times. Well, at least within football hours. So we'll do that.
Yeah, let's avoid the stalker situation.
No, we don't need any of that. Lindsay, so you mentioned wide receivers and stability at the position. Spot on 100%. One at a time, are there a couple of receivers who you are finding are creeping their way onto your rosters with some consistency?
You know, it's funny because at a like very high end, it's kind of all over the place in terms of my exposure. It has to do with draft slot, right? Like, so I have exposure to a lot of the first round wide receivers. And then in the second round, that I think the same can be said. I went and I charted, I found 13 of my leagues that were easily accessible, that I knew where they were in these apps, right? And I didn't actually want to look much further than that, but I got 13 leagues and I counted all of the players that I had exposure to and the players that I had the most exposure to. And DeAndre Hopkins is a player that I have the most. DeAndre Hopkins and Drake London, I have on 5 different of the 13 teams. So I think what's happening with DeAndre Hopkins for me is that he's fallen for reasons that I'm not clear about. Like, I kind of understand what's happening here. First of all, he is getting up there in years. Second of all, I think we all kind of feel a little bit of the volatility that was attached to him last year, but that had to do with the suspension. It's not like he's going in and out of the lineup every week because of injury, because he's old and he can't do it anymore. When he was on the field, even with some poor quarterback play down the stretch, his numbers were still bonkers. Like, he was still putting up wide receiver 1 type numbers. So I don't know that we've seen him the tipping point happen for him yet. I know the other question mark is that it's the Tennessee passing game, and there just hasn't been a high volume passing attack in Tennessee for the last few years. People are out on, Ryan Tannehill, and they think that it's going to be primarily a ground game. And last year it was gross there. But I would argue that probably has to do with the wide receivers that they had on the roster more than anything. And also the year before, you had AJ Brown, who was going in and out of the lineup and didn't put up a huge number in terms of total yards, but I think it was largely linked to that. And the year before that, he had over 1,000 yards. And the year before that, he had over 1,000 yards. So I think that we've seen, and there is an example in front of us that we can point to where Derrick Henry is running the rock, and they're also they have a good wide receiver who's picking up some passing yardage and scoring touchdowns and putting up fantasy points. And that I think that's what I'm willing to bet is going to happen with DeAndre Hopkins this year at his ADP. At his ADP, I have a tough time passing him up because I think he has the potential to end up as a wide receiver 1. I think his target volume is going to be nuts in terms of target share and air yard share and all that kind of stuff.
Now, you also mentioned Drake London when you were explaining that, and he's now obviously other end of the side of his career. He's just getting started, but he really flashed in those last 4 games with Desmond Ridder at quarterback. I know there was no Kyle Pitts, but I don't know that they even intersect in terms of what they do on the field. So that said, tell us a little more about Drake London, because a lot of people, I think they're not drafting him aggressively enough, and I think they need
the quarterback.
To hear. Yes.
I think it's the same situation, honestly. I mean, you could probably sort of same, right? Arthur Smith and the Titans, and like there's a reason that they're similar in terms of their approach. I think it's not a high volume passing attack. It hasn't been in the past. There is a question mark with regard to how good Desmond Ridder is even going to be. Like, you have no idea. It was bad last year with Marcus Mariota in terms of catchable balls. People have talked about, Kyle Pitts like he's a bust, as if it has anything to do with him. I always push back against that. I'm like, nope, can't let that sentence go by. He is not a bust. We don't like the way he's used, and he hasn't put up numbers in this offense because of the way that the offense is. Like, they have prioritized the run game over him. And then when they have thrown the ball, the percentage of catchable targets that have come his way, it's like a very low number, like very low number. So we need to get that number up, and that certainly affects Drake London's value. But where he's going, where he's not my wide receiver 1 and he's not my wide receiver 2, and I could possibly put him in a flex spot, or if he's like my wide receiver 4, if I'm taking him after D-Hop, then I could even put him on the bench. He gives me some versatility. I'm probably not doing that. I'm probably realistically, I'm playing in a lot of 3 wide receiver leagues with like 2 flex spots. So I'm looking for 5 wideouts. And I think that he'll return that value. What I'm willing to bet on with him is the talent. Like the talent is there. He's a very good wide receiver. And, I go to people who are smarter at judging wide receiver play than I am. Matt Harmon is one of my favorites at reception perception, who charts all of the players and the success versus man and zone and press and the various route tree, and everything points to Drake London being a really good wide receiver. So I'll bet on the fact that I'm taking him kind of low because people are out on the offense and the quarterback, but has potential to end up as a wide receiver 1. That's what I'm looking for there. I'm looking for people who have the ability to move up the charts for one reason or another, that I think that we're a little bit down on, and their reasons make sense, but I think that they could outplay their ADP. And I think that Drake London is a guy who could emerge if Desmond Ridder is a capable quarterback, as somebody who plays a lot better than we're expecting him to.
Now, Lindsay, you mentioned Kyle Pitts, and what I thought the problem was last year was, you're right, it was horribly inaccurate throws, and they kept using him downfield, and those are low percentage to start. Mariota couldn't throw there anyway, and they weren't giving him short and intermediate, and that's where you kind of pad your stats, you build up your stats. The deep passes get mixed in. Do you think Arthur Smith looked back over the season and realized he didn't use this phenomenal weapon well? Do you think there's a world where he fixes that this year?
I mean, that asks me to get in his head in a way that I don't necessarily feel comfortable with regard to Arthur Smith. I think that look, in some ways you could look at the roster, and I know a lot of us were frustrated at the way that they used those 2 assets in particular, just because they used such high draft capital on Pitts and then turned around and used high draft capital on Drake London, and then proceeded to not throw the ball or prioritize that at all. There is a way that I could look at this roster, though, and say that he was smart under the circumstances at looking at the defenses that they were going to play. And this was something that was discussed a little bit last year, that, defenses are now being built to stop the passing game. They're being built with these slender pass rushers that can come off the edge with some speed and get to the quarterback and interrupt that. And if you look at your roster and you say, we are deficient, we are not competitive. So then rather than doing what we think we could do best, now how can we take advantage of what we think you're going to be the worst at? And defenses around the league are not built with those space eaters, in the middle. Like, you don't see those big defensive tackles who take up space anymore. So you could make the argument that he was zigging when other people were zagging and just saying, you're all built to stop the pass. Well, I don't have a quarterback yet that I believe in. So what am I going to do? I'm just going to run because I don't think you're built to stop it. And so there's always more there than just like, these are so good, throw him the ball. Like, there's other things to take into consideration before we write him off, particularly like the analytics community or something, Arthur Smith from a coaching standpoint. But I think it does depend on Desmond Ridder to a degree, because now if your weakness is no longer as much of a weakness and you can get the ball to these weapons, and I think Cordero Patterson, like, they have him on the roster as a joker. Like, that's fascinating to me. And I could totally see him being more utilized in this. Well, what do they do with all of these weapons? You brought in Bijan Robinson, but I mean, Tyler Algier, if you go look at the advanced analytics, like, he was a good running back. It wasn't just, he wasn't propped up by volume. He was efficient with the ball. Like, his numbers are at the top of the league from last year in a lot of advanced metrics. And so I don't think that they can afford to just throw him away. So I think he's in the mix somehow. I think we're going to find out pretty quickly how creative Arthur Smith is or is not, because I think that this year he does have a lot of skill position weapons that he could use in a creative way. And it'll all come down to Desmond Ridder's development to a degree, and whether or not, he has the quarterback that can get the ball to them.
I think it was important that you did spell out for the audience, because you are right. The defenses are getting smaller. Even if they load the box, they're loading it with smaller bodies. They don't have the personnel to hold up. And Smith will do whatever he does. He'll put an extra running back, extra tight ends. He will do whatever he can to overwhelm you. So you are so right. And it worked. And they ran. I remember the Cincinnati game. They were down probably 20 points in the second quarter, and they kept running. And this year, that defense eventually get better. They brought in talent. And why go against it otherwise? So you're probably right. We can't get into his head. I'm not buying on Pitt's getting a crazy target volume. But again, that was what you said. But I do get the point, and that's a phenomenal point. Last thing I want to ask you, at a few minutes left, what do you expect from the Cleveland Browns offense this year?
Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, I talked about it all revolving around whether or not Desmond Ridder emerges as an average to above average quarterback, right? Like if he's good, then it's all gravy. But like at least we need him to be average to above average. I think in Cleveland, it all revolves around Deshaun Watson looking like Deshaun Watson from 3 years ago, and we haven't seen it. We haven't seen evidence that that's the case. And last year, there are reasons you can offer up excuses or explanations. It's probably a kinder word there for why he didn't look like the Deshaun Watson of old down the stretch last season. I mean, it got a little bit better at the tail end of the season, but then at the beginning of training camp this year, you're hearing about like the passing game looks not great, and then at the very end of the preseason, it seemed like it was starting to click a little bit. Like this is a team that I'm unwilling to project at all, because I just don't know. I don't know if he's going to come out and be that guy. So from a gambling standpoint, from a fantasy standpoint, that's not where I'm going. I'm not going to go my eggs in this basket, because there are other baskets that I could go in. If this was a zero sum, you must find an answer about the Browns, but that's not what it is in fantasy. It's, do you feel more confident about this or this over here at the same price? I'm probably pivoting and going to something else. I have very little exposure to the passing game in Cleveland. And that's not to say that I don't think it's going to work. I just my risk aversion is such where I'm like, if there's something else over here I feel more strongly about, I'll click that and I'll let someone else take the gamble that I don't feel strongly about. If I'm going down, I want it to be because I have called my shot and my shot didn't pan out. Like in a lot of leagues, I mean, it's not like I am taking him as my starter, but like I am the one variance that I see between me and the market is like, I kind of think that the Commanders have a chance to be much better than other people are thinking, because I think, particularly from a fantasy standpoint, Sam Howell is the guy at the end of your draft that has fantasy upside because of the rushing aspect to his game. Like if you're taking just a swing at a quarterback to put on your bench at the end of your draft, please don't draft like a Brock Purdy or like, because just because, or I mean, maybe even a more apples to apples is like a Bryce Young or somebody like that, because there's just the ceiling this year is much lower. Like Sam Howell might be bad. It might bust completely, but we know he's got an arm. And we know he can run the ball. And there's a history of that. Like that's what we're looking for in fantasy. So what you're looking for at the end is somebody who could create trade bait for you or move into your lineup and still win the league for you if you have an injury. That's what I want. I don't want somebody who's just going to put up 12 points regularly. Well, I mean, obviously nobody wants that, but I don't want 15 regularly. I want somebody who has some upside. And I think that him with his skill set, paired with Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson and all the different weapons there, I think that we could see that team click in a way that we haven't for the last few years because they haven't had a quarterback.
Lindsay, this was absolutely fabulous. You really got us to think about a lot of things. We had a lot of guests on today, and you gave us some really new stuff to think about. Thank you for that, because we have 50 people on today, and no surprise, but you totally dominated it. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out with me.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. Bye, Lindsay.
Bye.
I got time for my RotoWire teammates. We got Nick Whalen, Mario Puig in the house. Welcome, gentlemen. It's been a long day. Thank you for readjusting your schedules to be with me. We'll take turns with questions for both of you. Mario, you're finding Mario at the Posting Scout. Nick, you're finding, I'm just going to spell it. You're finding WHA number 1 EN. It'd be Whalen, but the L becomes a 1. I had to explain that. The gentlemen will tell you about their work at the end. Let's start out with Nick. Nick, so tell us your thoughts on Jahmyr Gibbs this year. I know it's a player you're excited about.
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, you nailed the Twitter handle, Jim. I've been talking about changing it for years now. It looks great when it's written out. It does not sound as great when somebody else has to say it, but you nailed it. We were talking about what we wanted to hit on here, and the player. You kind of asked me for some plant your flag guys. And typically that means somebody that you want to draft in as many leagues as possible. For me, I've been avoiding Jahmyr Gibbs. It's like an anti-flag plant, and it's tough because I really like the player. I actually like the landing spot, even if we don't love the process that it took for him to get to Detroit. But I don't love where he's going in drafts, Jim. I liked where he was going, right after the draft or a few months ago. But if you want Jahmyr Gibbs on your team now, you got to take him around pick 30, and sometimes even earlier. You need to reach into the upper half of the second round in some competitive leagues to get Jahmyr Gibbs. And I'm not willing to do that. I think if you're drafting Jahmyr Gibbs with like the 29th pick in your fantasy draft, you're drafting his ceiling. And could he get there? Yes. Could this be another high scoring year for the Detroit Lions offense? It absolutely could. They're going to rely on him alongside David Montgomery. But to me, there's not a lot of upside with where Jahmyr Gibbs is going in drafts. I think your best case scenario is that, you don't view it as a pick where you lost value.
Nick, one thing I'll add, ADP the last 2 days, it's still going up. He's FFPC 27. That's his pick number. It's up. So you are on. I mean, that is a heavy premium to pay. Nick, we'll come on back to you. Mario, I want you to talk to us about handcuff logic at running back. I'll let you just take it from there and tell everybody what they need to know.
Yeah, sorry, a bit more sprawling of a subject maybe, but you'd hear people talk about, the handcuff running back or the guy to own in case some other running back gets hurt or misses time or whatever. And I think it's worth thinking about and looking more specifically at the players, these candidates, to know what they're capable of, especially relative to the starter that you're looking at. Some backups can step in and do pretty much everything that the starter does, whereas some other guys, they might be the second running back on the depth chart, but they don't necessarily scale up to a starter level workload, be it because they can't handle the workload, maybe it's too much, maybe they slow down, maybe they get hurt if they take on so much work. Maybe they can't do enough, maybe their skill set isn't diverse enough to stay on the field long enough to get to a high snap count. And as a quick couple examples of a couple guys that I'd say are maybe sort of false handcuff candidates are decently popular right now. Rico Dowdle with Dallas. He's probably the second running back on the depth chart behind Tony Pollard. But if Tony Pollard were to miss time, I think Rico Dowdle's snap count would stay about the same because he's a rushing specialist and not a pass catcher. And I don't know how you get him to 40 snaps. Plus, he has a durability history. The other one being Ty Chandler. Sorry. He's a passing down guy for the Vikings, but never been a starter for more than a couple games at a time going back to the college level at Tennessee and North Carolina. So he's a guy who he might be playing 25 snaps a game, in passing down, hurry up situations. But because he's kind of light, because he doesn't have the history of taking on more than that, I don't know if you can just assume that he would step in and take what Alexander Madison might be able to. Madison being 220 pounds, built like a tank, took a huge workload at Boise State and held up really well. If anything, he got better the more work that he got. Whereas Ty Chandler, even with Tennessee and North Carolina, he was more like an off the bench, a couple big plays, and then you let him rest some more.
Nick, I want you to tell me about some players at or around pick 100. Give me a couple players, give some rationale on why you like these players. People are drafting. They got to know these people.
Yeah, everybody doing a fantasy draft is going to find themselves in this position, right? You get beyond those top 70, 75 guys, and you kind of start to feel like, all right, I need another receiver. I need another running back. Maybe I don't love any of these names, but I have a couple pet players, Jim, who I've been coming back to time and time again in drafts. First of all, we'll start with the guy who's going right after pick 100. In the last week at the NFFC, his ADP is 103.9, and that is Pat Freiermuth. If I'm waiting on tight end, I'm trying to get Pat Freiermuth in any draft that I can. And, I've mixed in, unfortunately, some Travis Kelce shares over the last month. I'll mix in Mark Andrews every now and then. I love grabbing Darren Waller, although his ADP is on the rise. You got to make a point to get him. Evan Ingram is kind of the last guy I'm willing to grab of that upper tier of tight ends. But if I missed out on all those, Pat Freiermuth is my guy. I think we're looking at a vastly improved Pittsburgh offense this season. This was a team, Jim, that threw 12 total passing touchdowns. 12, not just Kenny Pickett. We're including Trubisky in that as well. That number could easily double this season if Kenny Pickett takes even a marginal step forward. Obviously, that would benefit Pat Freiermuth, who had a dearth of touchdowns last season. So at tight end, he's my guy. At running back, I've been gravitating to Jamal Williams. And, his ADP has remained fairly static, even with the news, a few weeks ago that we know for sure Alvin Kamara will not play the first 3 games of the season. of course, when Kamara is back, that relegates Jamal Williams. He's not going to be an every down back, but you get 3 games at the start of the season where he is installed as the starter. Like there are no other backup running backs in the league who have that 3-game benefit. And who knows if Alvin Kamara gets hurt later on in the year. Obviously they're very, very different running backs. We saw Jamal Williams, basically vulture his way to 18 touchdowns last season. If he could do even half of that in New Orleans, I think that's a success for a player that you're getting in that 105 to 110 range.
And Kendre Miller's been banged up all offseason, multiple injuries, different times. And I think he's questionable. I don't even know how much work he's going to get because he's missed so many reps. So you're right. I mean, it could be a massive 3-week workload, and there's a lot to be said for drafting that.
Yeah, Nick, you're right about that. I mean, Kendre Miller did not practice today, by the way. That's the latest news we could pass along to the listeners.
Which is good because I certainly didn't know because I've been on this stream for 5 hours and 40 minutes. So thank you for sharing that because I am out of the loop right now. But thank you, Nick Whalen. Mario, running back wise, are there any running backs that you find yourself gravitating toward in your drafts this year that you have a pretty high share of?
Yeah, I could actually even kind of dovetail to the first thing about the handcuffs. So I talked about the ones that I don't quite think meet the definition of a handcuff, a proper one-to-one replacement. Some guys who I would say are examples of an actual handcuff, the good case is a bunch of players in the kind of like 10th to 13th round range in most ADPs. Guys like AJ Dillon, Tyler Algier, they're largely the same kind of guy, built over 220, built to take big workloads, good enough to stay on the field for passing downs. In the case of Dillon, if Aaron Jones was to miss time, Dillon, he's not going to be as good at it as Aaron Jones, especially not on a per play basis, but he would stay on the field for 20 carries, 3, maybe 4 catches. And we know that because he already did it at Boston College for 3 years in a row. More than that, actually. He was going like 25, 30 carries a game, did great with it. Algier, something similar at BYU. A guy who's pretty popular, getting a lot of hype this offseason. Jaylen Warren, I think, meets that definition too. Not a candidate, in my opinion, to push Najee Harris out of the way. But if Harris were to miss time, we know that Jaylen Warren, he's built like a tank. He's short, but he's very stout at 5'8", 215. He took on workhorse workloads at Utah State and Oklahoma State, held up fine with it. So, guys like him who have that low center of gravity, they can kind of take a lot of hits maybe. Even if they're not so obviously burly, like even, Derrick Henry, the most obvious case that can take a big workload, but some of those smaller, shorter guys can do it too, as long as they got the lower build.
So next question, Nick, Deontay Johnson, wide receiver 25. All he does is gives 145 plus targets a year. I want you to talk about it for a minute, and I have to go to the restroom, so I'm going to step away just for a minute if you don't mind. I'll be right back.
By all means, Jim. By all means. I was going to kind of ask you what the restroom situation was there. So I'm glad you're confident in stepping away. I've been kind of loading up on Deontay Johnson, especially in best balls over the last couple of weeks. The ADP is starting to rise a little bit. In NFFC contests, like you said, he comes in, kind of wide receiver 20 to 25 in a lot of drafts, and ultimately that's a price that I'm willing to pay. That's kind of right past that tier of receivers that I feel really confident in. And that ends with Keenan Allen, Deebo Samuel, Amari Cooper, DJ Moore, and then you have the Christian Watson or Drake London dilemma. After that, it's a lot of eye of the beholder types. I really like Brandon Ayuk. I really like Christian Kirk in that range. But Deontay Johnson, to me, I'm trying to kind of make is he this year's version of Miles Sanders at receiver, where it's like there's no way he's bringing in that many catches on that many targets again and not finding his way into the end zone. And, as I mentioned with Pat Freiermuth, this is a guy who I think is a candidate for touchdown progression because this passing offense will just be that much better in year 2 with Kenny Pickett. They're not messing around at quarterback. They don't have this QB in waiting situation where they're throwing a veteran out to the Wolves to begin the year. I think there's going to be continuity from the start in Pittsburgh. And I think Deontay Johnson is still the guy to me over George Pickens.
Yeah, Deontay Johnson, I know your wheels up on him, and I'm expecting big things from the offense. You mentioned Pat Freiermuth, the passing touchdowns going up. So definitely investing in the Steelers is something that we definitely can make really good sense of. They should be fun to watch. Mario, any wide receivers this year you're finding yourself with a high-level shares of?
Yeah, so I do a lot of best ball writing on the site, of course, but I don't give good advice on so much how to manage your share exposures or anything. I'm more like just talk about the players at their ADP, and you should not do what I did, which is draft Calvin Ridley on 59% of my teams. It's too high.
Even if it's like the right pick, it was a bad process, and I'll be kind of lucky to get away with it. I would have assumed it was like 35, but I was about half right on that one. So yeah, Calvin Ridley's number one, and I'm high on most of those elite, blue chip guys. Tyreek Hill I take third overall over Christian McCaffrey. I love to be in this last part of the first round just because I love all of those receivers that tend to go in that range. But yeah, as far as outside of that range, it's Calvin Ridley and I guess Mike Williams. I'm also pretty heavy on. I've been taking him over Keenan Allen a number of times in half point PPR, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it, even though it's a little reckless.
We're sharing a brain in the Mike Williams one. I just think that for that offense to work, you stretch the field downfield, you open up everything underneath, everybody wins. But Williams had 5 games at 9 or more targets, and every one of those games was 86 plus yards. Justin Herbert will have no problem getting him the ball. Nick, I know you are very good with the NFL gambling too, and we got a big one tomorrow night. We got the Chiefs and we got the Lions. Look, Chris Jones, not expecting him to play. Travis Kelce, it looks real dicey. How are you handicapping this game?
Well, we've seen some pretty significant line movement, Jim, over the last 24 hours or so. Like right when the Travis Kelce news broke, we saw the line move from 6.5 down to 5.5, and then it was bet back up to 6. I'm now seeing it at 4.5 at the DraftKings Sportsbook. So I think if you read between the lines there, like you implied, I don't think we see Chris Jones, and I don't think we see Travis Kelce tomorrow night for the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, that makes this an incredibly difficult game to handicap, right? I mean, you still have Patrick Mahomes. You have the best player in the NFL. You're at home. It's the defending champions. It's obviously, the Chiefs still deserve to be favored here by more than a field goal, which they are. I'm inclined to back the Chiefs. I am. I kind of going to put my blind faith in Patrick Mahomes here. And part of it is I'm just not that high on this Lions team. I talked about Jahmyr Gibbs, and that kind of ties into, my overall thought that I think we are collectively slightly overrating a Lions team that ultimately, was 1-6 at one point last year and, finished the year strong. I think they won 8 of their last 10, but, ultimately was a 9-win team. And I think we talk about Detroit like they won 11 or 12 games and they're this new power in the NFC. And I don't know if they made enough improvements on defense. I worry about how much they're relying on youth. You have a rookie starting running back. You have a rookie at tight end. You have really no depth beyond Amon-Ra St. Brown at receiver. Your first round pick from last year is not going to make an impact until week 7 or week 8. So when you really dig in on this roster, I don't really love the Lions. And I think this is a tough spot. Asking this team to go on the road at Arrowhead in this opening game, go up against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. As long as Mahomes stays upright and plays the entire game, Jim, I'm sticking with the Chiefs. I think we get a close game. I think we get a fun game, but I think the Chiefs win and cover.
And this is where the Chiefs keep investing in that offensive line. They're keeping Mahomes protected. And even if Kelsey's not there, like you're saying, against his defense, it probably works out fine. I'll ask each of you guys one at a time. Nick, tell everybody what you've got going on and where they can find you.
You can find me, all over RotoWire platforms on our YouTube channel. You can find me on Twitter at WHA1EN, as Jim so eloquently said. I'll be writing a Beating the Book column. That'll actually be up in about an hour on RotoWire.com. We'll be picking every game against the spread this season. We'll be doing the Circa Million contest as well. Make sure you check that out. There'll be some video content coming on our YouTube channel. And then you can hear me on SiriusXM Fantasy, 7 to 9 p.m. Central, Monday through Thursday. And soon, starting in October on SiriusXM NBA as well. So I know this is a football stream, Jim, but if we have any basketball fans out there, make sure you check out all of our hoops content at RotoWire as well.
Nick, thanks for joining me. Mario, tell everybody what you got going on and where they can find you.
I do the Thursday RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast with John McKechnie, Friday XM with Joe Bartle, Saturday with you, Jim, and article-wise, it's going to be Sunday and Monday nights, showdown slate breakdowns, and the cornerback article that I do, which will run through the whole slate. That goes up on Fridays. It takes me a long time to write, so if you need a long read, that'll be there.
Awesome. Guys, thank you so much. Appreciate your flexibility. My RotoWire teammates, we will talk to both of you very soon on shows.
Good to see
Thanks
you,
for having
Jim.
us, Jim.
Good to see you, Nick.
Take care, guys. All right. And remove. And get Nick. There we go. All right. There we go. Nick, I'm trying to remove you. There we go. We're good. Anthony Cervino, very excited to see you. You can find Anthony at The Real NFL Guru. Anthony, we got a good 15 minutes to talk here. We'll talk about where to find your work at the end, but you work for RotoWire as an editor, GamblingGroup.com, and we know you can always find you. Look over your shoulder, the FF Face-Off.
Absolutely,
it's an amazing
man.
show. I was blessed to be able to work with you for quite a while on that, but you are continuing to do amazing work. Anthony, how's it going?
I'm doing great. Just, happy. We're just over 24 hours away from real NFL football.
Wow. August and early September for analysts. We love it, but it is a grind. When the season starts, you can take a little breath, enjoy some football, and it'll be great. Anthony, you've done a ton of drafts, and we're going to talk about strategies you've learned, but I know there's some players we want to get to right away. And look, Ezekiel Elliott doesn't have the star on his helmet anymore, but he's over in New England. What can we expect, and what type of should we attack him in drafts?
Yeah, I'm going to say yes on Ezekiel Elliott. We are slowly starting to see his ADP increase. I'm seeing a plus 9.68 roughly increase in his ADP over at the FFPC. If we look at New England's move since they brought him in, the trade of Pierre Strong, they moved off of Kevin Harris, and they obviously didn't sign back Damian Harris. I believe they even cut Ty Montgomery. This tells me that they see a lot more in Zeke than we do in the fantasy football community. Zeke does a lot of the same things as Ramondre Stevenson. Obviously, he has lost a step, but Zeke can very much catch passes out of the backfield. He has one season on his resume with over 70 catches, and I think one or two with over 50. He's also one of the more exceptional goal line backs in the NFL, something that Ramondre Stevenson isn't always great with. I think Zeke's going to have a prominent role in this backfield, and he could be one of the steals in fantasy drafts. No, he's not going to give us an RB1 season, but could he finish as like a top 20 to 24 back in fantasy points per game? Yes, and for where we're paying for him, like 10th, 11th round ADP, that's a big-time steal.
100%. I mean, like you said, don't think you're getting the Zeke before, but you're not. You're not paying that price. You are paying a very, very affordable price for a player who could have a significant role. And I want to point this out, Anthony. He only lost 2 fumbles in the last 2 years, but Ramondre Stevenson put the ball on the ground 4 times last year, twice as a rookie. Bill Belichick does not tolerate fumbling. Zeke used to be a fumbler. The last couple of years, cleaned it up. So if there's going to be goal line carries, there's a good chance Elliott takes the lead on that. Any thoughts on the goal line situation?
I love Zeke as the primary goal line carrier in this offense. And his touchdown total, I don't have it in front of me, but it's very low. I would take the over on the main line, and I would sprinkle. I saw the odds last week. I believe it was plus 900 for Zeke to score 10 touchdowns. He's gotten 12 in back-to-back years, and if you can take an alt line for him to get 12, that's right around plus 1,600 at FanDuel. Like you can sprinkle a couple bucks on that and cash in.
Yes, you can. And if you had a promo code for us, you could probably get some bets in here, but I don't have those in front of me.
You could use the FanDuel promo code over at the RotoWire sports betting site.
Yeah, so that's right. Go right to the RotoWire sports betting site, rotowire.com, click sports betting at the top, and Anthony sets you up. You got you a code. You get those bets off right away. Now, Anthony, another player we'll talk about here, Cooper Kupp, let's see, a specialist about his hamstring. Stephania Bell was on earlier, said it didn't seem like it was as bad as people are making it out, that it was just, he thought it should have come around more quickly than it did. How are you handling Cooper Kupp in your drafts?
I'm worried about drafting Cooper Kupp, and I know that the drafts are almost over, but some people still draft up until, I believe, Saturday. Cooper Kupp, I have seen go as late as the mid-third round. I'm still seeing him go right around the second round. I feel like if you're in the first 2 rounds, if you miss on one of those picks, whether it's by injury or otherwise, you're really setting your fantasy team back. Like, I would take Cooper Kupp in the 3rd round if he happened to fall there. And yes, I think people are overreacting. When you go see a specialist, you see specialists, and you're going to overreact. Oh, this could be a really bad injury. What I'm worried about with Cooper Kupp now at this juncture of his career, he is 30. He was banged up, missed a lot of time last year. He's already dealing with what could be a lingering hamstring injury. And my natter of a Cooper Kupp is he's not Tyreek Hill, where we know Tyreek Hill has gone for over 140 yards receiving in a game with, I believe, 5 different quarterbacks: Alex Smith, Mahomes, Tua, Bridgewater, and Matt Moore. He's quarterback proof. Cooper Kupp, before Matthew Stafford, very good wide receiver. With Stafford, he's an elite receiver. So what if Cooper Kupp is healthy and then Stafford in week 6 goes down for the year? What are we going to have left of Cooper Kupp?
Back and neck injuries the last 2 years for Matthew Stafford. Those are not easy injuries that to recover from, and they could be very easy to set those back. Don't forget that. So that's an important note that Anthony Cervino makes for you. Remember, you're following Anthony at The Real NFL Guru. Anthony, another player. We all know the upside. Darren Waller can be an amazing player. We also know the last 2 years he's missed a lot of time, some of that with soft tissue injuries. How are we bridging this with Darren Waller, who's now going up the board as a tight end 3?
Yeah, Waller was like a 5th-round pick, late 4th-round pick a couple of weeks ago in the FFPC, up about 14, 15 spots going. I'm seeing him go in a 2nd, even early 3rd round, depending on who you're drafting with. I'm normally somebody who wants to punt the tight end. Like if I don't get Kelsey, I'm usually going to get a guy late, grab a couple guys late. Hopefully they hit. Like one of my late guys I love is Mike Gesicki, who has that volume upside. But Darren Waller is the exception to my rule, because we know that if we go into the past, when he was with the Oakland Raiders and he was the pseudo wide receiver 1, Darren Waller gave us a tight end 2 fantasy points per game year, 16 games, didn't miss. Then he gave us a tight end 5 fantasy points per game in 16 games, didn't miss. And he's in a similar situation at the New York Giants, where he's probably going to operate as a wide receiver 1 at the tight end position. They have a lot of wide receivers, but they're really just guys unless one steps up. So I like the situation for Darren Waller. There's no alpha. There's not even possibly a number 2 type of wide receiver on this offense. Waller has a legitimate shot to lead this team in targets. And when you can get a tight end to lead your team in targets, he's going to cash in fantasy. The injury, there's no more injury risk baked into his ADP. We had that all off season. That's gone now. So if you're getting Waller now, you just got to hope he doesn't get hurt. But I'm very confident in this pick, because even in the 3rd round, I think he could be a potential league winner if he stays healthy.
There's no doubt. And, look, before Travis Kelce's injury, which I expect to be short term, I said there's a world where if Darren Waller is healthy for the game, he could be the tight end 1. Now, Kelce would have to regress a little bit, but that world exists. And now with a potential 1 missed game, maybe that is out there. So if you're shooting for the home run, Darren Waller, 100%. Yeah. And there may just be a double too, but you're fine. I mean, just if he's healthy, he's great. Yeah. Anthony, all these drafts you've done, what's something that you've learned that the fantasy community should know if they're doing their drafts tonight?
You go into a draft with a plan. Everybody goes into a draft with a plan. Especially if you don't do a lot of leagues like we do. You maybe do 1 or 2, and you do 100 mock drafts with this distinct league setting. Be prepared to veer off of your strategy, because the draft's always going to have a twist or a turn, and you need to pivot. Let's say if you want to go wide receiver heavy early, but you're up to pick, and the first 2 rounds you can't pass up on this running back value, then draft the running backs. Don't just draft a wide receiver just because that's what your plan was, because maybe there was a big run on wide receivers and somebody like Austin Eckler falls to you at the turn. You're probably not going to pass up on Austin Eckler at the 1.12. Why would you go take a wide receiver where maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a Devonta Smith or an A.J. Brown. Both guys I'm seeing going in the 2nd round. Go get that mid-first round value in Austin Eckler. So be prepared to veer off of your draft strategy and play the board.
Anthony, we got a few more minutes, and I know you're dialed in all 32 teams, but you're very well dialed into the Cowboys as well. Fantasy managers are not, I think, understanding how to approach the team in drafts. Aside of CeeDee Lamb and Tony Pollard. But the rest of the players, they really don't know what to do with Brandon Cooks. They don't know what to do with Dak Prescott. What do you expect from the Cowboys offense this year?
Mike McCarthy is going to be calling the shots, and he's already said it. He wants to run the ball. Dallas is showing us that, listen, offensive line's a priority. They extended Terrence Steele. They gave into Zach Martin, which you cannot go into this season without a guy like Zach Martin. So that just tells me right there, hey, they need to continue running the football for Dak to have success, because Dak plays his best football with an efficient running game in front of him. But I do think if Dak can clean up some of those turnovers, and if you look at his career, he's not a turnover-prone quarterback. I feel like last year was more an outlier. Who knows? Like, I'm not in those huddles, but we know Kellen Moore likes to push the ball downfield. The two Dallas running backs, Zeke and Pollard, very capable pass catchers. I don't think they've combined for like 50 or 60 receptions. So maybe they were trying to push the ball downfield, and the Cowboys did not have the personnel to do so. It was CeeDee Lamb, and Gallup was coming off the injury. Amari Cooper was in Cleveland. Now that you have a healthy Gallup, you bring in a healthy and rejuvenated Brandon Cooks. He didn't want to be in Houston last year. Now they have the speed and the weapons to push the ball downfield. So maybe we see a little bit more efficient and more effective Dak Prescott like from years ago. And we know Dak can put up big-time numbers with the right personnel.
So will you draft Dak Prescott in a one quarterback league, or are you going to go with one of the top 7 and call it a day? How are you looking at Dak that way?
Yeah, I'm comfortable going with Dak. Like, if I don't get one of the big 7 and I'm waiting on quarterback, there are 2 guys I'm comfortable with right in that tier, or worse. And one is Dak, the other one is Aaron Rodgers, and I'm willing to reach for Aaron Rodgers because I don't want anybody else to get him. But yeah, I'm very comfortable going with Dak. Now, if I'm not getting one of the big early quarterbacks, then I do want to draft a backup, because sometimes I get like a Mahomes or Jalen Hurts. I'm probably not going to prioritize a number 2 quarterback because I'm drafting those guys high because I want to start them. But let's say I'm getting Dak in the 10th round, then maybe in a couple of rounds I'll handcuff him with a Russell Wilson.
Now, last question about the Cowboys. So earlier in the preseason, I'm getting Jake Ferguson in the 20th round, the 18th round. Well, Dak Prescott says he's going to be a star, and I see him going in the 13th round of some drafts in the last week. What can we expect from Jake Ferguson?
I like Jake Ferguson. What we know from Dallas, they're good at drafting the tight ends, especially like day 3 tight ends. I believe Schultz was like a 4th round pick. Ferguson was a 4th round pick. Even Blake Jarwin wasn't an early pick. So Dallas knows how to develop the tight end, and Ferguson is another guy up 27.8 spots in terms of ADP. He was free a couple weeks ago. Yep. Now you got to pay up a little bit for him, but why not? This Cowboys offense likes, and Dak Prescott, they like to throw the tight end. Like, look at the tight ends through the years. Whether it was and Blake Jarwin had a small little sample size, then it was Dalton Schultz for a couple of years. And when Schultz was out last year, I think it was about 5 or 6 games he didn't play. I know Peyton Hendershot got in there, but it was really the Jason Ferguson was that primary tight end. I think he's going to get the early nod. They drafted the rookie Shoemaker. He missed some early time in the preseason, and rookie tight ends don't always develop right away. So this should be Jake Ferguson's tight end room to lose.
Anthony, tell people where they can find you and what you've got going on.
Yeah, you can find me obviously over at RotoWire. I'm an SEO editor there. I also jump on with Jim on the RotoWire Sirius XM and YouTube shows whenever he'll have me on, and also at fffaceoff.com with my podcast, the FF Faceoff. So make sure you check us out.
And you follow Anthony at The Real NFL Guru. Anthony, thanks as always for coming on. We'll be on the Monday show this season together.
See you later, man. Have a good day.
Bye. You too. There is a doctor in the house. You've never heard that line before, ever. We only have a short 5 minutes here, so I'm going to welcome you in. You'll talk about your stuff at the end that we can pitch to people. You're following at Dr. KJ Murray, Dr. Kevin Murray, league engagement. You have plenty of fantasy knowledge, but you got something different for our audience that they need to hear. Talk about league engagement from the commissioner perspective.
Yeah, well, happy to be here, Jim. But yeah, I'll dive right in. If you know me at all, if anybody knows me, it's because I love this game so much. I love the fantasy experience so much, and the connections that are made. The fantasy league experience brings people together. I've been playing this game since 1995, and it's impacted my life so much. And it's, my focus, my passion is to help others fall deeper into love with the game. And that comes down to the fantasy league experience. I want people to love the game more. And that fantasy league experience is definitely my passion. So the game is so much fun. Obviously we can get caught up in the numbers and all that stuff. But the reason why everyone fell in love with this game in the beginning is that league experience. So let's talk about some ways to maximize league engagement. It starts at the top. Obviously, you got to have a passionate commissioner. So if that's you, you got to step it up, lead the way. Hopefully, you've gathered a great group of people together for your league. They're on people are on a similar level when it comes to competition and commitment. But the key is communication. You got to really make sure that you're communicating rules and expectations for the league so you can avoid any of the negatives or the things that can come out negatively in a fantasy football league. Obviously, leagues can explode, but that's usually because there was some communication issue that was missed. So obviously, if you've got a live home league, get together with your league mates, outside of the league bonding events such as golf, rounds of golf, or attending sporting events together, watching games together. All those connections strengthen a fantasy football league. And obviously the live draft is critical if you have that opportunity. So live draft has exponential potential when it comes to getting the league close together, but that's not an option for everybody. So obviously if you don't have a live draft, even if you do have a live draft and a live local league, you got to focus on league engagement during the season, right? So there are things you can do. There's definitely things you can do to keep people connected. Obviously, people are playing in multiple leagues these days, right? So you want to create a league experience that gets people's attention on your league, so they stay committed and engaged in your league, right? So league awards, obviously, making those league awards and prizes fun. If you got to have a great trophy, you want to honor the champion. You want to make the championship experience special. So whether if you are live and local, you can have an awards ceremony. You can do a confetti shower for your champ. Get that great trophy. You also want to do things like last place punishments. All these things create more competition for your fantasy football league. If everyone's focused on competing, whether it's to win that championship and get all that glory or to not get last place, people are more engaged that way, right? So motivation is the key. You want to get people motivated to compete in your league. So obviously engagement is maximized with entertainment. So weekly entertainment makes a huge difference. So make sure to get your league a social media a presence, right? Get an Instagram page, a Facebook account, get a YouTube channel for your league. This allows you to put out weekly videos, allows you to do power rankings for your league, poke fun at league members, do all the fun things that fantasy is all about, right? You can even create fake league insider characters for these videos just to be fun and create a memorable experience so that, again, everybody's fighting to win your league, because that's the most important one, right? You can obviously start a league blog, a newsletter, start a league podcast as well. At minimum, you got to stay connected. So league chat on a text thread, on social media, or some group chat app is important. So, obviously also creating a schedule for that content for your league so people have something to look forward to. Again, if everyone's looking forward to what's happening in your league is going to be the one that everyone is engaged in, right? There's nothing better than a fantasy league that is entirely, unique and special, and it's up to you if you want to create the league of your dreams, right? I promise if you go the extra mile for your fantasy football league, engagement will thrive and the collective fantasy football experience will be maximized. And that's what it's all about, right? You want to have a league that is special, and those are some ways you can maximize engagement for your league.
This was a really important segment, Kevin, because people need to think about it. So it's a game. We have fun. We compete. But like you said, it's about community, meeting good people, building relationships, strengthening them. And you showed people some great ways to do that. Tell people where they can keep up with you and your work.
Well, first, you can visit fantasyfootballunlimited.com for fantasy football resources. Essentially, it's a portal into the industry with links to every imaginable category and resource in fantasy. Obviously, a ton of resources as well for fantasy football commissioners. Obviously, that's my passion. You can find 100 different ways to determine your draft order. You can find 100 different last place punishments, engagement strategies, and that kind of stuff. Obviously, I've got the Fantasy Football Unlimited podcast where you can find industry interviews, commissioner content, and much more. Obviously, more to come with that. And then obviously on social media, Twitter, X at Dr. KJ Murray or at FF Unlimited. On Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Fantasy Football Unlimited, and then you can subscribe on YouTube at Fantasy Football Unlimited.
So wonderful having you on. Let's talk soon. Have a great start to your season, Kevin.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
See ya.
Mauricio Gutierrez, my friend, we are here. We have 5 minutes, so we're going to get at this quick. We're going to talk some football. You'll tell people about your stuff at the end, but you're following Mauricio at M Gutierrez NFL. Mauricio, tell us a player that you're high on this year and why.
Amigo Jim, my guy this year is Tony Pollard, running back for the Dallas Cowboys. I don't understand how he was falling to the second round in drafts in fantasy football this year. The Cowboys made a statement that they want him to be his running back, their bell cow. The Cowboys have 47.3% of vacated touches, of running back touches in that offense. That offense is going to be great. Tony Pollard is going to be huge. He has almost possibility to be the RB1 of the season. I love it. I have him probably in 50% of my leagues because in the second round, I couldn't say no. It was like automatic click on Tony Pollard this year.
Oh, Mauricio, I love the knowledge and the passion. Next, you've done a lot of drafts. Tell me something that fantasy managers need to know as they get ready for their last drafts.
You have to be patient with Rashawn Johnson, another of my guys. I love it. I talked with you at the Expo about Rashawn Johnson. The Khalil Herbert hype, it's high right now because he was the main running back in preseason for the Bears. But Rashawn Johnson has the ability to protect Justin Fields, and by that, he's going to be on the field quickly. So be patient on Rashawn Johnson.
Is there a wide receiver you find yourself drafting a lot of this year, and who is it?
A lot. Jaden Reed, the slot guy for the Green Bay Packers. Now that Romeo Doubs has been dealing with injuries, I think he can be almost used as a flex this first week. Jaden Reed, I have him probably in 65% of my leagues.
And you could get him what round are you typically getting him in?
Probably 14, 15, very late rounds.
We have time for another one. Who's a tight end who you're rostering quite a bit of this year?
I'm going with the masses here. It's Darren Waller. Darren Waller can dethrone Travis Kelce this year. And I'm not using this because of Travis Kelce injury. Right. It's beside that. I think Darren Waller is going to be huge. He's going to be the target, reception, and receiving yards leader of the New York Giants. And Daniel Jones, it's going to be his best friend.
We got time for a quick one. Quarterback. Who's a quarterback you're on this year?
Oh, man. I'm very high on Justin Fields, but I didn't draft it that much. I really love Justin Fields. I think he could be a top 3. But one of my most drafted QBs ended up being Justin Herbert and Trevor Lawrence. I waited a little bit more for the QBs in between round 5 and 6 and ended up with Herbert and Trevor Lawrence. And I think that they're going to be huge as well.
Mauricio, you do amazing work. Tell people where they can find you and what you have going on.
Well, I have 3 projects this year. The principal is NFL Fantasy en Español through the NFL Fantasy app, the official NFL app. You can establish your language as in Spanish, and all our original content is going to pop up for you if you want content in Spanish. Also, the Estadio Fantasy podcast with podcast live streams, articles in the website. And this year, a new project pop up, and it's Player Profiler en Español. Once a week, we are doing a show, an episode over there with my friends in Player Profiler. So don't miss it.
Mauricio, my amigo, have a great start to the season. Thank you for hanging out with me.
You too, amigo. Thank you for the invitation. See you. Bye.
Bye. I know what time it is. It's Terra time. Good to see you.
Hey.
So happy you're here with me today to talk football. We have a quick 5 minutes, so I'm going to tell people where to find you first. You'll tell about your work at the end. We're going to get you into some content because people got to get ready for drafts, Tara. So you find Tara at It's Tara Time. And Tara, you've done a lot of drafts. What advice about drafting rookies do you want to give people who are drafting this next couple days?
The big thing with drafting rookies is that you have to go into it making sure that you construct your roster in a way that allows you to have some flexibility to let these rookies kind of ramp up, because we go in with big expectations, and while there are a lot of guys that I love as rookies, one of my favorite is Zay Flowers. I'll talk about him in a little bit more detail in a second, but realistically they could come out, pop off immediately, but there's also a big highly possible chance that they'll come out and they'll just kind of be eased in a little bit, don't have those big breakout games right away, but that doesn't mean that they're going to have a dud of a season. Think back to Amon-Ra St. Brown's rookie year. The first half, absolutely nothing. If you drafted him with high anticipation, you might have bailed out early, walked away, dropped him to waivers thinking this guy's not going to break out, and then you miss that massive back half of the season breakout that he had. So you kind of got to be prepared, because I think it's good to invest in rookies, but outside of guys like Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs, a lot of these pass catchers might take a little bit of time to come on. So you can't panic. You've got to go in with the reality that these might not be guys that you feel super comfortable with putting into your starting lineup right away. So allow for the flexibility to have them on their bench, so where you don't have to rely on them even for a flex spot. You can put someone in earlier on that you can trust a little bit more, that you find to have more reliable production, and then wait for the breakout to come. So you don't panic, you don't bail out, you keep them stashed, and it's going to happen. Even running backs as well, guys like Zach Charbonnet, Roshan Johnson, Tank Bigsby. These are not guys that are most likely going to get big work right off the bat, but you want to stash them, you want to keep them because the upside is so high, but you don't want to bail out just because they don't pop off right immediately.
So now you told us you wanted to tell us about Zay Flowers. I want to hear it because I'm excited.
Oh, I love Zay Flowers. I don't think that I have planted my flag this offseason in anyone as aggressively as I have with Zay Flowers. So bullish that I truly believe that he is going to be the highest performing rookie wide receiver in this season. Now, long term, obviously, there's a lot of talented guys like Jackson Smith-Njigba, Jordan Addison, but for this season right now, Zay Flowers is the guy out there that has the most direct path out of any of the rookie receivers to being the wide receiver one on his team. Of course, he has Mark Andrews to contend with, who obviously is going to still have that offense run through him a lot with Lamar. But when we're looking at Odell Beckham Jr., who is up there in age, probably going to be more of a big play guy, Rashad Bateman, who was a very strong prospect, but has struggled with injuries, not really lived up to the hype. But Zay Flowers fits so perfectly into what we've heard from Todd Monken in terms of how they want to open up this offense and make the offense more versatile, give Lamar more control of the offense, let him loose to be more of that guy that he was at Louisville, push more pass volume. And Flowers can play all over the field, high volume receiver, very reliable hands. He can serve as a primary red zone target. If there's one guy that we could see really break out early, I believe that Zay Flowers is that guy. So I absolutely loving drafting him.
Oh, Tara, great knowledge about rookies, about Zay Flowers. I'm excited. I cannot wait to see him get on the field and produce, hopefully from week 1 on, because it could happen. Tara, tell everybody where they can find your work and how to keep up with you.
Best place to find me is on Twitter. You can find me at It's Tara Time, ITSTERATIME. And there, you'll find all of my work that I do for contributing sites, Fantasy Football Today with CBS, Football Diehards, Fantasy Pros, The Dynasty Vipers is my main podcast, my home podcast, videos through 4for4 Football. And then one thing that I definitely want to have everyone tune in for, because it's actually very timely. And I'm happy that I went right after Mauricio, because I too am working with Player Profiler this season with a mailbag show. It'll be the official mailbag show of Player Profiler with my new podcast, Dear Miss Fantasy. That'll be coming out later today, literally within a couple of hours. So that is perfect.
You have so many exciting things on. You're contributing such great things to the industry. I'm so happy you took time to be on this show. Thank you, Tara. Have a great start to your season.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. All right, everybody, if you're enjoying the show, please consider clicking the like and follow if you're on RotoWire YouTube. And I am getting ready to bring in my friend, Jen Piacenti. So excited to see you. How are you, Jen?
I'm so good. It's so good to be here with you, Jim. I don't think we've ever actually done yes, we have. You were on my podcast.
Yes, I remember. Eddie Spaghetti was your producer.
Yeah, isn't he the best?
Yes. Funny, I remember that because there's a lot of people and a lot of times. But Jen, we have a good 10 minutes here to talk some fantasy football. And you're following Jen at Jen Piacenti, and you'll see it right on the screen. So I don't have to spell it out. It's easy to spell, but for you listening, I don't have to go through the spell out. Jen, you'll talk about your work at the end, but all these drafts you've done, what's the first piece of advice that you could give the people who are drafting this night, this weekend? What do you got?
Obviously, go to battle with the rankings, go to battle with all the knowledge you have, be flexible, read the room, all those things. Now I'm going to give you the sneaky advice. Okay, guys, this is from Jen Piacenti's sneaky, we're going to win this no matter what. Look at your league roles. Okay, go and look. Are you required to draft a kicker and a defense? Are you required to? Because let me tell you a fun play. Let's say Jonathan Taylor keeps falling to the 7th round. If you have an IR in that league, after it's over, slide JT into that IR. Then you pick up a kicker later. Instead, take a late shot on Jonathan Mingo, on Tank Dell, on Michael Wilson. I don't know. Take some shots. These are things that you want to think about. And especially, for instance, this weekend is a perfect weekend to think about it because we have an issue. We perhaps don't have Travis Kelce. We perhaps don't have George Kittle. We perhaps don't have Mark Andrews. Don't waste that spot. Wait till the Sunday waivers to pick up your kicker. Instead, stash that extra tight end. Grab your Sam Laporta. Grab your Logan Thomas if you want to be crazy. Grab Tyler Higbee. Just give yourself some insurance. Because let's face it, you're going to stream kicker anyway. You probably are even going to stream defenses to an extent. And if you happen to hit on a tight end, you can keep him. So anyway, just think every angle you can. Be playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers. It's not cheating if it's okay in the rules. Don't cheat. Just, be smart.
Bill Belichick would love you because, yes, you go every centimeter within the parameter of the rules. But that's the point, right? It's a game. It has rules. And if you don't take advantage properly of those rules, you're losing out. Jen, that was amazing. Who are some players, we'll go position at a time, who's a running back who you find yourself heavily rostering this year and why?
Oh, let's see. I have such a variety of running backs, to be quite honest, Jim, more than I've ever had in the past, because there's so much value falling to those middle rounds. Yes. So I think I actually have a share of everybody. I know that sounds crazy. I have Derrick Henry because he's falling so far. I have Najee, but I also have a ton of James Conner and James Cook and Cam Akers. I have a lot of Cam Akers because I'm getting them so deep into the drafts. Antonio Gibson, Brian Robinson, these are nice late plays, especially for PPR leagues. So I would say this is the most diverse group of running backs I've ever had.
And that's important because so now with you diversifying at running back, because you're gaining something because of that. What are you gaining in your rosters? Because this would be a good answer.
So I have not targeted an elite tight end because how are those safe tight ends working out for you so far? Those big three, right? I just don't. I haven't done it. I think I have one league. Scott Fishbowl, I have Kittle, but I got him at a really good value. So other than that, I've been waiting on tight end. So it's just been wide receivers. However, I shouldn't say it's just been wide receivers. A lot of times what's happened is I've actually taken, one wide receiver in the first round and then gone back to back great running backs because they've fallen that far because everybody's targeting wide receiver. I have also occasionally taken quarterbacks earlier than I have in the past, but only if I never start a quarterback run, only if I think I need to. And in super flex leagues, of course, I take that. And I've had a lot of super flex leagues this year. Can I talk about this for a second? I don't like it.
Please. Oh, this is great because we haven't talked about it all day long. So yeah, we're 7 hours in almost. So yeah.
Okay. So sometimes I think it's fun to have one or two super flex leagues. I have like 50% super flex leagues. And I have to tell you, it bugs me because you don't play two quarterbacks on the football field. I mean, I know it's not exactly like it is fantasy football, but you will often in a football game see two running backs on the field. Sure. You'll see 3 wide receiver sets on the field. Sure. You'll see 1 tight end, which is what we start. You'll see a defense. You'll see a kicker. But when do you see 2 quarterbacks? I mean, okay, New Orleans Saints, we can make a
I knew you were going there. Yes.
But But you know what I'm saying? So getting like you don't get 2 starting quarterbacks, so I know you don't get 2 starting running backs either, but I don't know. It kind of bugs me a little bit, but I think it's fun for a few leagues, but I kind of hope it isn't the trend of the future.
I like that because you're right. We try to mirror fantasy to be close to reality as possible. And sometimes in just getting cute or trying to create advantages or disadvantages, we kind of get in this trap where we lose the touch with reality. I love that. Now, when you talked about quarterbacks earlier, in many of your drafts, how do you find yourself approaching the quarterback position? I know you said you don't start a run. I love that because that's the way to do it. But are there quarterbacks you're gravitating toward or a range of them?
Oh, definitely. I have a lot of the same quarterbacks. So in Superflex leagues, I always take one in the first round. There is not an exception. I've taken one in the first round, and I want to get one of those top 7 if I can. And I'm counting through Justin Herbert. I have avoided and completely faded this season, and I don't suggest that you do this. This is just my gut feeling, Lamar Jackson. I understand the ceiling for him. I understand the possibilities. I'm just too nervous about it for that high of a pick. And I don't want to do it. So that's my personal taste. I don't have any Lamar Jackson. Otherwise, I'm waiting. And I'm waiting until like a Dak Prescott and taking him in single quarterback leagues. I'm waiting at least till Dak Prescott. In single quarterback leagues, I'm not taking elite quarterbacks early, just period. Only in Superflex leagues do I target the most elite quarterback I can. I have a lot of Trevor Lawrence. I have a couple shares of Dak now. I have a lot of Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson in 2 quarterback leagues. And I even have a couple shares of backup, like Anthony Richardson, not as my starter, and Sam Howell for late picks.
Now, tight end, you mentioned earlier, you made a comment about earlier tight ends. All right, so are you going later round tight end?
Yeah, there are so many tight ends that I think have the potential to finish top 12 that I just don't feel like taking a risk early. Like the most solid tight end ever, and I know you could say this about any position, like injuries happen. Travis Kelce is not injury prone. He was absolutely worth a first round pick, but still, it's the tight end position. And the problem is there's no replacement value, right? So like if I took a receiver, I took Cooper Kupp in the first round. There's still a pretty easy possibility that there's replacement value from one of the other wide receivers on my bench or as my wide receiver 3 that I can kind of push up. I push everybody up the board one slot. I've got a better chance. You lose Travis Kelce, you're kind of in trouble. And I don't want you guys to panic. You can probably get Sam Laporta. You can probably get Tyler Higbee. There's options. But So you're taking a risk when you do that, right? Because on the one hand, you say, I'm getting the most elite tight end. So I've got this incredible positional scarcity advantage, and that's awesome. But this is the counter side to that. So I don't like it in tight end because I think like a Sam Laporta, you got the kid in Green Bay, you've got Dalton Kincaid, you've got Dalton Schultz, you've got Juwan Johnson. There's just a million people that there is a pathway for them to be that 10. I'd rather take that shot late and just stream them if I have to.
And then you could build depth at the other positions. That is an advantage there. Jen Piacenti, always enjoy talking sports and football with you. Can you tell people where they can find you and all the good things you have going on?
Yes, you can always find me on si.com. I write for both fantasy and betting, and I write for both football and baseball. So you can find bets and everything there. You can also find me on Instagram at Jen Piacenti, and of course on Twitter/X. I'm there as well at Jen Piacenti. Occasionally you'll hear me on SiriusXM, and once a week, my new podcast is starting back up. We are distributed by ESPN Plus in partnership with Omaha Networks. It's called Waiver Wired. Me and Eddie Spaghetti and very special guests such as Jim Coventry.
Appreciate you, Jen. Have a great start to the season. I hope I talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon.
Take care. Bye. Steve D'Angelo's in the house. Steve, we got about 5 minutes, so we're going to just rip into this thing. You'll talk about your work at the end, but you're following Steve at Fantasy Savvy, Fantasy, SAVVY. Steve, this year, who's a running back who you think can smash this year that we may not be looking at?
Well, I think some people are looking at this guy, and I don't think a lot of people are giving this guy enough credit. A lot of people haven't talked about him. I've actually seen him go higher in home leagues than a lot of these expert leagues, RotoWire online drafts. It's J.K. Dobbins. So I think home leagues, somebody's, regular guys like, my brothers or cousins or friends, they see the talent in this guy. Whereas, the experts are kind of just going by the ADP and taking him in that spot. Obviously that's the smart thing to do, but this guy really should be a second or third round pick, and I think he's going to prove that this year. I think he's absolutely going to smash. He's fully healthy off that multiple ligament knee injury. He also tore his hamstring and his meniscus. So it was a brutal injury, but he still came back last year. Then he got hurt again. He came back again, but J.K. Dobbins, absolutely has killed it. 5.9 yards per carry in his career so far. His rookie year, they didn't really use him a lot. They kind of used him towards the end of the season, and he really came on and smashed 6 yards per carry in that year. Last year, 5.7. Put on the tape, this guy stands out big time. So I think a lot of the fantasy community is forgetting about J.K. Dobbins and how good he really is. So, we talk about the next Josh Jacobs. Who's it going to be? I think it's going to be J.K. Dobbins. And, this guy also had a really good playoff game last year against Cincinnati. 13 for 62, 4 catches for 43 and a touchdown. And if you remember, Jim, I think it was Tyler Huntley with that QB sneak. He fumbled it.
Yes.
And what if that's J.K. Dobbins, similar to like the Marshall and Lynch, Russell Wilson thing? And I know J.K. Dobbins was kind of pissed about that. So this guy's hungry. He's making less money than Justice Hill. I think he's got a huge chip on his shoulder. The injury concern, that's like the only concern I could see with this guy. If he's out there, 15, 16 games, he's absolutely going to smash.
Wow, there's no doubt. And last 4 games, Steve, 7.48 yards per carry last year. He's finally healthy. That was insane. So, yeah, I'm 100% with you. I think you're going to be totally ready. Give me time for one more player. So let's talk about George Pickens. What are your thoughts on Pickens this year?
Yeah, and, one of my just this off season, I just went back and I tried to watch full game tapes or all plays from certain games from pretty much every player, relevant player on every team. And I just remember watching, I watched a lot of guys before him and just watched George Pickens and some of the balls he would just snatch out of the air. Now, this wasn't in the preseason, training camp. This was last year in the season with Mitch Trubisky and Kenny Pickett. Him just snatching the ball out of the air, unbelievable. This guy stands out crazy. He's also coming in off an ACL that he got at Georgia. So last year, he was facing that. Now he's another year removed from that as well. And I know a lot of people like Deontay Johnson. He may get more targets, but I think George Pickens is going to be the number 1 receiver there. And we saw Ryan Clark, go nuts for him. And he's not the only guy. Obviously Ryan Clark was saying, he's better than Jefferson, which I think is a little bit overboard, but that just tells you, the amount of potential and talent this guy has. I think he's very, very different. He's good after the catch. Pickens says he was working on that in the offseason. He can go up and catch it over pretty much anybody. And Kenny Pickett really looked good this preseason. I was kind of, I didn't really know, what to think about Kenny Pickett, but now I'm all in on the Steelers. The Steelers, Jim, they always have that history of just producing good things and good vibes. They're that type of organization where, I'm a Jeff fan. It's like the complete opposite. So I love the Steelers. I'm all in on the Steelers this year. Their offensive line should be better as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think George Pickens is going to smash. I mean, I was getting him in the 7th round, early on and, 8th round, maybe. Now he's going, 5th, maybe 4th sometimes.
Steve, great stuff. Tell people where they can find you and what you have going on.
Yeah, Face Off Sports Network. We got a big season, lots of different podcasts. We got good tools on the website, so check that out, fffaceoff.com. But I'll be on with Anthony Cervino Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then I have my own show, Waivers, on Tuesday night around 10, mostly high stakes based, but for everybody, home leagues as well. And then Thursday night, we're going to do NFL picks. So go over to the Face Off Sports Network YouTube page, subscribe over there. And then, of course, please follow me on Twitter at Fantasy Savvy.
Thank you for coming in. We will talk soon, Steve. Good luck.
Jim, you're the best, man. Are you on 6 straight hours? Did you use the bathroom yet?
Once.
Okay.
Thanks,
right,
man.
buddy. Take care.
Bye. Alfredo Brown is in the house. You can find him at The Pretend GM. I love that Twitter handle. We have 5 minutes, so we're going to get in quickly. You'll pitch your work at the end, Alfredo. So let's just get right at it and talk about second-year wide receivers and how you're handling them in drafts.
Yeah, I am all about these second-year wide receivers. I mean, where they're going in drafts is still really a value, and we've reached a point in, I believe, the fantasy landscape where we've started to see it doesn't take 2, 3, 4 years for these receivers all of a sudden to produce. They're doing it in year 1. And then year 2 is where we really get this massive breakout. So, I mean, looking at those guys that are up in the early parts of drafts, and I think the rest of the industry is also taking note of this as well. That's why they are getting ranked higher. The average draft position's a bit higher. Guys like Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Drake London. I'm really big on Chris Olave this year. He is one of my, call them breakouts or my guys or whatever you want to call them. My football guys call them our football guys favorites. Chris Olave is my favorite wide receiver to draft this year. He's got a quarterback that we know likes to hyper target one receiver in Derek Carr. He did that with Waller. He did that with Renfro. He did that with Devontae Adams. And everything that Olave did last year kind of got overshadowed by the fact that he didn't win Offensive Rookie of the Year, but he had very elite rookie metrics, all those peripheral numbers like targets per route run and yards per route run and all the boring data stuff. But yeah, I love Chris Olave this year, and the rest of these second-year wide receivers are just awesome values in drafts.
It's funny because rookie year, they get overdrafted. And then second year, in reality, now Garrett Wilson's moved up, but I still think he's still being underdrafted because I think he could be like a top 3 receiver this year. Am I crazy?
So I have a few worries with the Jets simply because I think at this point we don't know what their identity is. Are they going to be a run-heavy team with Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook and a strong defense? Are they going to be a pass-heavy team with Aaron Rodgers? I think from a target standpoint, Garrett Wilson, he's the alpha on that team and probably the unquestioned best offensive weapon they have. I just get worried about some of those other things and the slow pace of play from Aaron Rodgers. But I do think he's still going to be very good for fantasy. I do worry if he's going to hit that average draft position and pay off for fantasy drafters.
Alfredo, you've done a lot of drafts. People are getting ready to finish up their draft season. What is one takeaway that you've had from drafts that you could share with the audience?
Oh, man. You know what? I think that we are really going a little too hard into drafting the early quarterbacks. I do like it. I do think there are plenty of really talented quarterbacks, but I think last year we saw that although there's been a shift, the late round quarterback strategy is not quite dead, right? Like Jalen Hurts blew up in the ranks. Justin Fields blew up in the ranks. Daniel Jones. When I start to tell people that Daniel Jones and Jared Goff were top 9 fantasy quarterbacks last year, they're like, what? Those guys suck. I'm like, no, but that's fantasy. Like, that's how it works. We forget that Blake Bortles was like a top 3 fantasy quarterback. So yes. That late round quarterback strategy, while not maybe as effective as it used to be, it is still alive and well.
So in your drafts, is there a quarterback that you've been getting with some frequency?
When it comes to the later guys, I do still love Daniel Jones and Geno Smith. I think they fall right at that part where it's you don't really have to reach for them. I'm seeing Daniel Jones go as like quarterback 15 in drafts just because people really don't like him. But if I am going for one of those earlier guys, I am all in on Justin Herbert this year as one of those guys that could be the NFL MVP. That rib injury last year really crushed him. The injuries around him crushed him. And that offense last year just was not doing him any favors. So I expect a big bounce back for Justin Herbert this year.
And I frequently see him going as the quarterback 6. It sounds like you're in the camp. How high? Let me just ask you, how high could he finish in your opinion?
I mean, we saw him finish as quarterback 2 just 2 years ago, right? And then last year he was like 2 rushing touchdowns away, or no, 3 rushing touchdowns away from being the quarterback 6. That was with a rib injury. It was the first year where he had no rushing touchdowns. Everything was all out of sync and out of whack for Justin Herbert. So I think you're looking at a guy who easily hits that quarterback 6 mark where he's getting drafted. And I've got him right now ranked as my quarterback 4, and I think he's got easy top 3, top 2 potential.
I love it. Alfredo, this was great. I wish we had longer, but we're getting 50 people in today. Yeah. Anyway, tell everybody where they can find you and your work so they can keep up with your great stuff.
Yeah, you can go check us out here on YouTube. Go over to youtube.com/footballguys, and all my work and our episodes can be found on footballguys.com and anywhere you get podcasts with the Football Guys Fantasy Football Show, where I host with Dave Kluge every week. We got 5 episodes a week, so dive into it.
Great to see you, Alfredo. Let's talk soon.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. We now have Steffi Smalls in the house. Steffi, welcome aboard. So happy you're here.
How's it going?
It's good. We have 5 quick minutes, so I am going to launch you and get you started so we can get some good information. You're following her at Steffi Smalls. She'll tell you about her work at the end. Steffi, what advice can you give drafters after all the drafts that you've done?
Yeah, so I think Alfredo kind of led me into this, which is funny, but
don't be afraid of these later quarterbacks. It's okay. You know, we're looking at guys like Daniel Jones going QB 13, looking at Cousins QB 14, Geno 15, Richardson 16. You go down and down, Goff 17, but then you look at what their output was last year. We've got Daniel Jones finishing QB 9, Cousins QB 7, Geno QB 5. So don't be scared to go and wait. If you miss out on those guys, it's okay because you probably got value at different positions. So super flex, we're probably having a different conversation, but these standard 1 QB leagues, don't be scared to kind of wait. Even guys like Howell going late, QB 28 right now, Tannehill, you know, you can play the waiver wire a little bit.
Steffi, if you're waiting a bit on quarterback, are you taking 2 or are you taking 1 and taking your chances? How are you framing it?
Yeah, so what I find myself doing this year, with the way it's falling, is going and getting like, this isn't biased because I'm a Giants fan, but taking like a Daniel Jones and then going towards the end and maybe taking a Howell, maybe taking more than a Howell. In these standard leagues, you also can just play waivers and take one of them and wait till bye week and still see how it goes.
Steffi, if you're drafting near the end of the first, beginning in a second, that wrap pick in that general area, are there any players there that you're gravitating towards?
There is. So it's interesting if you find, you know, the Saquon or the Bijan to kind of fall towards the end. Love that. Doesn't happen all over the place. Bless our home leagues, right? But if you get like a CD Garrett Wilson stack towards the end, I'm finding a lot of that. Finding a lot of Devontae Adams falling. I know we're not really high on Jimmy G, but he's falling a little bit too late, right? I know the age concern and I get it, but it's still Devontae Adams.
Yes. He has not shown signs of decline.
No. And just like Kelsey, right? It's why you draft him year after year after year, despite the age. I'll wait till that year that he does hurt my feelings.
Are there any players that you find yourself, aside from the beginning of the draft, that you're heavily invested in?
Yeah, obviously Darren Waller, again, going back to this more homer pick. I am a Giants fan, but I think, from that, I've also watched Daniel Jones with his best receiving option up into this point. When you take Saquon out of that equation, is Golden Tate. And we're not talking Golden Tate like the Golden Tate we remember, but that's been his best option. I think Darren Waller takes this offense to a different level. If we even get 12 games out of Darren Waller, we're looking at a totally, different offense for this team.
I've said it, that it is before the Kelsey injury. There's a world where Waller's the tight end 1. Do you feel he can hit that?
I really do. I think that there is, especially, you've got Kelsey now with some injury concerns. I would never fade Kelsey. It's very hard to, despite the age, a little bit questionable. Am I taking him there at like 105? Probably not. I'm probably leaning more like Tyreek Hill and maybe waiting till a little bit later. But I really do think there is, because what I think a lot of people forget is he's this team's wide receiver 1 as well. So we're going to see Darren Waller filling a lot of Band-Aids that the Giants haven't had for a while. You look at what Dable has done in his past historically with a lot of tight ends. Waller could really fill a lot of those gaps.
And so Waller right now, it's like crazy. He's up to the tight end 3. We're not getting that injury discount anymore. So it's tough. If you don't get him, just a quick answer on this. Where are you looking for tight ends if you can't get Waller?
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm just letting it come all the way down. You get past this Njoku type spot, then you wait. You go Chig, you go Greg Dulcich. I know Greg Dulcich is finding himself on waiver wires. You're also going to find guys like Irv Smith on waiver wires. I'm okay waiting on tight end this year. In the past, I'm usually not like that. I like, the rookies too. You look at Sam Laporta. He's probably going to demand a lot over there because, they're without Jameson Williams, and we'll see how they use Jamar Gibbs. It's going to be different over there. So, there's options when you get later on.
Yeah. Love that strategy. I wish we had longer to talk. This was awesome, but I want you to pitch your stuff. Tell people where to find you and what you have going on.
Yeah, of course. So you guys can find me right now at Steffi Smalls on Twitter with 3 L's. You can find me on YouTube, The Steffi Smalls Show, and then some exciting stuff to come. But thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and we'll work together again soon.
Yes, absolutely.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye, Steffi. We got Dustin Ludke in the house. Dustin, we got 5 quick minutes, so we're going to get right at it and get in. You can follow him at You say your Twitter handle. I always mispronounce it.
It's the D Unit 13.
The D Unit 13. I put the wrong pronunciation on the
That's
U.
all right.
Dustin, we got 5 quick minutes. So first of all, I want you to talk about what you're calling the floor is not lava idea. Talk to us.
Yeah,
about
the
this.
floor is not lava. We are enamored with this new, shiny, bright upside players, all these rookies, all these guys going to a new team. There's nothing wrong with drafting guys at their floor or guys who have consistently performed at a floor level. We always say, what's the upside? What's the upside? We don't need to do that. We've seen it every year. We undervalue players because they are floor players, and we just think that we can't touch them. We need to have some upside. There's nothing wrong with drafting or having guys on your team that perform consistently at a floor.
So now that was one fantastic starting point with drafts. People are drafting heavy now. Big draft night tonight. What have you learned from your personal drafts that you can relay to the fantasy community as they get ready for theirs?
When we're looking at floor guys, like I'm looking at running backs, Joe Mixon. Any season that he's gotten 20 carries or more, he's never finished worse than RB13. And that was when he was injured and only played like 15 games. He has a ton of floor value, and you can get him in the late second round. Talk about quarterbacks. I said it on your show a couple weeks ago. Scott Fish said it earlier today. Jared Goff was a QB 10 last year. If you convert 4 of those Jamal Williams touchdowns, just 4 of them, he moves to QB 5. If you convert 6 of them, he moves to like QB 3. He brought us a gap. I think he could be a top 3 quarterback this year in fantasy because they don't have a Jamal Williams. Yes, they have David Montgomery, who's another floor player who's getting undervalued. Jameer Gibbs is going as RB13. David Montgomery going as RB28. You can get those guys later. Draft the floor. Don't be afraid of it. It's not lava. It's not going to burn you. Floor will not burn you. You know what will burn you? Upside in this hopes for ceiling. That'll burn you every time.
Jared Goff, FFPC, FantasyMojo.com, last 2 days, quarterback 17. What do you think?
That's crazy. That's huge value. He was QB 10 last year. Upgraded offensive line, upgraded weapons with Laporta and Jameer Gibbs. Dave Montgomery is still there. Amaron's in the 3rd year. Jameson Williams is coming back healthy, not off an injury. I think the sky's the limit for Jared Goff.
So rubber hits the road. You're in a lot of your competitive drafts. Are you drafting Goff as your quarterback, or are you going into the higher pool?
Let me tell you something. I did a draft in Real-Time Sports, $500,000 prize pool. Jared Goff's my QB1. Took him in round 7.
That is putting where your money where your mouth is. That's the type of stuff that we want to hear. So running backs, are there any? You mentioned Mixon. Are there any other running backs that you're kind of hitching your wagon to this year?
Yeah, David Montgomery, I think, has shown the floor. And I will also say, I think a new one who we've seen some floor from is Rachaad White. Now, we only have 1 year, but we've seen consistency from him. Now, he doesn't have this high, 6 yards per carry, this high rate of, of efficiency, but he's going to get volume. I think we can see that floor being there for Rachaad White. And I will say Isaiah Pacheco. I think he's a guy that definitely shows that right now in Kansas City's offense. Everybody goes, Jerick McKinnon. Pacheco was the guy. McKinnon plays a specific role on that offense. When they're leading, it's Isaiah Pacheco.
Tell us, we got about a minute. Tell us a receiver where you're heavily invested in this year.
I'll tell you what, Gabe Davis for the Buffalo Bills. My Buffalo Bills. 2 years ago, it was boom or bust. Last year, he blossomed into a consistent floor player. Last year, he had only 2 games where he saw under 5 targets. The year before, he only had 5 games of over 5 targets. So he went from boom bust to being very consistent last year, and he's going to be consistent this year for the Bills offense.
Dustin, it's been good to do work with you this entire preseason or last month or so. We'll do more. Tell people where they can find you and what great work you have going on.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at the DUnit13. I'm the content director at Dynasty Pros. We got articles coming out. And then I also am our sit start director for QBlist.com. We do QB list sit starts every Thursday that come out. We cover every game, every player, give you not only just sit start, but also a expected range of outcome for those players. So we'll say, hey, we think Gabe Davis is a wide receiver 2, which means he's going to score between 12 and 15 points.
Dustin, I always enjoy talking football with you. Thank you for hanging out with me. Have a great start to the season. Let's make sure we talk soon.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. James Adams, we have a good 5 minutes here, so I'm going to get you kicked off and rolling. You can find James at James Adams 94. James, we'll talk about your work at the end, but look, talk about how you won the KFFSC 2015 main event.
Well, Jim, I happen to have the trophy right here with me.
The hardware.
And I think the reason I want to talk about it, I'm sure you've talked to a lot of guys and they're talking players, draft strategies, zero running back, the ladder, whatever. And all of that's great information, but I wanted to bring a little something different to you. I was fortunate enough, as you see, to win the KFFSC in 2015, and I won a nice chunk of change along with that trophy. It was a $300 entry. I was a single entry. I felt like I might have been a little bit above my pay grade. I was nervous, almost not sure if I felt like I belong. And I think probably a lot of people probably have that same feeling when they get into these events. And obviously I did in the end, and I haven't won it again, but now I show up and I feel like I belong. But the point being, man, so in the third round of that draft, I took Andrew Luck. That was the year he had like a 53% completion percentage. He did not finish the season, played like 7 games. I didn't have him on my team when we got to the postseason, when we got to both the division playoffs, which are like weeks 12 and 13 there, and then the main event. So my third round pick, not only was he not good for me, he didn't even exist, wasn't even on my roster. And the reason I bring that up is because I know that it happens in drafts where people go, oh man, I got under the gun. The timer was going down. I picked a player I didn't feel good about. Now, I felt great about picking Andrew Luck in that spot, by the way. But it didn't work out. And if you get that feeling, know that, look, not every pick works out. I got lucky that year, but I am proof positive that you can make the wrong decision and it can still be okay. You can find other players. You start 10 of the 20 guys you draft in that league. So I had a fallback because I had a backup in Matthew Stafford. And I know quarterbacks evolving in fantasy right now, but I also was able to go to the wire and get Ryan Fitzpatrick for $1 on a $1,000 fab thing. And it ended up working out. So that was like, I mean, I certainly won or brought some other experiences from that. But that's the one thing I want everybody to think about when they're drafting is you start to kick yourself like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Maybe you shouldn't have done it. It's not the end of the world. First of all, we do this to have fun. Second of all, generally only one of 12 teams is going to win anything. And third of all, everybody makes mistakes. It's been since 1972 that an NFL team went undefeated and won the championship too, right?
I love that. Now, so James, if somebody's drafting, you're right, we're going to make mistakes. How do you frame your mindset when you're drafting the latter round picks? What are you looking for in general from those players?
So one thing I'm looking for is upside, right? If I'm taking a late flyer pick, like, for example, a player I've taken a lot late this year is KJ Osborne because I think Minnesota's defense stinks. So I expect them to be throwing the ball a lot. I personally am not investing in Madison in the running game there. So even if Addison, the other receiver, works out, there's still the Thielen void to fill, and I think there's going to be a ton of yards there. So I'm looking for a guy who's going to be in an offense where I think there's going to be a ton of whatever that position needs, whether it's running game, where you're talking like late Philly flyer with a Gainwell, et cetera, or passing game when I'm thinking about Minnesota. And the same thing would go if you're taking flavor of the month at receiver for Kansas City. And it only gets a little bit more fun now with the Kelsey news. But whether it's Rashee Rice, Ross, Moore, Tony, whoever's staying late, I'm looking for guys who I might be cutting because I probably am cutting a handful of these guys I'm picking late, but looking for people that are going to have a chance to be, you got to get them in your lineup every week, high ceiling kind of players.
James, can't let you out here without asking this. Are the Bengals going to win it all this year?
Well, I think that they're as likely to win it all as any other team in the league. As a Bengal fan, it's like hard to get too optimistic because I've never seen them won. They've never won a Super Bowl. They've never won a championship, but are they going to? The easy answer is no, because it's 1-32. My answer is yes. And I already took my over Reds win ticket from earlier in the season. They cashed that over win total so fast, Jim. The NFL season hadn't even started yet. And we've already thrown it on the 10-1 on the Bengals. So I don't know if I'm the right person to ask, but my money is where my mouth is on that one.
James, I always enjoy listening to you on SiriusXM, but tell people about where your work is, where they can find you.
As you said, Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it, at JamesAdams94. You can catch me before we catch you on SiriusXM on the weekends. And Dan Klaskins and I, the hosts at Fantastics, we do a podcast as well.
Yeah, it's wonderful stuff. James, always enjoy listening to you on the weekends. Have a great start to the season. Go Bengals.
Thanks for having me, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last of the 50 guests, it's For Whom J. Bell Tolls. That's where you find him at. We'll talk about your work at the end. We got a few minutes to talk some football. Jeff, all the drafts you've done, what's the first piece of advice that you can give the fantasy managers?
biggest piece of advice giving to fantasy managers is draft players on good teams. And it's really a lot easier to do as you're moving through your draft, and just kind of pay attention to that and look and load up on the Bengals, load up on the Chiefs, load up on the Bills, and get these players in great offenses. One, you're going to get an opportunity to watch them in prime time. You're going to see them week to week, and you're going to see your guys play. Two, that ceiling is so much higher in fantasy when you're attached to these great quarterbacks that we've got going on, and you're avoiding some of these situations like whatever's happening in Arizona right now. And it gives you that great opportunity to just kind of raise a ceiling on there. And, maybe a guy like Tyler Boyd might not be exactly plug into your lineup right away, but if things break right, and that's really that's the other piece of advice too, is give yourself that room that Adam Harstad at Football Guys does a great job. He talks a lot about be wrong in the right direction and set yourself up that if you are wrong, it breaks right for you. And so just kind of those types of things to keep in mind as you're going through the draft.
Wow, that's great starting point for us. So, tell me also, for the fantasy managers out there, who are some players you're heavily invested in?
So I'm heavily invested in James Cook from my Buffalo Bills, and that's not homerism. That's something that I see him being that 3 down, every down back, and one of the cheapest entry points, again, to get into a great offense. J.K. Dobbins is another player that I'm very, very high on. I've got him sitting as a top 10 running back in my season-long draft ranks, and that's a little bit against the grain on consensus on where he's coming in, but I just look at that as a great situation for him. And then a player that I'm fading right now that I was very invested in early through the process, and I got a lot of him in early summer best balls, but Kyle Pitts is a player that I'm kind of fading now as one of those things. I got my exposure early, and now I'm really very nervous about it. We saw the report the other day from Josh Kendall from The Athletic talking about where he might land as the potential 4th target. He cleaned that up a little bit, but again, that's not a high volume pass offense to get invested with.
J.K. Dobbins, I mean, seriously, for the first time in his career, we are going to be seeing like light boxes. He's been facing defense, have been loaded up. Last 4 games, Jeff, he had 7.48 yards per carry. It's probably the only time he was healthy. He's not repeating that. But with 3 receiver sets, I'm with you. And actually, I think Dobbins has a great chance of being a top 5 running back this year. And I'm sure you don't disagree with that, right?
I don't at all. No, I actually wrote a piece for Matt Waldman, does a roundtable every week with Football Guys, and he wanted your spiciest take for the season that could play out. And J.K. Dobbins as a top 5 running back was my spicy take that I just wrote that last night. So you're in a great spot there, and 2 great minds, I guess, apparently think alike there.
That's good. We're going to be right on this one. I'm so confident about it, and I'm not worried about the injury. It was one ACL injury. It happens to so many running backs. Doesn't mean you're doomed to your injury prone. Are there any receivers that you're planting your flag on a bit?
DJ Moore from Chicago is a player that I'm planting my flag on as a player that if Justin Fields takes that leap, DJ Moore is going to go along with him. We've seen over the last couple of years the Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen, the AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts. It's kind of been a recurring thing, and maybe we get burnt this time. But again, I think that talent is just there with DJ Moore to be put into an opportunity where he is going to be that primary weapon for that Chicago offense.
Jeff, so DJ Moore had 3 1,150 plus yard seasons. Cam Newton's shoulder was falling off, and he had bad quarterback play. Last year, throw away the yards after the catch number he had because the passes were thrown behind him. He never had a chance to run. He's a monster after the catch. What type of numbers might we get from DJ Moore?
So my projections, gosh, I wish I had my projections up right now, but I think I've got him trending to exceed that 1,150 number to get in that 12 to 1,300 yards. Yes. And really, the thing about him that's exciting is you see Luke Getsy as the Bears offensive coordinator. And when he was with Green Bay, one of the things they used Devontae Adams in those screenplays all the time. Everybody can think of that screenplay where Devontae Adams catches the ball, uses a stiff arm on that defender. They get him the ball in space. The other area too, DJ Moore had some major contributions in the run game that kind of are quiet in Carolina, and coming into Chicago, that some of that creative usage we saw last year, getting those receivers involved in the run game. And so I wrote a spotlight for Football Guys early in the summer that really broke down just the multiple different areas where DJ Moore is going to be able to get the ball and impact that offense. We've seen through the preseason, through the reports, that Justin Fields is targeting him heavily in practice, and that he's really become his go-to guy immediately.
Jeff, I see his floor is 1250. The situations he was in were far worse. I don't think Fields is going to be a terrible quarterback. At the worst case scenario, he's like somewhat adequate. The best case scenario is he's good. 1250 for me is a floor. I'm with you on this. I think DJ Moore is a player. You're getting him cheap. You're getting him in the 4th round often. To me, he's going to blow that ADP away. Jeff, so awesome talking football with you. Hopefully we do more of it soon. Tell everybody where they can find you and your work.
You can find me with footballguys.com. You can find me on Twitter at For Whom J Bell Tolls. And you can find me the Debbie Royale. We're going to be doing live shows on Saturday nights to recap college football. So if your itch is college football, check it out over there. But primarily with Football Guys is where most of my content will be this year.
Jeff, thanks for closing this one out.
Thank you.
I will talk soon and have a great start to your season.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks. Everybody out there, this has been a blast. Hopefully you've enjoyed this. You always can go back and catch some of the replay. Drafts are coming up soon. If you had a chance and you wanted to click that like or subscribe button, it would be greatly appreciated. If you enjoyed the show, remember, RotoWire Fantasy Football Live. I'm on 5 days a week. It'll be off Wednesdays, Thursdays during the regular season. And on Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern, we do the start sit stream. And that is where we give you the why to sit. You ask a question, you'll get the why for each player so that you can make your best decision. But please try to follow us here on RotoWire YouTube. Everybody, thank you so much for hanging out today. Thank you for all the 50 guests who are here. And SiriusXM, if you have that channel, 87 Sports, Fantasy Sports Channel, I will be on the show tonight, most of the way through the weekend. Please continue to follow RotoWire. Free subscription at RotoWire, rotowire.com/Jim. 2 free days, no credit card needed. Get you ready for your draft. Everybody, good luck this season, and we will talk soon.